The monitors in the ward were beeping loudly, recording the patient's vital signs. The guy felt that he was not alone in the hospital room, but he did not have the strength to move. It was Terry, a patient with myasthenia gravis, a good but senseless man who could not believe that he was dying a virgin. And as if, contrary to all expectations, at that very moment, it was not a nice nurse, but this old aunt who was next to him. And in his last breath, the guy managed to think that his life really turned out to be a sad piece of shit. Terry opened his eyes from being shaken by someone and saw people running after him. The basket in which he was lying suddenly turned slightly, and he saw a man who was running away from the pursuers with him. The guy didn't understand how it was possible, how such a small object could fit in there. Terry tried to shout to his companion, but only childish cries came out of his mouth. He did not understand what was happening. The pursuers did not stop the chase, but the man still managed to keep a distance between them. Realizing that the attackers were approaching him, and that it would be dangerous for the child to be with him, the man decided to take drastic measures. He suddenly took the basket off his back on the move and threw it in the air, preparing for a fight. The next second, the man abruptly stopped, turned to his attackers, and drew his sword. It was George, Michael's servant, and he had no intention of leaving this child to his persecutors. Terry, meanwhile, when the duel was taking place under his basket, was simply screaming in a voice that was not his own. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in a bamboo basket in the form of a baby. How could he comprehend all this? The basket with the child landed right in George's hands, who did not lose his temper for a moment. Terry realized that he had retained all his memories of the modern world, and here, from the very beginning, he was surrounded by killers in black. Finally, he managed to get a good look at the person who had protected him, and at first glance, it was clear that this man was very strong. But not today. The adventure was not going to end so quickly, and the first pursuer was immediately replaced by others. The main one shouted at the man with the basket to die and pointed a stick with a human skull at him. His henchmen rushed at George at the same second, simultaneously attacking. This time, the man decided not to let go of the basket with Terry in his hands. A moment later, the strangers' attack drowned in their own blood, and George didn't even move. The head of this enemy unit choked on his own blood from an arrow that suddenly stuck in his throat. George stood alone among the dead attackers who prevented him from getting to safety. He saw that the death of one of them was not the result of his sword. Someone had clearly helped him. George slowly turned, feeling that he was no longer alone in the clearing. The man was preparing for another battle. Black knights with crossbows in their hands came out onto the lawn and lined up in several rows. After a moment, the Black Knights parted to let a man in a wheelchair through, who said that they had underestimated the magician who came from the west. It was Nicholas, the head of the Nanming prosecutor's office, who said that anything would be completely useless in front of strong magic. They were left alone on the lawn, and Nicholas asked George where his sister was, and he replied that he hadn't had time and wanted everything to be explained to him at last. Nicholas saw the basket in George's hands and asked if her baby was in it, and if it was alive, and he received an affirmative answer to both questions. The head of the prosecutor's office asked the man where he should take the child, and he replied that he would take her to a safe place. Nicholas said that he had recently returned, and in his opinion, the capital is the best place to hide someone. Nicholas kept pressuring George, asking what he could give the child. He was blind, and all he knew was how to kill. But George had long been imperturbable to such attacks on his disability, and he told Nicholas that he was also a cripple. The head of the Nanming prosecutor's office was not as unperturbed as his opponent, and these words struck him. Nicholas said he knew of a suitable place where George and his child would have a new identity and a carefree life. George was interested in this proposal and asked, without turning to the other man, what place he was talking about. Nicholas replied that the safe place was in Danzo. He hoped this last suggestion would work. And his hopes were justified. George weighed up all the options and chose Nicholas. A few years later, a group of children stood at the same gate of Danzo, discussing something very enthusiastically. One of the girls turned to the boy in the center of the circle and asked him to tell the story to the end, because that's what happened last time. The guy said that the traveler reached the wall and saw a ladder there. He climbed it slowly, found the door, and went through it. After these words, there was a pause, during which the audience began to ask what happened after that. The guy looked at his friends with a smile and said that later, to be continued. George is a servant of his late mother Terry, a martial artist of the highest category, one of the 4 great masters and Sam's main protector. Nicholas is the dean of the Nanjing Inspection Institute, cruel, good at planning, will do anything to get Terry back, has the power of the 9th rank. Danzo was crowded today, with residents walking the streets, busy with their own business. In one of the alleys, Terry continued to tell his friends another story. This time, the listeners did not like the story the boy told, and each of them started shouting out the stories they liked best. Terry, offended by his friends for not appreciating his efforts and oratory, said that they simply didn't understand. The conversation was interrupted by another boy who ran around the corner and told Terry to run home. He shouted that the manager of his household was beating them up again for something, and Terry instantly became much more serious. Meanwhile, in Danzo Prefecture, the girls were severely beaten by the estate manager. The manager demanded that the girls tell him where the young lady had gone, and the girl he was beating shouted back that she did not know. The young girl's excuses did not impress the warden, and she was whipped once again across the face. The girl could not stand such a harsh punishment and shouted that Simon should know where the mistress was because she served Mr. Terry. The manager's full and ugly face slowly turned toward the girl his victim was pointing at. Simone's whole body trembled at this look, and she stammered out what the young gentleman had forbidden her to say. But the manager was coming at her like a storm cloud, and said that if she didn't tell him this information, he would whip her to death. Simone's mind was running in circles, thinking that she should obey the young master, but that the manager had every right to punish them. This vicious circle drove Simone crazy, and she could not make a final decision whether to betray the young gentleman's trust or to hold on to it until the end. After a few seconds, the girl stood firmly on her feet and said that the warden could not beat her to death, and he was very surprised by her obedience. But a moment later, he threw up his hand with a whip, saying that if she decided so, he would no longer restrain himself. This apotheosis of idiocy was stopped by the cry of a young gentleman who ordered the manager to stop. Terry, with a steely tone in his voice, told the manager that these were his maids, and he dared not beat them. The manager asked the young man in a disappointed tone how he would feel if the young lady disappeared. He turned to the girls and shouted that if he couldn't teach the lord and lady, he could teach the maids how to hate them. Carrie, who had been standing next to Terry the whole time, pulled his sleeve and asked him to let her tell him everything because the manager was a snob. But the boy turned to her and said that he couldn't let her do that she shouldn't protect him. At this time, the whipping of the maids did not seem to stop. The manager approached each of them and struck them in turn. An irrepressible, angry man was beating the girls, shouting that they did not think about the future of the young master, and if they behave like this today, it will significantly improve their memory. Once again, the boy's shouting order to stop made the manager turn in his direction, and the boy stood on the table opposite him. He smiled and asked the manager to come closer. The embarrassed man stopped his senseless and cruel punishment and, like a donkey after a carrot, went to meet the boy. Terry, with a smile on his face, gently guided the nasty manager to the exact position he needed. After putting the man at the wrong X, he asked him to keep his head straight. And before the surprised manager could react, Terry brought his hand up to strike. A moment later, the boy's hand struck the torturer's cheek with force. The steward now expressed his surprise by knocking out his teeth, which flew in different directions, and by turning his face 180 degrees toward the maids. The manager was unable to stand on his feet from such force and fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The guy rubbed his palms, looking at the way the evil one was squirming on the ground, and asked if he was sure now. The man's cheek instantly swelled up, he was whispering, but he was able to say that it was unacceptable to commit such atrocities at such a young age. But he shouted in his heart that he would tell his grandmother about the incident, and then the boy would be in trouble. Some time later, in a sycophantic tone, the manager explained to his grandmother that Terry had hit him in the pavilion today and had done the right thing. The boy did not listen to this in silence and shouted to his grandmother to pay attention to the fact that the manager himself called this action the right one. Carrie told her grandmother that this manager had beaten her brother's maids for no reason, and her grandmother ordered all the maids in his pavilion to be replaced. But the guy replied that he didn't need to do that. He liked the silence, and there was no need for so many people. The grandmother decided to listen to her grandson's wishes and ordered all the girls to be recalled, and the manager, bowing, said he would obey. Terry gave the man a triumphant look, wondering how he would be able to mock his people now. After the manager left, the grandmother said that as soon as the boy's training was over, he would be taken back to the capital. Carrie was very shocked by this news and tried to get through to her grandmother to keep the boy, but she said that everything had been decided long ago. The girl put her nose down and never lifted it from the plate again. sad that she had to say goodbye to Terry. The only one who was happy about this news was the manager, who was listening in on everything under the door. Terry thought about it. He didn't know how to react to this news. He wondered what awaited him in the capital. He did not come out of these thoughts about leaving, even when he was walking to his pavilion. Simone was already waiting at his door at home with her head down, happy that the master had returned. The surprised guy asked why she was still here and hadn't returned home. The girl, with tears in her eyes, replied that she had been sold here as a child as a servant, and that her parents did not need her. Apart from this place, next to the master, she had no other home to go to. The girl's words and her tears made the guy finally come out of his thoughts. He decided to distract her and said that he and she were very similar. He also had no father or mother. But Simon answered, not realizing that the young master actually had a father and lived in the capital. But the guy replied with a smile that the girl might think that Terry had no father. He looked at Simone and said that under the circumstances, she could stay here. But she has to be mentally prepared for the fact that old Ben may abuse her again. The girl looked in surprise at the door, which was already closed in her face. She was ready for anything. Night descended on Danzo, the new moon illuminating everything with its cold light. And the guy couldn't sleep. He was thinking about what was interesting in the capital, what kind of food they eat there. It must have been better than the local food. He had to get these thoughts out of his head. He had to think about the future, and he turned on his side, trying to sleep. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest came to Danzo, looking around from the roof of the pavilion. Simone is a maid who has served Terry since childhood. She has no one to rely on, her master is everything to her, and she has no martial arts training. No matter how much Terry fidgeted on the bed, he still couldn't fall asleep. The guy finally decided that if sleep wouldn't come to him, it was time to look at his treasures. This yellow, nameless book was the most precious thing to him. The boy knew that this book was left to him by the same blind man named George when he was very young. He immediately realized what kind of book it was the first time he saw it. It was a kind of method of cultivating key energy. Hard work compensates for the lack of talent, and if this method was not good, nothing will happen if the guy starts practicing it. Meanwhile, while the guy was looking at his precious treasures, a real storm with lightning broke out outside. This came in handy for a stranger who had already entered the boy's home and was watching him. He stood in the doorway and watched the boy sit on the bed and read a book with enthusiasm. The stranger decided to approach Terry, who did not even notice that he was no longer alone in the room. And it was this that allowed the boy to finally be distracted from studying the textbook and realize that someone was standing behind him. Terry decided not to turn around right away. He was trying to figure out how best to act because his opponent was obviously bigger than him. The stranger was the first to break the silence, asking the boy if he was really Terry. The boy did not respond to this question at first and continued to sit with his back to the man. Suddenly, Terry threw down his book and turned to the stranger and rushed to him with hugs and shouts that his father had finally returned. The man did not expect such a reception. The stranger's name was Richard, and he had nothing to say. The boy clung to his sleeve so tightly that Richard had to wave his hand to get him to let go, saying he was not Terry's father. But the boy wouldn't listen. Finally, the man managed to throw the boy off his arm along with pieces of his clothes. Terry flew a decent distance away from Richard and fell to the floor, dropping pieces of the stranger's sleeve. The boy began to apologize, calling Richard his father, but he repeated to him that he was not his father. Ignoring Richard's remarks, Terry ran up to him with a kettle, offering him a soothing cup of tea. Richard continued to stand still and try to convince the boy that he was not his father. But when he saw Terry's eyes well up with tears, he agreed to drink the tea he offered. Richard drank tea straight from the kettle and asked who made it, to which the boy replied that it was his mother. Richard replied that the boy's mother had died on the day he was born, and that what he was saying was nonsense. But the boy insisted that his wife was always by his side, despite the objections of the strange man in the middle of his room. After drinking a pot of soothing tea, Richard finally decided to look at his sleeve. He was very surprised. The fabric of his clothes was strong. Even a knife could not cut it, as a 4-year-old boy tore it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Terry's cry. Pointing to the door and shouting that his mother had come, Richard turned toward the door. But Richard was equally surprised to find that when he returned, he didn't see a single person in the doorway. While he was thinking that he was right and that it was impossible, the guy jumped on him, holding his hard headrest in his hands. The boy's blow went straight to the head of this strange man, who did not even have time to react. Richard fell to the floor before the boy could land on it in a jump. Terry watched as a stranger lay motionless in the middle of the carpet in his room. Suddenly, the man rolled over and started to get up. Probably the guy's blow was not too strong. Terry decided not to waste time, soberly assessing his physical capabilities against such an opponent, and decided to hit him again. The repeated blows smashed the guy's headboard into pieces against Richard's head, who did not even have time to turn around in his direction. This time, Terry's attack was so successful that the burly man finally lost consciousness. The guy was surprised by Richard's agility, and he put all his strength into his fingers, thinking he could hold him. Who knew then that he would only be able to get a hold of the rag? Who was he anyway? Terry leaned over and put his finger to the stranger's nose. He used 100% of his energy to deliver 2 blows, but the man was still breathing, and Terry was afraid he would want to kill him when he woke up. The boy began to think that for his own safety, he should attack the stranger first and kill him. Terry saw a sheathed knife in Richard's belt and pulled it out, and it would have been logical to take advantage of this moment. The guy raised his hand with the knife above his head, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. But the longer he looked at his victim, the more he began to shake from emotional stress, not ready for such actions. After a while, the boy was pounding his fists on the door of his old protector. He called out to George as loud as he could, hoping that he was at home. George didn't open the door, just said that the store was closed and that if he wanted to buy something, he should come back tomorrow. But the boy was not thinking of going anywhere. He was shouting that they were trying to kill him, and George asked him if he wanted him to report him to the police. The boy stopped screaming and whispered that the police were not needed because he had killed his partner, even though he wanted to kill him, but the boy was faster. Surprised, George could not believe his ears. The guy was talking nonsense. But Terry, knowing the character of his savior, decided not to give up and press on to the last. He shouted for the man to stop pretending and mocking because he urgently needed help. Terry kept pounding on his Uncle George's door with his fists, shouting that now was not the time to pretend to be indifferent. George had been hiding in this store for years and refusing him, but now the situation was really serious. He had to take care of the boy. Suddenly, the guy's screams were interrupted by the door opening in his face. His Uncle George was standing on the doorstep of the store, and he said that the young man had surprised him. But before George could finish his sentence, the guy was already dragging him off in a direction he knew only too well. The boy was shouting that Uncle George should stop wagging his tongue and follow him. Terry had something to show him. Sometime later, the boy and his uncle sat over the unconscious body of the man in Terry's room. George said that the stranger was alive, which was a shock for the guy. He hit him twice and he was still alive. The boy's screams made Richard open his eyes, not allowing George to explain to him what was happening. As soon as Terry saw the stranger open his eyes, he flew over to him and hit him on the head with a stool. Uncle George, after everything he had done, calmly said that in fact, it was the commander of the third audit chamber. He was one of his own. The boy dropped the pieces of the stool, shouting why George hadn't told him this information earlier, but he replied that Terry hadn't even asked. Terry looked at his victim, who was unconscious, and noted that he did not look very happy. George said that this man's name is Richard, and he is one of the 3 best poison makers in the world, very good at it. The boy held out a knife to George, asking him to silence Richard, and George noticed that the boy was very violent for his age. When Terry refused Terry's offer, George said anxiously that although Richard was the boy's father's man, it was unclear why he had come this time. These reflections of Master George were again interrupted by Richard, who came to and sat up, holding his head with his hands. He looked around and saw George and a small boy holding a knife looking at him. But the boy, seeing that people were looking at him, hastily hid the knife behind his back and pretended that he was not planning anything. After a while, with his head bandaged, Richard could finally ask everyone present what had happened to him. Terry, without hesitation, replied that the man had simply taken a sip of tea and then fainted. Richard asked why he was bleeding from the head, and the boy replied that he had hit the table when he fell. Richard turned his head in Terry's direction and asked if he had helped with the injury, which the boy flatly refused. But this child's vehement refutations did not make Richard believe it, because who else could it be but Terry? Bending under the pressure of Richard's questions, the boy no longer knew how to defend himself and decided to turn the blame on George, who stood silently by. The room was silent, and everyone in the room looked at George, who didn't even move. The silence was broken by Richard, who said that he must have done something wrong if the great lord decided to do such a thing. George turned his head to Richard and replied that he had not done this to him. Richard was right from the very beginning. It was the work of that boy. Terry did not know where to go from shame, especially when George said that he had hit Terry not just once, but 3 times. Richard turned to George with a surprised comment that he had not expected to see him in Danzo. He noted that after so many years in the capital, George had not changed at all, neither externally nor internally, and asked what Richard was doing here. The man replied that the Lord had paid him a tidy sum of money to become Terry's master. The boy was very impressed by this message. He even asked if his father had really sent Richard. The man said that Terry is growing up, and the sooner he starts training, the more chances he will have in the future. And no matter what George's opinion of him is, if he wishes, Richard will return to the capital. He is sure that the Lord will support the master. George replied that he didn't think it was that simple. He was sure there was another reason. Richard replied that the Lord was afraid that someone would find the box left by the mistress, which is why he would like some advice. But George replied that there was no need for that because she had destroyed the box before she died, and this answer made Richard relax. Richard said that Terry was strange. He was only 4 years old when he asked to practice Qigong. Isn't he scared? But George said that it was really strange because he hadn't taught him, and it was good that he had Richard now. The boy listened to the conversation between the two masters, falling asleep, and he had some kind of ominous premonition inside him. Richard is sponsored by the 3rd branch of the Nanjing Inspection Institute, Master Terry, rank 7, in the top 3 who work with poisons. The next day, Richard came to his grandmother's office, and she asked him what happened to his head. The master replied that he had been assigned as a mentor to Terry, but on the way to see him, he was attacked by a bandit. My grandmother asked me anxiously if the bandit had been caught, and Richard told her not to worry, he had been caught. And although the thief was cunning, he would find a way to teach him a lesson for such an act. Terry, who was standing nearby, realized that this was said for him. When they left their grandmother's pavilion, they encountered the estate's maids on the way. The girls kept talking about the young master's new foreman, an old man with a bandage on his head who looked like a robber. The owner personally accepted him, and now he will be a mentor to young Mr. Terry. The first task of the guys was to massage Richard's shoulder area, and the guy said that he could not blame him for what happened. The master had a knife in his hand yesterday, and Terry is still very young, so he did all this without thinking carefully. He decided to ask what exactly his new master would teach him. Richard opened his eyes and replied that he would teach him how to kill people with poisons and how to avoid being poisoned himself. The master was expecting any reaction from the boy, but not such a violent joy. The guy was already eager to fight. He didn't want to wait any longer. He asked to start right now. Looking at this boy's unexpected hyperactivity, Richard thought that his age was not consistent with such behavior. When night fell on the city, Richard brought his student to the cemetery for the first lesson. He explained to the boy that this was a Luan burial mound and they were here for a reason. Terry's first task from Master Richard was to choose a grave and then dig it up. No sooner had Richard completed the task than the boy took up the first grave he saw, shouting that he had chosen it. But his enthusiasm wore off a bit when he realized that he was just a kid and it would be nice to help him. But Richard wasn't going to make his life easier. He threw the shovel he had brought with him on the grave and ordered the boy to dig himself. The master chose a tombstone next to the young digger, sat down next to it, and began to drink wine. Sometime later, the guy did manage to work hard and dig up the grave. Master Richard jumped into the boy's grave and asked him if he even understood why he had brought him here. The guy replied that, of course, having him study the structure of the human body and perform an autopsy was a great first step. The amazed master did not understand how the child knew such information. Was this boy not afraid of anything at all? While he was standing there thinking, the guy had already started on the coffin with the case of the unknown. After finishing this dirty work, Terry turned to the master and asked what he had said. But Richard said nothing. He handed the boy a knife and ordered an autopsy to find out the cause of death. Terry, holding the master's knife, leaned over the stranger's half-decomposed body. Richard saw a shadow of doubt and was glad. Was the boy afraid? This child was finally scared. But Terry said that he had nothing to fear, that the grave was full of germs and he needed some protection. Surprised, Master Richard asked what kind of protection the boy was talking about. Terry replied that it was dirty and that he needed gloves. Thin gloves that were almost invisible on his hand, and the master still didn't understand what he was talking about. After all these explanations, the guy realized that everything in this world was completely different from the real world, and he had no other choice. He returned to the grave with the deceased and began to fulfill the task of the teacher, who sat down next to him and continued to drink his wine from a flask. Richard asked that if Terry was so smart, he could already guess why he wanted to teach him how to use poisons. The boy replied that someone would definitely want to kill him and that he needed to learn how to use poisons to stay alive. The wizard agreed with the boy's conclusions and added that, although George was immune to poisons, he could not protect Terry from it. The boy realized that Richard and George knew each other well, and he became interested in learning more about his reclusive uncle. Richard said that George was his mother's man and very powerful, and Terry asked if his mother was also powerful, and he received an affirmative answer. The boy wondered how she had died, but Richard refused to answer this question. He interrupted his bout of alcoholism to ask where the boy got so many questions from. Is it possible that he just can't stand to be near a corpse anymore, and the smell is driving him crazy? And before he could finish his sentence, the boy started vomiting next to the coffin of the deceased, to the merry laughter of his teacher. Terry felt both very humiliated and insulted because this teacher seemed to be mocking him. Master Richard saw the boy's reaction and dissatisfaction and fixed his laughter with an assurance that this was only the beginning. It would get worse. After such a lesson, the boy still felt sick, but despite his objections, he sat down at the table with food. Richard handed him a plate of dumplings, and he couldn't even look at them. But the master insisted, asking if Terry was tired after such a stormy night and if he needed to eat as soon as possible. Terry grabbed one dumpling and said that he noticed Richard's politeness with Uncle George and wondered if he was afraid of him. But Richard began to deny the guy's assumptions, saying that it was just a show of respect. He didn't want to leave the subject. He wanted to know how cool Uncle George was. Richard said that all wars are divided into 9 ranks, and only 4 of them are above the 9th rank. A teacher from Nanjing has not lost a single duel. A teacher of the Qi dynasty is close to the gods. A master of Dunyi can defend the city with a sword. But there is another one who protects His Majesty in the palace in Nanjing and has already saved him from an assassination attempt twice. If one person hadn't committed a misdeed, there would be 5 great masters in the world, and Terry was just thrilled to hear that. He said that once George had given him a book about Qi, probably because he was very strong, and Richard agreed with the boy's statement. He said that Terry is very strong. Although he hasn't been training for long, the amount of Qi is far beyond the capabilities of his age and body. When he heard this, the boy asked anxiously whether it was good or bad, confused by such conclusions. Richard said that the guy had to train his Qi properly, and the master wanted to help him with this. He ordered the boy to sit up straight, and Terry willingly complied with his request, asking if he was doing everything right. Richard touched his hand and told him to let go of the energy and feel it flowing inside him. The boy was only 5 years old, and no matter how strong his true energy was, he would not surprise Richard. As soon as the master said these words, the boy soared above the floor and hovered in a circle of fire. The boy's energy source could no longer be suppressed and was gaining strength. The source of his strength seemed to be the heavens themselves, and the boy opened his eyes, which shone with a bright white light. And as soon as he did, the flow of his energy filled the entire room with a shockwave. After a moment, his concentration faded, and he woke up from his meditation screaming that he felt this power in himself. But when he opened his eyes, he didn't see Master Richard standing in front of him, and this confused him greatly. Master Richard was lying at the other end of the room with his back to him, not moving. The frightened boy rushed to his teacher, shouting that he should not get up under any circumstances. He was shouting that he had hurt the teacher, and Richard, clutching his head, could not understand how someone of his age could be so strong. He turned angrily to the boy and shouted that this was not praise at all, but Terry felt very capable. Richard said that if Terry continues to practice in the same way, he is afraid that the energy will just tear the guy apart. Terry looked at his master in fright, unable to believe that his skills could have such consequences. Richard said that a guy is like a bottle of wine. His energy is wine. The more he trains, the more wine is poured in, and one day the bottle will burst. Things really looked very bad in the master's opinion, and the guy asked what to do now. Suddenly, Richard saw that they were no longer alone in the room. Master George was standing silently in the corner, listening to the whole situation. The boy rushed toward his uncle, shouting that the energy he gave him was too strong. But George replied that it was him, that this energy was left to him by his powerful mother, and it has a name. But the boy's curiosity was interrupted by his uncle's usual aloof response that this energy was very irritating and overbearing. Terry replied that it was a very silly name, but it suited Uncle George surprisingly well. Richard said that, given the boy's strength, Master George would be able to handle Terry's training in controlling internal energy. But George was against this turn of events. He said that he would not be able to teach this child. Richard and Terry were amazed by this answer. They could not believe that George was refusing such a question. At that very moment, the reaction of the child and the elderly, strange old man were 100% identical. They started yelling at George and Sink and asking him what they should do. Richard was already mentally preparing to leave. With so much energy, the guy would not be able to restrain himself. The master did not need to contact him. Terry was running around the room screaming that he was going to explode, stopped by George's voice, but who clearly and concisely said that this was not going to happen. There was a solution to this problem, and George paused and replied that the boy just needed to stop training. The surprise of Terry and Master Richard at these words was beyond words. How could he be so cold and heartless? A year of training passed, and the student and his master were already in the forest looking for specific mushrooms. Richard suddenly realized that they had found what he needed, and pointing to the mushroom, he told the boy to eat it. A few minutes passed, and he lazily lounged on the lawn with a bottle of wine, watching Terry run back and forth in the grip of hallucinations. Under Richard's kind of trustworthy supervision, Terry learned everything about poisons over the course of the year. If the poison master hadn't been with him at the time, the boy would have left this world long ago. Richard praised himself for his hard work. He passed on almost everything he knew to the boy, but Terry could not call it learning, rather revenge. If it wasn't for Terry's desire to survive, he didn't even know how many times he would have died. But Richard asked not to focus on the process. Master Richard believed that what mattered was the result, and after all this journey, he would finally be able to leave in peace. The boy looked at his teacher in surprise. He did not expect that he was going to return to the capital. But Richard replied that he had received a letter and would be returning there in a month. There was a long pause between the teacher and the student, during which they just sat next to each other and reminisced about the moments they had spent together. After breaking the silence, Richard said that he still had to pay for what happened a year ago before he left, which made Terry very angry. But the boy's cries of universal injustice were interrupted by blood flowing from his nose. He tried to cover his nose with his hands, but Richard told Terry to calm down because it was just a simple poisoning and the excitement spread the toxin. The next day, the teacher took a table with a variety of jars and glasses into the courtyard near Terry's pavilion and called out to the student. He told me to think about what kind of poison, when it got into him, and how only then could the training be completed and Richard could leave. The boy thought about it. The poison must have had a bitter taste. It was mixed with medicine, and that's why he didn't notice anything at the time. Richard told the boy to try to use what he had learned to pick out the right bottle of poison on the table. Slowly, Terry began to open each of the bottles and sniff what was inside. When he had gone through almost everything, his patience began to run out, and Terry nervously began to throw all the ingredients he had collected in different directions. Suddenly, this violent outburst of emotion was interrupted by what the boy was holding in his hand as he continued to sniff the contents of the bottle. Finally convinced that he had understood correctly, he declared that this was it, and Richard ordered him to drink the contents. Without hesitation, the boy trusted his teacher and tipped the entire bottle and poured its contents into his mouth. When he opened his eyes after swallowing the potion, he saw Richard standing next to him, shielding himself with an umbrella. The guy took this as a sign that maybe he had guessed the poison correctly and decided to ask if he understood everything correctly. But Terry did not wait for an answer, because blood poured out of his nose in powerful streams in all directions. The foresighted Richard put a protective umbrella in front of him, into which it all flew. He did not say that there was an antidote inside the bottle. Exhausted, the boy lay in the middle of the courtyard of his pavilion, and did not understand how someone like Richard could be a teacher. Richard, hearing Terry's mutterings, approached him and said that in that case he might try to poison him. And if the boy succeeds in doing so, the master will recognize his skills and mastery. The boy liked this offer very much. He was in anticipation of a victory over his tormentor. Late in the evening, Master Richard sat alone in his room drinking wine from his traditional bottle. His peculiar rest was interrupted by Terry, who came into the room and announced that he had brought dinner. The master smiled and asked why the boy was treating him so warmly, if he didn't want to say goodbye, and received an affirmative answer. Terry placed the tray of food on the table in front of the master and told him to enjoy his dinner, and then left the room. But halfway through, the trickster was stopped by Richard's voice, which ordered him to stop. The master handed him a jug of wine and ordered him to take it away, leaving only the food. Richard threw the jug into the hands of the surprised boy, who did not understand whether the teacher had smelled a specific odor and asked him to be tougher. With a grin, the boy left his teacher's room and closed the door behind him, satisfied with his acting. A few days later, Master Richard was lying in a deck chair in the middle of the yard drinking wine, and Terry was standing next to him, swatting away annoying insects. For Richard, this moment was a real pleasure. He was finally able to fully relax. The man once again raised his bottle of wine to his mouth, but at the last moment stopped. Blood began to flow from one of his nostrils. When he sat down on the sunbed, the bleeding from his nose only intensified. He could not believe what was happening. Terry did not leave his side. Enjoying this moment of triumph, he laughed out loud. The guy, not knowing how he had survived all these days, pointed a finger at his master and shouted that he had lost the bet. Shocked, Richard approached the boy and asked what poison he had used to do this. The guy smiled slyly and, raising the stick up, replied that he had used up the time. All these days he fed Richard the best food, with special tonic herbs. And he, in turn, ate everything the boy prepared for him all these days, thus thickening his blood more and more. Eating large amounts of tonic herbs was tantamount to eating poison. Richard noted that the boy was really quite smart and had found a way to win, and Terry asked if he could call himself a teacher now. The master finally admitted his defeat, and the boy, overjoyed, began to jump for joy. Finally, the day of farewell came, and the boy walked through the forest alongside Richard, who was leading his horse. The teacher decided to give me some last instructions and told me to just stick to my path. Places and people will always change. The boy replied that over the years, the only person he could trust was his Uncle George. Richard understood the boy's position and believed that Master George was fully deserving of such trust. But the boy interrupted his teacher and finished the sentence, saying that now he had another such person. He asked me not to forget that in Danzo, Richard would always be welcome to one naughty student. But Master Richard replied in his own special way. Even if he wanted to forget it, he would never be able to. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled out the inspection commissioner's badge from his inside pocket and said that he had been ordered to give it to Terry. Terry's mother once gave it to Richard for safekeeping, but it belongs to the boy, and Terry appreciated the gift. But if Richard thought that the boy would leave him without a gift, he was very wrong. Terry took out gloves made of sheep intestines and told him to remember to bring them with him when Richard dissected the corpses and experimented with poisons. Impressed, Richard put on the boy's gift. It was the first time he had seen anything like it, but he really liked the concept. A moment later, the teacher got on his horse, and the boy stood next to him, raising his hand in a farewell gesture. Richard said that if he had met Terry earlier, he would have chosen a different path. He would have married a woman and raised him to be a complete asshole. The boy watched his teacher leave for the capital and could not understand whether he was praising him one last time or humiliating him. When he came out of his thoughts, he shouted that Master Richard could always count on him in the future. But Richard didn't appreciate such promises. It sounded both sweet and frightening to him at the same time. Another night descended on Danzo, with lanterns illuminating the houses and creating a cozy atmosphere. Uncle George was preparing dinner for the boy and himself, and Terry asked why he wasn't drinking with him. He bought a special wine for him, and if he didn't want it, Terry would drink it himself. George said that children shouldn't drink alcohol. The guy had a lot of questions and they were spinning in his head, but he didn't calculate his age and weight and the amount of alcohol he drank. He was still trying to look at his uncle, who was standing in the other corner of the room, but his eyes were mercilessly closing. Terry woke up with an unbearable headache and realized that he was no longer at home. He sat up and coughed. They were in the woods. Uncle George was standing next to him, waiting for him to wake up. The guy was unbearably sick. He did not understand what was happening to his body. George replied that after Terry got drunk last night, his energy ran wild and, as a result, he was feeling sick. The guy shouted that George was the one who gave him that book, so he knew how to control this energy and should teach him. But George was steadfast in his decision, and the boy began to ask what he should do. Master George interrupted the boy's cries, saying that he had another way to help Terry, and the boy asked what it was. The master calmly stated that he would just beat him up, and Terry looked at his uncle in surprise and asked what would happen after that. But George decided that he was done talking for the day and ordered the boy to run away. Terry grabbed his head with his hands. He didn't understand why Master Richard and Uncle George were doing nothing but mocking him. George said that the guy needed to use his inner energy as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would just explode, as Richard had said earlier. The boy has to direct the energy to his legs so he can increase his speed. Deciding that the instructions were complete, George pushed off the ground and took off at high speed into the air. The boy did as his uncle told him and directed his energy into his legs, shouting for him to wait for him, and ran as fast as he could to catch up. In a few seconds, he caught up with Master George in speed. The boy was happy. It turned out that energy could be used in a similar way, so if he ran for a long time, he could avoid the explosion. But in the midst of his thoughts, he did not notice that his uncle appeared in front of him and hit him in the face with his hand. Terry flew like lightning into a nearby pond before he could even blink. A few seconds later, he swam out of the pond and, grabbing his cheek, yelled at his uncle why he had done it. George replied that running alone is not enough. You also need to have sharp eyesight and quick reactions, and then others will not be able to harm Terry. Terry smiled angrily, wondering if George was accusing him of not being good enough, but at the same moment, he received an affirmative answer. This conclusion made the boy focus on the goal. He did not want to make such an impression on his uncle. Terry ran as fast as he could into the forest. George didn't say a word, but he really liked the boy's enthusiasm and determination. It turns out that thanks to the concentration of strength in his legs, Terry could run at such a frantic speed, and he was surprised that he hadn't realized it earlier. Between the bamboo thickets, the boy saw a gap and realized that if he could run out of the forest, he could avoid George's attack. He ran to the edge of the cliff and jumped into the air, and at that speed, he flew into the sky in an instant. The boy was flying among the birds, his arms spread apart as if he was spreading his wings. Terry was pleased with himself. He had really managed to get away so far, and there was no way Uncle George could catch up with him now. But as soon as he thought that, Master George appeared behind him, and he wasn't even tired. The next second, George hit the guy in the back and he went flying like a rocket to the ground. The boy and the teacher landed on the lawn at the same time, but the boy did it against his will. Terry lay in the sinkhole, unable to get up, and asked the heavens why he was being punished. Richard was gone, but a worse monster had taken his place. While Terry was cursing his difficult fate, Master George approached him. He told the boy that if he could hit him, or at least touch his clothes, the test of his skill would be counted. Terry instantly got to his feet and wiped his face of dust, completely satisfied with the conditions. The next moment, the boy was already attacking his teacher, who did not even move. The guy shouted that George would have to keep his word. Terry was not going to hurt him. He would only touch his clothes. Before Terry knew it, he was flying past the master, breaking the bamboo with his body. He stopped only when he hit a large stone in a neighboring meadow. But the boy was not going to give up so easily, and the next second, he grabbed a piece of bamboo and launched another attack on the teacher. George stopped this impudent boy by hitting him on the head with the scabbard of his sword. And no matter how many times the guy attacked, how many times he was hit, he never managed to achieve his goal. This type of training went on for years. The boy still tried to touch George's clothes, but it was all in vain. But at the age of 13, he was already able to swing a bamboo stick well. Terry even learned how to repel some of Master George's attacks, and his level of defense was improving. The boy's skills developed in direct proportion to his growth. But the boy still could not pass his teacher's test, and once again, the 16-year-old teenager found himself on the ground from George's punch. The guy was able to quickly get to his feet, preparing to counterattack. But before he could even regroup, another blow from the master sent him flying even further away from the clearing. Realizing that in a direct fight he was far from his teacher, the boy decided to cheat. He threw the stone in the opposite direction from the one he planned to attack. Master George turned his head toward the sound, preparing to deflect another blow. At that very moment, Terry jumped out of his hiding place and attacked the teacher with a bamboo stick. But the boy's audacity was excessive. He underestimated his blind teacher's hearing and was hit in the face a second later. This unexpected blow from George made the boy ricochet off all the vertical surfaces he encountered on his way. The boy's body was smoking in the hole he had dug from such a rapid flight, and Terry asked if he could have been treated a little more gently. Unable to get up, he saw the bright sun obscured by the figure of George, who laconically gave him a credit. The guy didn't understand. He hadn't defeated George, but the latter said that Terry was strong enough and the training was finally over. The guy categorically disagreed with this statement. He didn't need any kind of offset. He wanted to continue the fight. His persistence was satisfied in the same second, and Terry found himself in another sinkhole. Another night descended on Danzo, with the haze of the new moon illuminating everything around. The guy was moaning from the massage Simone was giving him, and today he suffered a lot at the hands of the master. The girl was worried. Mr. George's blows were no joke, and Master Terry was still so young. He said he felt all this when he was a child, but years later he noticed changes in his body. He realized that squatting is about laying the foundation, cutting carrots is about training the mind, hitting them is about training vision and reaction, and fighting instinct. Terry said that George was beating him for his own good, and Simone thought that the boy had probably been beaten to death. George said that this was all nonsense. The real danger was the guard in red. The girl asked again to make sure she hadn't heard wrong, that the boy was in real danger. But Terry didn't want to talk about it anymore. He said that you can't spoil such a good day with such talk. The girl was confused by the guy's sudden actions and words. She could not understand what Terry was talking about. The boy rushed at her, saying that today he would tell her a ghost story called Do You Have Legs? In the morning, as usual, he practiced in his backyard, practicing punching combinations. Suddenly, his meditative reflections were interrupted by a sound he had not expected. He was sure that a rider on a horse was approaching his pavilion. But a moment later, he realized that the one horse was joined by several others heading for his house. It looks like a whole detachment was coming for him. There were obviously a lot of people. Such things do not bode well. Terry rushed outside the gates of his pavilion to understand what was happening and what he needed to be prepared for. But an unpleasant surprise awaited him there. A dozen red-clad guards stopped in front of him. Without saying a word, the 10 men dismounted from their horses. Before the eyes of the surprised boy, who was ready to fight, they fell to their knees before him, saying that on Mr. Terry's orders, they had to return to the capital. The guy was stunned by this turn of events. He didn't even remember that he had ever been to that capital. My grandmother was sitting at her desk and cutting out a figure with scissors from paper. His favorite hobby was interrupted by Terry, who started shouting that there were some people in town who had come to take him to the capital. My grandmother replied that she had already turned down the offer because the capital was not the best place. Terry's mother had died there, and she would have lived longer if it hadn't been for the capital. Terry said that all the riders were on their knees, insisting that he should go, but his grandmother said that they should stand until they died. It was only at this moment that Terry appreciated his grandmother in a special way. She was cool. The boy ran out of the room, thanking her, but the woman was only focused on the fact that she had cut the wrong piece. Terry is the protagonist of this book, a time traveler who grew up in Danzo, the illegitimate son of a tax minister with power key and poison possession. A guy in the kitchen was preparing dinner, chopping daikon, and Master George was sitting next to him on the counter. Terry turned to his uncle and told him that he had been tormented by a serious question lately. But George knew the reason for the boy's sadness. He said that Terry had to decide for himself whether to go to the capital or not. He stopped cooking and ran up to George, asking how he knew what Terry was thinking. He had a million questions for his teacher that he asked on the break, but they all got stuck in his throat when he said he would go with him. Terry sat down next to George and sighed heavily, feeling that big changes were ahead of him. Suddenly, he turned to George, saying that there was something else he'd wanted answered for a long time. When he is in his 80s, will Master George's face remain as young as it is now? The manager invited Master Terry to come into the hall and sit down for lunch. Terry sat down at the table and asked where his grandmother was, and the manager replied that she was reading, so he would have lunch alone. The guy did not mind this turn of events and grabbed the cutlery with both hands. He went through all the dishes on the table and pinched off a small piece of each. Suddenly, the guy picked up one plate of food and said that this particular dish was very tasty for him, and he liked it. He jumped up and ran out of the room, saying that he would finish it at home. The manager shouted at his back what to do with the rest of the food, to which the boy replied that they could eat the rest themselves. The steward was unhappy. Even if this bastard does not follow the rules, he still looks like a master. The maid standing next to me said that servants can only eat what the master leaves. The young master tastes a piece of every dish. It's arrogant. The manager supported her in this. He did not understand why the hostess liked this guy. They decided to share the food with others. Terry didn't walk. He just flew on the way to his pavilion, and a confused Simone asked what was going on. Without slowing down, the guy laconically answered the embarrassed girl that he had been poisoned. Simone could not believe her ears. She started asking questions, stuttering. The guy said that someone had poisoned this particular dish, and he always tasted all the dishes before letting his grandmother and servants touch the food. Terry opened one of the dresser drawers and took out a paper envelope containing the antidote, opened it, and poured the contents into his mouth. A moment later, he threw up on the floor, and the girl was caringly by his side. Simone started crying and saying that the guy had to get better. She wouldn't survive if something happened to him. But Terry said that there was not much poison in his system and that he would be fine. This poison was called cat's button and was often used by spies from the Board of Supervisors. Maokuzi is a fruit from the southern islands and is very difficult to detect, which is why spies use it for assassinations that need to be hidden. After the poison enters the stomach, convulsions and death occur, and it is almost impossible to determine the cause of death in such cases. The poison itself has a faint flavor, the only drawback being a slightly bitter tinge, which is why the killer mixed it with bamboo shoots. But the strange thing was that the dose was not fatal. The only thing it could cause was diarrhea. The guy turned to Simone and asked her if she knew where they got these bamboo shoots. She replied that her nephew Gary had brought them to the kitchen this morning. Gary himself was ill, so his nephew was delivering the groceries today. Terry wondered. As far as he knew, Gary was single. Where did he get a nephew from? And the nephew must be the killer. He poisoned him, but did not kill him. And it confused the guy. He did not understand what the attacker was up to. Deciding that he couldn't wait another minute, the guy left his pavilion and Simone ran after him. The girl asked if Terry was feeling better or if she should call an additional doctor. The guy assured her that he was fine and just needed to go away for a while on business, but she wanted to go with him. Terry didn't like the idea, saying that where he was going could be dangerous, so Simone should stay home. If he can't deal with this problem himself, he just needs to go and ask the killer in person. Terry ran up to the food supplier's house and hid in case some bad guys ambushed him. The guy cautiously looked around the corner and saw something he did not expect. Gary's supplier was tied to one of the pillars of his house with a rope, but at least he was alive. Terry realized that the killer must have wanted to get rid of him, so he decided to rescue the man and ask him about everything. He ran up to Gary and started unwinding him, asking who had done this to him, but the man was only coughing from dehydration. Suddenly, he looked somewhere behind the boy's back and, pointing at the object, shouted at Terry, warning him. Terry was very grateful to the man for his concern, but he himself felt that the attacker behind him had moved to active action. The guy was very well trained, so he quickly pulled his sword out of the scabbard. The stranger's blow was deflected with jewelry precision, and the effect of surprise for the killer was lost. All that could be understood at first glance was that the killer was a man, but he hid his face under a hood. The attacker was very eager to get to Terry and take his life. He struck after strike. The guy managed to restrain this onslaught, especially since he had a hostage next to him who also needed to be protected. When there was a pause between the next strokes, Terry asked if the poisoning was the work of a stranger. The killer, instead of answering, silently took off his hood. He was a young man with black hair and a defiant look. His name was Jackson. He didn't think Terry deserved to know the answer to his question. Instead, Jackson just attacked. But his plans were disrupted by Terry's imperious shout, demanding that he stop. And in front of Jackson's astonished eyes, he turned to Gary and asked him to move away and stand there. When the hostage situation was settled, Terry said he could now teach the killer a good lesson. Jackson showed with his whole appearance that he was not satisfied with his opponent's behavior. Terry was too soft and sentimental. The attacker fired 4 daggers at the boy, which he was holding in his left hand. This, of course, restrained Terry, but did not even wound him, as he was well versed in sword techniques to repel such attacks. Having dealt with Jackson's blades, Terry rushed at the enemy and had to dodge urgently. Jumping away from the annoying Terry, Jackson threw another batch of blades in his direction. And now it was time for Terry to retreat. He couldn't understand how this killer had so many daggers. Jackson no longer paused between throws, but launched one game after another toward the opponent. At this point, Terry was completely confused. He began to doubt that this killer was even human. The guy had to sweat a lot to repel so many weapons that were flying at him. They fought fiercely with each other, not paying attention to the fact that they were already under close surveillance. Master George kept his eyes on the progress of the fight. He had no doubts about his student, but he was on guard just in case. The guys were already fighting with swords, and at that moment, Jackson took the initiative. The sword in the killer's hands flew around Terry as if he were a hornet trying to sting. Jackson rushed at the boy, but he jumped into the air, avoiding a crossblade strike. The next moment, Terry was already behind the killer's back and decided not to waste this opportunity by rushing at him from behind. Jackson quickly realized his opponent's plan and turned to repel the move. The two guys flew past each other, and it was very difficult for observers to understand whether they had struck. But a moment later, both Terry and Jackson fell to their knees, dropping their weapons. Terry held his hand to the cut on his shoulder and asked Jackson if he had put poison on the dagger. Jackson turned toward the boy and, showing him one of his daggers, said that he had lost. He got to his feet and turned to his opponent, saying that he did not expect such strength from a young boy and was very sorry. The poison that was mixed into the food deprives people of the ability to move, but the poison on this dagger should definitely kill the guy. As Jackson approached Terry a little more, he said that there was nothing to be done about it. Murderers are all cruel. It's just the way things are. But his attempts to soften the situation for Terry were stopped by the laughter of the boy, who continued to stand on one knee. Terry told the shocked Jackson that thieves die because they talk too much. At the same moment, Jackson's poisoned dagger fell to the ground. The attacker felt some changes in his body. Jackson himself followed his weapon to the ground, shouting to Terry if his sword was also poisoned. Terry got to his feet and looked at his opponent. He said that he had been poisoned since childhood and would not be taken so easily. He picked up his sword and put it to Jackson's neck, demanding that he confess who the target was. Jackson, the fourth member of the Nanjing Council, received a secret order to go to Danzhou to kill Terry, has the power of 7 objects. Terry decided to rephrase and asked why. If Jackson wanted to poison them, he added a non-lethal dose of poison. This time, Jackson said that he wanted to kill only him and did not want to involve others. Terry was surprised by such mercy. It was not typical for murderers, and he asked Jackson who sent him. Jackson exclaimed that it was a secret order from the inspectorate. Everyone had been informed that the traitor had to be killed. Terry was shocked by this turn, as he could be considered a traitor. But Jackson replied that if he died, someone else would certainly take his place. The guy insisted that no one could save the person being hunted by the inspection. He may still be breathing, but he's actually dead. Terry showed the boy the sign Richard had given him as a farewell. The boy said that a member of the 3rd department of the Inspection Institute, Master Richard, was his teacher. It was as if someone had hit Jackson over the head with that sign. He couldn't believe what this guy was saying. Terry said that he was 16, lost his mother as a child, an illegitimate child, never met his father, and lived in Danzhou all his life. The guy leaned closer to Jackson's face and asked if, with his life experience, he could deserve the status of a traitor. After some thought, Jackson replied that everything Terry had told him made sense. Realizing that his opponent was already leaning toward his side, Terry decided to ask what had happened to their office. Jackson said that after hearing the boy's story, he realized that someone had given them a false order to take out Terry. Terry stood up and walked past the hired killer without saying another word. Surprised, Jackson asked him why he didn't want to kill him, but just left him like that. The guy replied that the whole situation was just a misunderstanding and that it would be unreasonable to kill the enemy for this reason. Jackson shouted that if he failed, other mercenaries would show up to silence him, but Terry said that this one was not his concern. But still, in the end, I decided to ask one more question. How the killer managed to impersonate Gary's nephew by appearing on their doorstep only once. He was sure that someone had definitely helped Jackson with the documents for this case. Jackson really didn't want to give up his contacts, but after thinking about it for a while, he said that the person was the manager. Sometime later, the bound manager was kneeling in the middle of the room, shouting that the killers would have taken Terry out and the others would have been unharmed. My grandmother was sitting opposite the manager. Terry himself was standing next to her, but this did not stop the scoundrel. He shouted that he had done it for the sake of their family. My grandmother broke her silence and asked if she had heard wrong. She wanted to hear the perpetrator's explanation in more detail. He decided not to waste the opportunity and said that he had been sent by his second mistress to look after Terry. If this young man gets to the capital, he will definitely start a lawsuit over the family property, which is why they wanted to ban him from appearing there forever. My grandmother got to her feet. She found such explanations quite logical. For the sake of family stability, soft-heartedness must be rejected. Stunned by her words, Terry shouted at her to see if she agreed with the manager's words. She turned toward her grandson and said that he should remember that you have to learn to be ruthless with a window. The grandson froze in his tracks, and the grandmother called the guards, who entered the room a moment later. At that moment, both Terry and the manager were sure that the grandmother had called the guards for her grandson. But the criminal's hopes were not realized, and his grandmother ordered to break his legs and put him in a boat so that he could not set foot on land until his last breath. When the guards grabbed the manager, he screamed in frantic terror and begged for mercy. Finally, he said that she herself had once said that she couldn't stand this guy. So was all this talk on her part a lie? But the woman no longer paid attention to the annoying servant. She turned to her grandson and asked him what he was thinking about. The boy replied that his second mistress sent him gifts for the holidays, and he was very pleased. The grandmother replied that she would write to Terry's father to ask him to check, but they still didn't know if the manager's words were true. But the boy told his grandmother not to make any effort. He was going to find out everything himself. The woman turned to the boy in surprise and asked if he had decided to go to the capital. The day before, they had decided together that the boy would stay in Danzo. But Terry was determined. He said he was all grown up and had never seen anything in the world. If there was a first murderer, the second one will certainly come, and instead of hiding, he can go to the capital himself. The grandmother asked if he had really made a decision, and the boy replied that he would return when everything was settled. The woman replied that, in any case, there were problems that needed to be solved and asked when the boyfriend was leaving. Terry answered sadly, with a bowed head, that he was going to leave tomorrow. My grandmother said that she would not come to see him off. She was already old and did not like to say goodbye. Terry and Jackson were relaxing by the lake in the Danzo grounds, looking at the ripples on the water caused by a light breeze. Jackson suddenly asked Terry if he could do him a favor. His cherished wish in his last days was to pass away, and he wanted Terry to help him do so. Terry even got up from the ground and asked again to make sure he heard what he had heard. Terry realized that he meant help in concealing his identity, and the guy replied that he hadn't betrayed anyone, but that he had to do one thing. Terry couldn't understand why he should help Jackson since he wasn't getting anything in return. Jackson asked if the boy wanted to know what tricks the second landlady used to deceive the inspection institute. The guy asked Jackson to be clearer, and he explained that this would speed up Terry's investigation. The guy thought about the words of his killer friend for a while and agreed that his proposal made sense. The young master Terry expressed hope that their cooperation would be surprisingly fruitful. Sometime later, the boy was sitting in Uncle George's store and saying that he was going to the capital. He asked if there were any things George wanted to do, or people he cared about, or any plans for his future life. George, who was sitting next to him and knitting a broom, asked the boy if he no longer needed his help. The boy replied that he always needed his uncle and that he had no one more important than George. Tomorrow he is going to the capital to see the person who wants him dead to find out what happened to his mother, which is a good option because he has always wanted to do that. Last time, George said he would go to the capital with him, but he hoped that he would do what he liked and start living for himself. George listened to this annoying kid in silence, not knowing what to say, and the guy didn't expect an answer from him and left, saying goodbye. But even as the door slammed shut behind Terry, George continued to sit there, thinking about what he had just heard. He began to say out loud everything the boy had told him, trying to understand what it meant to live for oneself. Meanwhile, the guy was already in his room packing his things, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Terry stopped and turned to face the door, certain that he was no longer alone in the room. And he was right. Uncle George was standing on the doorstep of his room, saying that he had finally found what he wanted to do. He held a closed, long box in his hands, which he brought closer to Terry for him to examine. Putting the box on the table, George said that the owner had left it and he would like to open it. The guy told him the same thing his mother used to say, that she wanted George to find something he enjoyed doing. The boy leaned over the box, looking at it, but no matter how hard he looked, he did not understand what he needed to do to open it. George replied that he needed a key, but he didn't have one. The guy asked why they couldn't just break the lock and open the box without a key. At the same moment, Master George drew his sword and struck a series of blows at Terry's mother's casket. It should have been shattered by so many blows, but it remained unharmed, which was not the case with the table on which it was lying. The boy grabbed his head in surprise, wondering what it was made of and how his mother got it. He asked his uncle where the key to it could be, and he said that it must be in the capital, and that is why George decided to go with Terry. The guy announced with determination and joy that he would not be alone, and that, in that case, they would leave tomorrow. George said that he would go to the capital first and meet the boy there, and let the box lie here for the time being. Terry looked at the box and wondered what it was made of, and what kind of thing, if anything, needed such protection. The guards in red clothes were already on horseback, each holding a red flag. The boy walked through the galleries of the estate, accompanied by the maid Simone, to the exit. His grandmother, as promised, did not come to see him off. The boy had become a full-grown man and now had to leave Danzo. But the young man decided not to do as his mistress asked. He wanted to say goodbye to his grandmother. The woman turned in Terry's direction and said she was not going to see him off. But the boy didn't care about the grandmother's ostentatious indifference. He went up and kissed her on the forehead. The woman stammered and asked what Terry was going to do this time. The boyfriend told her to take care of herself, that he would come back to take her to his place when everything was settled. As he said goodbye, the boy knelt down in front of the elderly woman and bowed to her with respect for the earth itself. A few minutes later, Terry came out with his mother's casket in his hands and ordered the red-clad guards to get on their way. Simone looked anxiously after the departing detachment of guards and the palanquin carrying her young master. With tears in her eyes, she shouted after Terry that he must take care of himself. The boy heard the girl scream and looked out the window of his tunic, waving goodbye to her. Jackson, who was sitting next to him, asked why Terry didn't take the maid with him. Why the sacrifice? But the guy said he didn't know anything about the capital and didn't want to put Simone in danger. When the time comes, he will certainly take all his loved ones to himself. Dusk descended on the forest through which they were traveling, and Terry decided to make a stop. The servants who were traveling with him immediately made a fire and began to prepare dinner for everyone. When the brew was ready, Terry was served a plate first, and he turned to Jackson with an order to serve the food, because he was now his servant. Some time later, when Jackson had completed his task, he was standing next to Terry again, enjoying dinner. He asked the boy if he knew why his father needed to call him to the capital. The guy replied that it was obvious, because Terry needed to prepare for his future role. The guy didn't like the answer and said that he and Jackson were here together and there was no need to hide anything from each other. Jackson laughed at this answer and noted that the young gentleman was quite the joker. But Terry tempered his enthusiasm, noting that sometimes he was not in the mood for jokes. Jackson said that, as far as he knows, Terry is being prepared for the wedding right now. The 4th Department of the Prosecutor's Office was responsible for spying and inspections, and the 6th Department for murder. The guy was a member of both and knew there could be no mistake. The prosecutor's office acted quickly and decisively. If they decided to do something, the victim was dead. If it was the 6th Department, George would solve everything quickly. Terry finished his soup and asked if Jackson knew who was being proposed as a bride. The guy replied that the candidate was the daughter of the Prime Minister of the current dynasty. Terry even forgot about his soup. The Prime Minister wanted to get in touch with him, his illegitimate son. Jackson said that Miss Candy's family has a good reputation in the capital, and the girl recently fell seriously ill, which is why they are in a hurry. Terry breathed a sigh of relief. That's really what it was all about. He's something of a lucky mascot. Jackson was surprised by this reaction. The guy replied that there was no use in being angry with the other person. He sympathized with the girl, who had to get married because of her poor health. Jackson silently looked at the boy with his arms folded across his chest, and Terry asked him what he was unhappy about. First of all, Terry's departure to the capital did not mean that he would attend the wedding, which is why he has such a negative attitude towards this news. Second, if Terry does agree to the wedding, it will be because he likes the other party. Third, even if this girl is bedridden, he sees nothing wrong with that. The fourth was that he was not only well versed in poisons, but was also an excellent doctor. Jackson was skeptical. The girl's illness could not be treated by imperial doctors, and Terry did not like the boy's reaction. In any case, they just have to wait for the guy to wonder if the girl is pretty, or maybe she's a loli. After 2 months on the road, the red-clad guards and the boy's trench coat finally reached their destination. The cab driver turned to Terry, informing him that the capital was already ahead. The guy opened the curtains of his palanquin, looking outside. He had never seen the capital of this country. Rich palaces, illuminated by many lanterns, slowly floated before his eyes. Beautiful women in exquisite kimonos strolled the beautiful streets. Jackson, who was sitting next to him, was interested in the young Master Terry's reaction and asked what was wrong. The guy replied that this place was completely different from what he had expected to see, and Jackson agreed that the capital was not Danzo. Terry, looking around with joy, said that this world was quite interesting. Meanwhile, in one of the palaces, the hired killer reported that the mission to eliminate the boy had failed and that he was heading to the capital. The woman, who sat silently on the throne, made the man sink even lower to the floor with her posture. Next to her, at her feet, was a blade sprinkled with blood, and she replied that this was also good. The situation was gaining momentum, and they were becoming more and more interesting. The woman was playing with a drop of blood that was flowing from her finger. In the morning, Terry was already climbing the stairs to his father's palace, amazed at the scale of the buildings around him. One of the maids said that the master was not yet at home, but before leaving the estate, he ordered a good welcome for the young lord. It was a surprise to him that his father, whom he had never met, was so interested in him. The maid took the boy to his pavilion along winding paths and bridges, past beautiful lakes with lilies. The guy was amazed. His father had such a large residence in the capital, where there is a war for every inch. It seems he was an unusual person. Everyone Terry met along the way passed him in silence, heads down. He believed that everyone around him was avoiding him on purpose because of his illegitimate status, but he didn't care. The girl finally brought him to the apartment allocated by his father and said that the second landlady asked him to come to her when he was settled. Another maid was waiting for him in the pavilion, and she bowed her head and said that they were expecting him. The boy put his mother's chest on the floor near the entrance. He was too tired to carry it for so long. Sitting down on a chair, Terry took the towel offered by the maid and wiped his face with it, thanking the girl who was looking at the sight in embarrassment. The maid silently left, and another girl who appeared on the doorstep of the room asked the young gentleman to follow her. The guy thought that the capital was not Danzhou. His friendliness and politeness with the servants looked out of place here. The maid brought him to one of the pavilions and asked him to wait on the doorstep until the owner returned. The guy was alone. He thought that the woman probably hadn't come yet, so the maid was not sure whether he could be allowed inside. Terry realized that in such a situation he could only wait and propped up one of the pillars near the incense sticks with his back. He noticed that everyone around him was burning incense, and did they hope to avoid the smell of an illegitimate son in their home? The boy decided to be even more impudent after coming to this conclusion, which immediately impressed all the maids around him. The girls watched as the boy brought a chair from somewhere and sat down at the entrance to the second owner's pavilion. Now, after all these manipulations, Terry felt quite comfortable in the environment. The maids whispered that the younger generation should stand meekly until the elders arrived, which is where the boy got so much pathos and impudence. Their gossiping was interrupted by a statuesque woman who silently approached them from behind. It was the second mistress, Jessica, the owner of the estate, who was in charge of all internal affairs. Jessica quietly approached Terry, saying that he was very tired on the road and that's why he decided to sit down, waiting for her to arrive. Tired of waiting for a long time, the boy immediately smiled when he saw his aunt and politely greeted her. The woman received him in her chambers and in her first question asked how his grandmother was doing. The guy said that a few days ago they had been visited by a killer, but fortunately, they managed to avoid danger and everything else was fine. The woman noticed that Terry specifically clings to the word aunt and does not call her a second woman. He shows that there is a big difference between these words. She suggested that next time we go straight inside her house to avoid gossip about her poor upbringing on the estate. He agreed with his aunt, thinking that she couldn't stand people. He was a reminder of the connection on her husband's side. Jessica said that the boy's father worked in the economic department and asked if the boy had come to take the exam or to join the service right away. The boy said he would do as his father told him and asked when he would return, and Jessica said it would be soon. In order to disguise the pause in the conversation that arose between them, the woman told the boy to drink tea. Suddenly, Terry was distracted by the sound of footsteps and conversation outside Jessica's pavilion, someone clearly in a hurry to get there. A moment later, a young girl in a yellow dress appeared on the doorstep, unable to contain her emotions, and joyfully shouted greetings to her brother. Sarah, the daughter of the Minister of Home Affairs, Terry's younger sister, the most talented girl in the capital, loves to read and idolizes Terry. Jessica, the concubine of the owner of the estate, the mother of Sarah, the estate manager, did not want Terry to come to the capital. Sarah came closer to Terry and congratulated him on his arrival, and he stood up from his chair and told her that there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Their friendly conversation was interrupted by another guest who stood at the doorway, calling out to the boy and girl. It was a boy, younger than Terry, who asked if the boy was the one they were waiting for. Terry asked Sarah who this guy was, and the girl was about to answer the question when the newcomer interrupted her again. He decided to introduce himself and announced that his name was Kevin and he was a young gentleman of the Fan family. And, pointing a finger at Terry, Kevin shouted whether the boy was really the illegitimate child. Terry looked back at the chair where Jessica had recently sat, but she had left, the woman deciding to use her son's youth to embarrass him. Kevin ran around Terry while the latter remained thoughtfully silent, condemning the guy for being too thin, definitely bastardized. The boy realized that he had to immediately start educating Kevin so that he would not get his family into trouble with his tongue in the future. But he did not have time to answer Kevin, because Sarah ordered him to turn to her and give her his hands. Terry and Kevin turned toward the girl, one with curiosity and the other with fear. Sarah was holding a short ruler and demanded that the boy fulfill her order immediately. Kevin, his head down, obediently walked up to the girl and stretched out his hands in front of him. A second later, Sarah slapped the boy's palms with a ruler. The boy broke out in a cold sweat, trembled all over and asked why his sister was punishing him. But the girl ignored Kevin's remarks and slapped his palms again. Sarah replied that Kevin could not call his brother by his first name and should remember his family status and not say such nonsense anymore. In addition, he must remember that punishment for such disrespect for his brother is a natural thing. And peeking out from behind Kevin's shoulder, she asked Terry if she had explained everything correctly, and the guy thought it was better to agree with her. Kevin, realizing that he would not receive support from anyone present, completely broke down and began to cry and called for his mother. The girl watched her brother run out of the room and said that he does this every time, always running to his mother in tears. Terry asked Sarah why Kevin was behaving like this, and he doubted that he was in his right mind. The girl replied that this boy was just a stupid pig, unable to think for himself. Sitting down in their chairs, the siblings relaxed a bit, and Terry asked why Sarah had hit Kevin on the arm with the ruler. The girl said that their father allowed her to discipline the boy, and she invented this method. Terry said thoughtfully that it was very different from what he had imagined, and Sarah thought he was talking about the patriarchal system. But the guy was referring rather to things that happened in the family circle. Sarah was upset that she wasn't strong enough, but Terry replied that her strength depended on the attitude of one particular person. The girl sadly replied that Terry shouldn't forget either. This particular person was their father. After the words were spoken, there was a pause in the room, and when it passed, both of them started laughing. The girl said that they hadn't talked in person for a long time. She was sad, and Terry replied that he was no longer worried about her because he saw that she was doing well. Sarah said that thanks to his advice, the mood within the family did become calmer. The guy did not even think that the story from his past life would be repeated in this world. Terry said that even though he had lived in Danzo all his life, he still knew about Jessica's status as a hostess and was polite to her. He asked Sarah if she had received his letter, and she said yes, she had received it last night. She was very frightened by the man who delivered the letter. This man in black inspired great fear. The guy asked her if she knew the reason why he was summoned to the capital. Sarah answered in the affirmative and said that not only she but everyone around her knew the reason. Terry could not have imagined hearing such a thing. He thought his father had secretly brought him to the capital. But Sarah said that all the children of aristocrats are very curious about what business brought the illegitimate child of the Fan family to the capital. Terry asked why everyone was so interested in him, since no one in the capital knew him at all. Sarah said that it was because of the girl his father had chosen for him, who was very famous. And it's not just that she's the daughter of the Prime Minister, her sister assured me. Sarah decided to emphasize that she had to correct Terry's knowledge of the bride, who was the illegitimate daughter of the Prime Minister. Kevin is the son of Terry and Jessica's father, a young money lover, arrogant and of little intelligence. For 10 years, the capital has proudly worn its title of prosperous city. It has been a tiny, independent, prosperous world. But in this luxurious world lived the most corrupt officials in the history of existence. The head of the government was Prime Minister Robert, who came from a poor family. He works cunningly and fiercely, but he pretends to be an angel, does not keep his promises. Terry was surprised that such a person as Sarah described still had an illegitimate daughter. Why would he frame himself? The girl replied that the news about the Prime Minister's illegitimate daughter had its origins in the palace. The boy was surprised to ask if the Emperor himself had started spreading these rumors. Sarah replied that aristocrats had gossiped about this before, so he was, in fact, simply forced to admit the existence of his daughter. In the end, the Emperor intervened on behalf of the Prime Minister, and the situation became even more confusing. Sarah noticed that the boy's reaction was quite unexpected. He did not react to the fact that he was going to marry his illegitimate daughter. The guy replied that there was a reaction, and he couldn't wait to ask this person what his intentions were in choosing such a bride for him. After a short pause that followed these words, the girl said that she welcomed the boy home. Terry decided to say goodbye and said that he wanted to take a walk around the city together and remember the good old days, and Sarah said yes to the proposal. A handsome man, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, walked through the galleries of the estate. It was Terry's father, Eric. Suddenly, across from him, the thoughtful man saw a guy staring at him in silence. At the same moment, one of the guards ran up to Eric and told him that he was now seeing the young master Terry. After these words, Eric's face did not change in any way, as if the boy did not exist at all. Walking a little past Terry, the father briefly told the boy to follow him. A few minutes later, they were in Mr. Eric's office, sitting at his desk, with the boy standing across from him. Holding the book in his hands and not looking up at the boy, the father said that Terry was very much like his mother. Terry was very pleased that his father thought so much of him, considering that he knew nothing about his mother. Mr. Eric asked him how he had lived in Danzo all these years. Terry replied with a slight smile on his face that, apart from the hired killer, nothing interesting had happened to him over the years. The father asked the boy if he knew the reason why he had summoned him to the capital, and the boy answered in the affirmative. Mr. Eric asked if Terry resented him for this decision. The boy didn't quite understand what his father was worried about now, but he said he wasn't offended. He said that when he was taken to the capital, he was not warned at all that he was to marry the Prime Minister's daughter. His father put the book on the table and clenched his hand into a fist, and he pointed out tensely that the boy already knew about the upcoming marriage. Terry replied that it appears that the Fan family decided to gain more influence through this marriage. After a short silence, Mr. Eric picked up his book again and said that it was good that Terry was angry. He said that he had received news from Danzo and thought that the guy was a person who did not show emotions at all. He advised him to give free rein to his emotions because otherwise he could wither away, but he replied that he had to say something first. He looked into his father's eyes and said that he was not a man to be despised. The father clutched the book with force, saying that he did not mean to disrespect the boy, but that this marriage was necessary and was not negotiable. Terry was not the fearful type. Uncle George's upbringing had paid off. He insisted that his father could try and see how he would react. There was a long silence between the father and son, neither of them willing to compromise their principles. Eric asked why the guy didn't understand that Flavia is very gentle and attentive, intelligent and sensible, and marriage would stabilize their situation. Terry didn't want to say anything contrary until he heard his father's opinion from start to finish, so he could understand which side he was on. Terry decided to change his anger to mercy and asked Mr. Eric why he should marry this girl. The father decided not to hide anything anymore and said that Flower's mother was the princess's younger sister. The princess never married. She secretly managed the affairs of the palace, and it was she who organized the flow of money to the palace and the capital. And now the guy has to understand why he has to marry the Prime Minister's daughter. Terry was shocked to hear that the Prime Minister was having an affair with a princess. No wonder he had risen so quickly in the ranks without money or connections. The princess had one and only one heir, and the one who marries Flavia will eventually become the head of the imperial family. Terry asked whether the company, which is now under the princess's management, had not previously been owned by the Yi family. The father answered in the affirmative. He began to see understanding in the boy's eyes and was surprised by his awareness. Mr. Eric said that the company was originally owned by Terry's mother. The boy realized that his father had arranged everything to take what was already Terry's. The boy felt a great respect for his father. He bowed and said that he admired his foresight, but he doubted whether this marriage could really return his mother's family business to him. Eric replied that there would be complications, but he shouldn't forget that his father was in charge of the business department, not finance. However, the Prime Minister had doubts about this marriage, and the boy had to prove himself in the capital. Terry did not understand why he had doubts. The father replied that their family was one of the most respected in the capital, and Robert was just a civil servant. He was worried that this marriage would arouse suspicion. And then the guy realized that nothing had been decided yet. It was all a unilateral decision of their family. The father emphasized that the boy should remember, no one should know about today's conversation. Otherwise, these people will not live. The guy was already leaving the room and said as he went that he understood all this and would be very careful. Turning around on the threshold, he told his father with a smile that he was someone who was not afraid of death. After today's conversation, it seemed to the boy that his father still had warm feelings for him. It seems that the reason he was sent away was that his mother's killer was still in the capital, and we'll have to find out more about that later. But does a guy really want to marry a sick girl? Or would it not be tantamount to lying to her? Terry was tossing and turning on the bed from all these thoughts, and he came to the conclusion that he was not like that. He just felt sorry for Flower. Turning to the side, the boy saw his mother's box next to his bed. He also mentioned this problem. He still did not have a key to it. In the end, Terry decided that he didn't care. That amount of information almost blew his mind, and he needed to go to bed. The moon illuminated the balcony of the mansion, where Mr. Eric stood and looked at the lights of the capital. He was talking to Terry's mother in his mind, telling her that their son had become very mature and smart beyond his years. Nicholas was against Terry's arrival in the capital, but one person guaranteed that the Yi family's property would be returned to her son. The next morning, Palankin was taking her siblings for a walk around the city. Kevin watched with a frown as Sarah encouraged Terry to eat what was in her hand. The boy was persuaded by his sister, but after swallowing the delicacy, he immediately screamed that it was too sour. Kevin did not recognize his sister at all. This Terry was a man with some extraordinary abilities. The boy turned to his brother and said that he should know that he had taken him with him only for the sake of his sister. Terry thought that it was Kevin who had followed them, and he told the guy, who was incredibly angry. He shouted in Terry's face that he was the young master of the Fan family and the boy should respect him. After these words, a great noise arose in the palanquin, which was heard by everyone she passed. A little later, the aroma of freshly cooked food penetrated the palanquin with the boys and the girl. Kevin, forgetting about the quarrels, immediately leaned out of the window, saying that the smell of the food was delicious and that he had to go in. The carriage driver immediately stopped and said that they were near the inn and that the gentleman could come down and have a bite to eat. Kevin didn't need to be told again. He grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her toward the inn. Terry was in no hurry. He felt that someone was standing behind him, waiting for him to turn around. It was an elderly woman who asked if the boy needed a banned book. Terry went on a book shopping spree that included this plan, not immediately realizing what exactly it offered. He started asking what kind of books the woman was selling: Japan, Korea, or Europe and the United States. Leaning closer to Terry, the woman said that it was the most popular novel in the capital, and the guy was lucky to find it. Surprised, Terry took the book from the woman's hands and looked at the cover. It was a novel that the guy was rewriting by himself, and the woman said that this was only a part and that the most interesting part was yet to come. The guy didn't stay around her any longer and paid the seller for the novel. He walked to the inn, hiding a book behind his back, and the woman was pleased with another customer. Terry searched for his brother and sister in the restaurant of the inn. The guy and the girl had already ordered, and Sarah asked the guy where he had been for so long. Kevin answered for him. He saw Terry buy a book from some old woman. He advised him not to do it again to avoid being judged. But Sarah didn't even look at the boy. She stared at the silent Terry, asking him what book he had bought. The boy took out a book and asked if she remembered A Dream in the Red Tower, which he had told her about, and she answered in the affirmative. The girl took the book offered by her brother and began to read, silently turning the pages. Quickly closing the book after a while, Sarah said she was seeing it for the first time. Terry stood up from his chair and, taking Sarah by the shoulders, said that everything was fine and he did not blame her for anything. He knew that the girl would not be able to resist sharing the book she liked with her friends, but he did not think it would be sold. Sarah suggested that this could be the result of the princess's own handiwork. Once she came to talk to me and accidentally saw the book, the princess made a copy and took it with her. The guy realized that the book was first distributed among the nobility and then it got to the market. He really underestimated the power of piracy. Kevin interrupted the conversation between the boy and the girl and asked if Terry had written the book, to which the boy replied that Kevin did not need this information. But the guy didn't lag behind. He asked again if A Dream in the Red Keep was Terry's work. Terry asked Kevin if he had read it, and he replied that he had skimmed it with one eye and found it very boring. Kevin decided to come clean and said that he had indeed read the book and praised the author for his unusual poetic style and skill. Terry asked with a smile if this didn't mean that Kevin was starting to admire him now. The boy replied that, of course, because his brother could make a lot of money by writing just a couple of words, his respect increased. Terry realized that Kevin had grown to respect him more, not because of his book, but because of the money he could potentially make. Kevin claimed that this manuscript is sold in huge quantities on the market, with at least 8 taels of silver for one copy. The guy shouted that only Terry could write such masterpieces and that if he ever wanted to make money, he knew who to turn to. Terry realized that he and Kevin had a conflict of interest, even though he knew nothing about it, but he could not see him as a potential enemy. They are brothers by blood, and many potential tragedies can be avoided if relations between them are friendly. Looking at his brother, who was already counting his monthly income from book sales on both hands, he thought about letting him do it. Terry asked Kevin why he was following him, if he shouldn't be doing something right now. The boy replied that his mother had allowed him to, saying that he needed to spend more time with his brother, and Terry realized that Kevin was pretending. He was probably ready to do anything for money, and Terry finally told him that they could cooperate, and Kevin's joy was overwhelming. After the guys had taken care of all their business matters, they finally started eating, while Sarah read a book. The girl couldn't tear herself away. She said the book was so good, but these speculators had deliberately spoiled some fragments. Terry replied that it was a marketing ploy, not to be taken personally. It was logical that people would buy the book after reading the first fragment. He asked if Sarah was angry that the fragment that was placed on the first page changed the original message of the book and received an affirmative answer. Sarah replied that such an excellent text was being sold as some kind of junk, and she really felt very angry. But Terry said that those people are forced to do so in order to increase sales. Besides, if the guy himself is in charge of this business, he will be much more brazen than these hucksters. Terry said that there are 10 chapters in one volume, so he will write 10 chapters and make a title page. His task is to make the reader's interest grow with each chapter and make him want to buy the book and finish it at home. He will divide the book into several chapters, like a Western outbuilding, add jokes and songs, and use the yancha as an introductory fragment in red ink. At first glance, it looks like a collection of random words, but he is confident that they will encourage customers to continue reading. Sarah was embarrassed. As it turns out, her brother was prone to doing such indecencies. Kevin, on the other hand, was delighted with everything Terry said, shouting that his mother was right. The boy was really capable. Terry realized how foolish his brother was. Mrs. Jessica's intentions were quite clear to him. She wanted Kevin to follow him. The brothers and sister were not the only visitors in the hall. At the next table, one of the men asked where they were from. 3 young men were having lunch at an inn table, and one of them was discussing how Terry's words were vulgar and how Kevin was talking about talent. Kevin heard the critic's words and shouted that he did not dare to treat him so rudely. He was the son of the Fan family, and he demanded that the young man identify himself. Terry thought that the people sitting there were probably high-ranking. Let them say what they wanted. There was no point in responding by shouting. But there was no stopping Kevin. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted for the person who said that to come over. He would beat him up. Terry tried to calm his hot-tempered brother down, but Sarah, who was sitting silently next to him drinking tea, quietly told him to do what he wanted. She looked at Terry and told him to give the boy a chance to assert himself and prove himself, that if they were here, nothing terrible would happen. They watched as Kevin walked up to the table of 3 young men and turned to the one in the center and asked him if he had said something so stupid. He didn't keep quiet and asked what if it was him, and Kevin replied that his brother's book was a real masterpiece and that the guy was lying if he said otherwise. At this point, Sarah and Terry laughed in unison. The girl said that Kevin was praising Terry, and he confirmed that he had heard it too. Enraged, Kevin pushed off the ground and flew in the direction of the young man, shouting that he did not dare to say such things about his brother. The confused young man did not expect such a reaction, and at the last moment managed to duck to the side, avoiding the blow. Kevin flew across the table and landed on the floor next to the impudent young man. The guy started screaming that he was being attacked in broad daylight. Kevin probably doesn't know what the law is. These shouts made the guy even more angry. He got to his feet and, shouting that he was the law, took another swing at the loud stranger. This time, Kevin's blow was decisively stopped by the hand of a guard standing next to the young man. The guard of the young men was twice as big as Kevin, and the guy screamed in pain. The guard asked who dared to raise his hand to his master. The young man scowled at the guard to let the child go and not spoil his reputation. A moment later, the guard threw Kevin across the room toward his brother and sister. Kevin was flying and screaming in the air, expecting the end to come. It would be very painful to fall. But Terry could not allow such treatment of a member of his family. He picked up the boy on the fly. To stop this rapid flight, he had to spin Kevin around several times. After stopping his brother's fall, he said that he was young, but the young men hurt his feelings and it was too much for them. The 3 strangers started talking to each other, saying that the girl next to these 2 looked very familiar. Could it be that it was Miss Sarah, the most talented girl in the capital, and this guy with them must be a young gentleman of the Fan family? The impudent bully asked with a smile whose son had the audacity to oppose him. Suddenly, it occurred to him that this was most likely the child of the same woman. While Sarah was dealing with Kevin, Terry decided to find out who these people were, and he politely asked them about it. One of them, pointing to the arrogant man, said that he was the only son of the Minister of Rights, Gerard, who serves in the palace. So how could the boy not know him? Gerard said that he was offended that a member of the Fan family decided to use his power to oppress others. But Terry only laughed at this. He said that scientists like the young man were inferior in their talents, but they had no ambitions. They are so-called talents, and instead of studying hard, they disappear in places like this, which is about ambition and humility. Gerard was very outraged by these words and shouted at Terry not to think that his family's influence would help him after such statements. The guy calmly replied that everyone sitting at this table was close to the court, not afraid of the authorities, respecting themselves and defending their opinions. Approaching Gerard, he touched his fan, saying that he was already thin. Wasn't he afraid that he would be blown away by the wind of his own fan? The young man was not expecting such a spat from the guy and was very outraged. He shouted at the guard to stop standing and beat Terry. A second later, Gerard's bodyguard rushed to attack, swinging his big fist at the guy. But the burly man's punch missed the boy, who managed to duck to the side. The man was not at a loss and was already swinging at Terry with his other hand, hoping to hit the target this time. His shot was stopped by the guy's hand, which knocked the guard's arm off its trajectory. At the same time, without wasting precious time, Terry swung his right hand to strike. His fist struck the face of the burly man, who clearly did not expect this turn of events. A punch from a skinny boy lifted this giant into the air, leaving him unconscious. Terry's strength was so great that Gerard's bodyguard flew out of the inn's window and into the street. All the nobles were amazed by the boy's strength, and they had nothing to oppose him. Gerard stuttered, pointed a finger at Terry, and shouted that he would regret what he had done. The boy stood silently and looked at the arrogant young man, crossing his arms over his chest. A second later, he turned around and started to walk out of the dining room, with Gerard shouting after him that he didn't dare ignore him. Everyone in the dining room was whispering. They may have witnessed the clashes, but this was the first time they saw aristocrats involved. The audience nodded at Terry, saying that he put the man down with one punch. No wonder the Fan family holds such a high position in the capital. Terry noticed that a well-dressed young man was watching them, and he turned to Sarah and said that he didn't see her in the city very often. The girl whispered to Terry that it was Prince Leo, the son of Prince Louis. She said out loud that he was the eldest son of Prince Louis's estate, and that their families had been friends for generations. Gesturing to Terry, she turned to Leo and said that this was the brother she had been talking about earlier. Leo said that he had just heard in passing that his friends were in some kind of trouble. At the same second, Gerard ran up to him and shouted that he was asking Leo to show them justice. But Leo replied that he was talking to his friends and he didn't want anyone else to join in. Turning to Gerard, he asked him with a smile that was unique to him if he really understood what he was talking about. After these words, Gerard was instantly blown away, as if by a wind, and in a few seconds the young man was sitting next to his friends. Leo turned to Terry and said that he was not asking this question maliciously, but simply out of pure curiosity. Terry said that there are people who are scientists and those who pretend to be, and he had his own opinion about talented scientists. Leo asked for details. The guy continued that this used to be the name given to people with outstanding talents, but now it is enough to have connections to carry this title. Looking at Gerard, he said that these scientists have too much external gloss and not enough intelligence, and that they are of no use to the country. Fascinated by this thought of Sarah's clever brother, Leo laughed and said that these words made sense. Leo said that Terry's train of thought was quite interesting and that he should come to him to discuss it further. Terry, Kevin and Sarah happily walked out of the inn and onto the street, which was already illuminated by streetlights. On the street, opposite the exit, a silent Gerard was waiting for them with a folded fan in his hands. Kevin, seeing the impudent young man, was about to rush at him, shouting that he had decided to fight again. But Sarah restrained him. Terry came closer to the young man and asked if he had any problems with them. When he didn't get an answer to his question, Terry clenched his fists, showing that he was ready to fight, and asked what Gerard wanted. But he received an unexpected answer. Gerard folded his hands and bowed, saying that he had dared to be arrogant, but Terry had shown him the righteous way. Gerard shouted that he understood everything. He just blindly liked this feeling of power. All these years, he could not find the strength to get rid of this temptation. Terry watched this movie comedy and thought that all the theaters in the world are crying for this guy. After telling Gerard that they all had cowardice in their hearts and calling him a little boy under his Confucian clothes, Terry left. Gerard, with tears in his eyes, heard that he shouldn't take everything the boy said about him to heart. Surprised by the boy's last remark, Gerard looked around, trying to understand what the baby was under the Confucian clothes. The two siblings walked along a crowded street in the capital, Terry looking at the beautiful buildings around him. Suddenly, Sarah laughed. Terry asked what she remembered, and she said that her brother's words were quite mean, but funny. The embarrassed guy asked her what she was laughing at, because he didn't even realize what he might have said wrong. Their dialogue was again interrupted by Kevin, who shouted that she was definitely talking about a baby under Confucian clothes. But the girl replied that in fact, she remembered that Gerard was already thin and that he was afraid of being blown away by the wind of his own fan. Terry laughed. It seemed like it was too much. He didn't want to ruin the opinion of himself that he had been building for years, but Sarah assured him that it was okay. She said that the guy, like no other, deserved to be called a talented scientist, but Terry replied that he refused such an honorary title. Finally, he emphasized that the girl should remember never to marry someone like these guys. The walk came to an end, and Sarah and Kevin approached their tent, Terry walking a little behind. He turned to them, saying that he was going to do some shopping and they could go. The next second, Sarah had to hold Kevin with all her might because he wanted to join Terry. Palankin was rapidly moving away from the boy, but he could still hear Kevin's screams, which Sarah was trying to calm down. Everything that happened today made Terry seriously think about what to do next. He used to think that Kevin had some kind of personal problem with him, but it seems that was not the case. This guy chose the restaurant itself and the time of their joint walk. Kevin even jumped into the fray first, which could have been a plan to reveal his bad character traits to Prince Leo. Leo's opinion may play an important role in the succession of the Fan family business in the future. Pondering all these details in his head, the boy remained standing in the middle of the road, even though the palanquin with his relatives had already disappeared around the corner. Suddenly, Jackson appeared next to him and said that he knew and understood what Terry was thinking. But unlike the boyfriend, she doesn't think Kevin has anything to do with it. Terry agreed with his friend that it was unlikely that Kevin was involved in the conspiracy, which surprised Jackson because he thought that Terry suspected only his brother. Terry said that Kevin often gets into trouble when he leaves the estate, so naturally he got into trouble with the guy around. It is only natural that those he has faced today in these controversial issues will now turn on him. Jackson, with a smile, noted that Jessica's plan was simple but very effective, and Terry did a good job of figuring it out. But Terry noticed that something still remains unclear. Jessica thinks that he will make her son look more dignified than he really is. And what about Jackson himself? Did he really come through with new evidence in the Danju case? But from the guy's reaction, Terry realized that he didn't have any additional news on the matter. At that time, Prince Leo was having dinner with his friends at the inn. Everyone said that the prince was a great connoisseur of literature, but there was not a single true talent among his people. One of his friends said that Deacon, a university scholarship holder, should be among the top 3 in his exams next year. Leo didn't appreciate it. Another said that Gerard's candidacy was not suitable either, and Leo noted that it is difficult for such mediocrities to survive without power these days. But Terry himself was a very interesting person whom Leo wanted to get to know better. His friends supported him in this, thinking that the news that such a young man had appeared in the Fan family would spread around the capital. Leo asked me not to say that because his father, a prince who does not care about the affairs of the state, considers him an unworthy son. Outside, meanwhile, the situation was escalating and Terry took a swing at Jackson. But Jackson stopped his hand and Terry shouted at him why he had come here in the first place. He pulled his hand out of Jackson's and, angrily, threw it toward him, saying that he still had something to say. After this dissatisfied remark, the hired killer thought for a minute, his face showing that he was making an important decision. Jackson silently took off his traditional hat and put it on the ground, getting down on one knee. He lowered his head and laid his sword at the feet of the surprised young man who did not know how to react. Jackson said that the council had records of everything that was happening, and if Terry could get them for him, he would devote his life to serving the master. Terry asked Jackson if he was really ready to exchange his life for a note. The guy realized that the deal offered by the former killer was too good. At the same time, it looked too suspicious to Terry because the conditions were simple, and Jackson must have come up with some kind of trick. But the guy replied that the reason he was in this department was because Jackson, while suffering hardships, helped them. One day, he taught Gerard a lesson when he saw him bullying other people. After that, the Guo family accused him of murdering an official of the imperial court, thus bringing trouble to the entire Jackson family. The prosecutor's office rescued him and his family, and after that, he was forced to work for them. But after the mission to kill Terry failed, the boy returned to the capital and learned that his family had disappeared. Terry asked him if he thought the prosecutor's office had done anything to his family, and Jackson said that there should be records of this in that file. Jackson held out his sword to Terry and said that if he helped him, Jackson's life would belong to Terry. Terry didn't like the guy kneeling in front of him, so he took him by the elbows and forced him to stand up. Changing his anger to mercy, the guy said that he was satisfied with Jackson's deal and would arrange everything. A little later, the guy was already standing on the doorstep of the prosecutor's office. These people allegedly saved Jackson's family, but in fact they used it as a lever of pressure on the boy. In addition, the murder of the official could also have been the work of the prosecutor's office, not Gerard himself. Determined to find out for himself, he opened the building's door and went inside. Inside, dim lamps burned, unable to illuminate the dark corridors of the casemate sufficiently, and two men walked toward Terry. When Terry caught up with the strangers, he saw that they were looking at him suspiciously and furiously, not taking their eyes off him. A little later, he reached a large hall where prosecutors were cleaning the bodies of the people they had tortured. Terry expected to see something like that, but he didn't expect them all to look at him like that, and he didn't like it. He went up to one of the men and asked why they were all staring at him instead of doing their work. The man asked that if someone found a stranger in a place where outsiders were not allowed, no one would stare at him. Terry believed that it was a government agency, and it was natural that sometimes outsiders who had no previous relationship with the place would show up. My husband was very amused by the guy's reasoning, or rather, not by the reasoning itself, but by the word extraneous. He noted that the boy's remarks were inappropriate because every day in the prosecutor's office is quite measured. And besides, it's hard to find a person among the residents of the capital who will come to them of their own free will. Terry replied that the man's words made sense, but that his situation was fine. He had come here on business. Terry said that he was here for the first time and did not know all the details. He showed the man the sign that Richard had given him. The second the man saw her, cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. He said it was a pass token and asked who Terry was. After a short pause, Terry proudly replied that he was a student of Master Richard. As soon as Richard's name came out of the boy's mouth, as the trail of the man in front of him had already cooled, Terry began to look around. The prosecutor was standing at the other end of the room, bowing and greeting the boy with respect, and Terry asked him why he was standing so far away. The man replied that he subconsciously associates Mr. Richard with dangerous things like poisons, so it was a completely logical reaction. Terry asked if he could show him the way, but the man said that he had come at the wrong time. Mr. Richard was not there. He pointed to the door and told him that Master Richard had gone to the border to check. And before Terry knew it, he saw the man dashing down the dark corridors from the hall, shouting one last time that he had to go. But the trickster couldn't get away from the guy so easily, so he caught up with him and ordered him to stop. Terry said there was one more thing the man could help him with. A few minutes later, they were already walking through the archive hall, among the shelves of documents. The man counted the row numbers. He said that these were simple documents, they were not confidential. And if he remembers correctly, the guy needs information about Jackson. Terry said that the man has a good memory. The prosecutor turned to the man and asked him why he needed this document. Terry, with a sly smile, approached the man and said that he had killed the guy. The man said that there were many volumes in this document and it would take time to find them all. He asked if he could find them all personally and deliver them to the boy's home tomorrow. Terry reasoned that there are tens of thousands of scrolls here, and the man remembers the serial number of Jackson's case, but I can't find it. He realized that the prosecutor was being tricky, but the guy was also an official and had to outwit him. Terry replied that he was simply afraid to take responsibility and that he would be forced to report it. Turning in the direction of the exit, the guy said goodbye so that the man would not forget to bring him the documents tomorrow. And as if he had just remembered something important, he stopped and asked the name of the prosecutor. The trickster grimaced in displeasure, but bowed respectfully and replied that his name was Chandler. Terry was leaving the prosecutor's office, and he thought about asking Richard to help him, but he was out of the capital. He should have met with his fiancée earlier to find out about her family's other illnesses, but now he could only wait. There were indeed too many people in the capital, and it was not surprising that ordinary citizens avoided the place. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to a stele that was near the exit from the prosecutor's office. He stopped in surprise and began to look at the inscriptions on it. He read his mother's name on the memorial ceiling of the prosecutor's office building. Terry walked closer to the memorial stele and began to read what else was inscribed on it. Despite the fact that at one time Mrs. Ye's family was one of the richest, she was not able to enjoy these riches. Uncle George said that 10 years ago, all the enemies of the Ye family were killed in a hurry. But Mary Ye's name is still considered taboo in the country, and people's attitudes toward his family were in no hurry to change. The strange death of his mother, after all, had to be somehow connected with the circle of people close to the prince. But the prosecutor's office was very impressed by the guy's action. They so openly engraved her name on the memory wall, it was too bold. Suddenly, the guy realized that he had lost himself in his thoughts and entered an unfamiliar street. He looked around him and saw that he was standing near an old building. He decided to find out the way to the Fan family's house in this building. But when he opened the door, he saw a guard in front of him who ordered him to stop. The man turned out to be the church warden, and he told the boy to go away because there was a mass going on in the church and he should not disturb people. Terry said that he just wanted to ask for directions here because he was lost and was very upset by the aggressive attitude of the warden. And it is because of this unfriendliness of the man that the boy now wants to see what is going on in this church even more. The warden responded by stretching his hand in Terry's direction and shouting that he was going to die. The guy was completely enraged. He threw the burly man's arm away from him with his usual strength. The observer flew a few meters away, but was already prepared for a new attack, generating energy. He swung toward the boy and ran toward him, and Terry prepared to repel the attack. Clenching his fist, the guy, in turn, put enough energy into it to strengthen the counterpunch. When they faced each other, both opponents realized that each of them was a fairly strong fighter. But a minute later, Terry, unable to stand on his feet, flew outside the temple's bars. The guy was able to flip over in the air and land on his feet without losing his balance. The warden stood in the doorway and looked at the young man, waiting for his reaction. He was surprised that the boy had such strength at such a young age, and the warden asked what family Terry belonged to. The guy replied that it didn't matter to him. According to the laws of the Qing dynasty, everyone has the right to make a mistake in the temple, and he cannot forbid it. The overseer replied that there were nobles in the church, and when they left, the boy would be able to kneel and pray. The man forcefully slammed the door in the face of the boy, who remained outside. Terry suddenly felt that something bad was happening in his body. The next moment, the guy was already bent over the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. Terry thought that he was very lucky because he managed to press on the enemy's acupuncture point. Otherwise, the consequences would have been more serious. Probably, there is someone important in the church and the guard is not a man he can beat, so he decided that he would not ask for trouble. As soon as Terry turned his back on the church door, it opened and the guard invited him inside. The guy sarcastically asked if he could really go inside now because the guard was so fickle. The warden gritted his teeth that the boy should not go to the main hall, and Terry replied that he would fulfill the man's request. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a man stood near a giant painted panel facing the wall. The warden approached the aristocrat and said that he had let the boy in on his orders, and the aristocrat said that he was impressed by the boy's strength. The warden, bowing his head even lower, replied that indeed the boy's strength was incredible for his age. The nobleman said that real talent has not yet been transferred to the country, and this is very good. Terry walked into the prayer hall and stood in front of the altar, pensive. He knelt down and prayed to the Lord to let him live his life in peace and tranquility. When the guy added that he would not give up money and women, one of the apples fell from the table on the altar to the floor. Terry was frightened, trying to figure out what that sound was if his prayer had really attracted the attention of heaven. The guy knelt down, suspecting that someone was under the table, and pulled a dagger out of his boot. Under the table, he heard some sounds again, and now he was finally sure that he was not alone in the room. Terry threw back the tablecloth with the intention of seeing who decided to play ghost with him. The shocked boy saw a girl sitting on the floor holding a chicken leg. The girl and the boy looked at each other in silence, unable to move. Suddenly, Terry felt unable to contain his pain again and began to spit blood on the floor in front of the stranger. The girl stammered and asked the guy what was happening to him, but he replied that he was used to this kind of thing and was fine. For some reason, this made the stranger laugh, and she hid behind her hand with a chicken leg and said that he was stupid. Both young creatures suddenly remembered that they did not know each other and asked the name of the other in unison. This threw them off even more, and the guy asked the girl again where she came from. The stranger did not want to answer his questions. She quickly stood up and jumped out from under the table, saying that she had to go. Surprised by her speed, Terry shouted after her to see if she would be here tomorrow. This question made the girl stop her escape and think for a minute, but it didn't make him stay in the room. Terry wondered if this girl was a member of the family of the nobleman in the main hall. The guy, having lost all norms of decency, jumped out of the room after the girl and shouted if she could identify herself. But, to his surprise, when he ran out the door, he ran into a beautiful stranger. Both of them were again embarrassed and flushed, staring at each other. The guy overcame his sudden shyness and joyfully exclaimed to the girl that she had returned after all. But instead of answering, the girl grabbed the guy's hand and put the chicken leg she had been holding all this time into it. Turning her back on Terry, the stranger ran away as fast as she could, and the shocked boy was left staring at the piece of meat in his hand. As she rounded the corner, the stranger looked back and stuck her tongue out at Terry, teasing him. The boy did not catch up with her this time, but simply watched from a distance as she met her maid. Terry looked at the chicken leg he was holding in his hand. He thought it was the luckiest leg in the whole world. The boy did not know that he was not alone in the alley of the church. His Uncle George was watching Terry all the time. 2 palanquins with guards were waiting for their owners to return near the temple. The guards complained en masse that they were dizzy, and they didn't even realize who had done this to them. The overseer also did not understand why the guards, who were supposed to be hiding outside the church, fainted. Simultaneously, silencing 8 fifth-ranked guards was the work of one of the 4 great masters. After that young man came to the church, the warden found the guards in such a state, probably the boy was involved. The warden was called from the window of the palanquin without opening the curtains, and he asked what his master wanted. The owner replied that if Nicholas refused to return, they should send people to fetch him. Instead of meeting this fox face to face, the warden would have been better off facing some thug. In another palanquin, a maid asked the young lady why she was in a particularly good mood today if something good had happened. The girl replied that every time she went somewhere with her uncle, she was very happy, but the maid insisted that today she was happier than ever. The beautiful stranger replied that the opportunity to go out and take a walk was better than staying in her gloomy room. The maid replied that the young lady's doctor said that the girl's illness was incurable. The young hostess put her hand to her chest and replied with sadness that the girl had made a good point. She was not allowed to go out, she could not catch a cold, and if she was caught stealing chicken legs, she would definitely be punished. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by another coughing fit, and she fell into the arms of her maid. The girl was frightened and showed the lady a bloody handkerchief. She did not know what to do. The young lady replied doomedly that everything was fine and that the girl shouldn't panic because she was used to it. The maid could not believe what she was hearing. Her mistress must have been completely desperate. Terry had already eaten dinner with his father and his family in the evening, and he was all in his dreams and thoughts. Jessica said that Terry must have had a really bad day today and that he had lost his appetite. Sarah replied that he was just lost and that he needed to hire a carriage so that he wouldn't have to walk all the time and get tired. Terry was brought out of his thoughts only by his father's voice, which succinctly but sternly ordered him to eat. The guy didn't want to argue. He was used to holding a lot of things back, so Terry took a piece of meat from the plate. Flushing, my father said that after dinner they could all play mahjong, because since Terry came to the capital, they hadn't been together as a family at all. Kevin was the only one at the table who was happy, and the others didn't say a word. When dinner was over, the family decided to put their father's plans into action. Kevin was hyperactive at the table, and Terry thought he was going to go crazy. He wasn't interested in the game at all. Kevin was running around Terry like a bug, not even letting him concentrate. He demanded that the boy take his place and play instead. In the end, Terry gave up, saying that he was a little cold today and would go for a swim, and Kevin would continue to play in his place. As soon as the boy addressed his father, he cut him off in mid-sentence and ordered him to sit down at the table. Kevin, full of fierce energy, sat down at the table and rolled up his sleeves, preparing for the big game. Sarah said that when she was his age, her father did not allow her to play. Her brother can be proud of himself. Jessica replied that he was his child. What's the big deal? All the opponents at the table fell silent, each plunging into their dice. Suddenly, Terry's father, Eric, took the last chip from his set, preparing to make his move. He put a chip in the set that the family was playing on the table, happily exclaiming that he had found something to end the game with. But his winner's speech was interrupted by Kevin, who shouted that he was asking him to wait. He apologized to his father, and then shouted to the whole room that he had won and had collected the full combination. The shocked relatives looked at the bones that the boy laid out in front of them, unable to believe their eyes. At that very second, Terry returned to the room and, yawning, said he was ready to play on. But he stopped on the threshold, also shocked by what he saw in front of him. Kevin was sitting at the table, surrounded by a large pile of coins that he had obviously won, and he was enthusiastically counting something. Jessica, Eric and Sarah sat gloomily across from the guy, and apparently they were going bankrupt today. Terry realized that Kevin was a specialist in games and counting. Was this guy really that good at it? He had the potential to be a player. Kevin's love of numbers and calculations frightened Terry, and he could easily believe that this was his younger brother's talent. The female half of the table began to force Kevin to leave the game because Terry had returned to take his place, and he had homework to do. All of these women's pleas were interrupted by Eric's father, who stood up from the table and announced that he was quitting the game. He didn't like losing. Jessica, seeing that Eric would not change his mind, said that she too wanted to finish the game and let the children rest. The girl and the two boys were left alone in the room, and an awkward silence hung between them. The first to break it was Kevin, who said he was sorry the game was over so quickly. Terry sat down with the boy and told him that he was very good at numbers and calculations and asked him what he planned to do when he grew up. Kevin, looking like Moses, replied that he wanted to become a government official to make people's lives better. Terry laughed and asked the boy not to lie, because there was no one else in the room except the three of them. Kevin thought about it and answered that he would actually like to be in business. He likes making money. Sarah replied that a scientist, a farmer, a businessman, anything is possible. What's good about being a businessman? Terry replied that the guy has 1,000 roads in front of him, but only one leads to success. There is nothing wrong with his dream, and he supports Kevin. Kevin realized that Terry's support was useless, and he knew he had to enlist his father's support. Terry told him that he could start his business in secret until he achieved the first results. His father would see his talent and could support him. Kevin instantly cheered up, saying that his brother's words made sense. To begin with, Terry can give him his manuscript. The guy already has a way to sell it for a lot of money. When he saw the reaction, he shouted that it is easy to throw around beautiful words, but when it comes to real help, people change. Terry replied that Kevin shouldn't manipulate him. If he wanted a manuscript, he should put his plan on paper and show it to him. Kevin grabbed his head, not understanding what was being said, and Sarah explained that he had to tell her what he was going to do next. The boy immediately lit up the whole room. It was elementary for him, and he told everyone present. After the spin, Kevin immediately piled all the money he won into his bathrobe. And as he left the room, he told his brother and sister that he would not say another word, but would go to prepare a plan. When Terry stayed in the room with Sarah, he suddenly felt very tired, yawned, and said he was going to his room. He was stopped by Sarah, who said that the guy seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. She wanted to ask Terry what happened to him today, but she sees that he is tired and that they can talk about it tomorrow. These words made a special impression on the boy, and he instantly sat his sister down in a chair. The girl asked what happened to Terry, and he whispered that he wanted to tell her something. The guy said that he had met a girl today who was eating a chicken leg, and Sarah was getting less and less clear about what he was saying. 3 sticks of incense later, the girl finally realized that the boy had met the girl in the temple, who was sitting under the table eating a chicken leg. Terry was over the moon. He said it was fate, and maybe this girl was the very same flavors. But his dreams were cut short by the pragmatic Sarah, who replied that it might just be a coincidence. The girl said that she was happy for the guy, of course, but her future daughter-in-law often coughs up blood, so she has to abstain from meat and butter. And if the guy says that she ate a fried chicken leg, it could not possibly be Flavia. Realizing that the conversation was over, Sarah said she would be the first to leave the room, as the boyfriend also needed to have a good rest. Waiting until he was alone in the room, Terry began to cry. It seems that Flower is not the same girl with the chicken leg that he liked so much. The guy was lying on his bed and thinking that, in any case, he wanted to find this girl. And if she is not promised to anyone, or even if she has a fiancé, he will take her away. These reflections were interrupted by Kevin, who quickly burst into the boy's room, frightening him. The guy was twirling a folder with the words, "Plan" on it near his brother's face, saying that a big profit was guaranteed for both of them. Terry grabbed the folder Kevin had given him and asked him to tell him his plan immediately. Kevin said that according to his calculations, the book consists of 10 volumes, each costing 8 taels of silver, and 68 volumes have been sold. The capital has 640,000 people per thousand, and if they sell 600 copies, they will receive approximately 35,840 taels of silver. Terry said that the guy was talking about sales, but to calculate the profit, he had to take into account expenses. Kevin quickly oriented himself and replied that he had already written everything at the end of his presentation. Renting a kiosk is quite expensive, but the location is great. You can get a good discount with your father's name, and you can have the book printed by a woodblock printing shop. This is the largest private woodblock printing workshop in the capital, and thanks to its large volume and connections, the cost will be low and the work will be done quickly. It's important to keep in mind that no one is covering their business, and if something goes wrong, he and Terry will just smash it. Terry pointed out that even though they were the only owners of the manuscript, how could they guarantee that other booksellers would not try to steal it? Kevin replied that if any of them dared to do such a thing, they would solve the problem directly with the help of the government. Terry asked Kevin if he thought the Fan family was running the state because there is no such thing as a law restricting book piracy. To which the boy replied in a conspiratorial tone that his brother did not understand, they would do it another way. They will use their connections to cut off the oxygen to the traders, making it so that they will not be able to sell in the capital. Terry looked at his small but quick-witted brother and asked if it was really possible. Kevin replied that it was possible, but not now. They would succeed. They would refer to the laws that definitely exist. Terry said that Kevin came up with everything so quickly, from trade to government collusion with traders, the guy has exceptional potential. Judging by the amount Kevin quoted, each set of books would cost more than 50 thael, so Kevin decided to clarify and said 54. Terry replied that even though people in the capital are not poor, he fears that not many people will be able to afford such a price. Kevin suddenly snapped at him, saying that he hadn't realized what this book he had written was about. He has no idea how many women are waiting for the sequel. This book will be sold in hundreds of sets, and then the guy will write more chapters, they will put them up for auction and sell them to the highest bidder. Terry suspected that Kevin was a marketing geek and asked how he was going to hide it from his parents. The guy thought about it too and said that they needed a front man to run the operation, hiding his identity. Terry liked the guy's plan and asked if he really wanted to do it. When he received an affirmative answer, he took the manuscript out of his robe and said that in that case, he would support it. However, if the guy was planning to pull this off, relying on their father's name alone was not enough. Kevin replied that bribery was the last option, and that if Terry wanted to become a high-ranking official in the future, he would be reminded of this. Finally, looking at the folder, Kevin asked Terry if he thought he had made a good plan, but he told the boy to go to bed. Taking the manuscript, feeling satisfied with his work, the boy said goodnight to Terry and ran to his pavilion. Terry went back to bed, thinking that the capital was so big, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. To find this girl, one could try their luck again in the temple and see if they were destined to meet her again. The next morning, all the passers-by stopped at the church looking at the boy who did not move. They were pinching each other, saying that the guy hadn't moved from this place for 2 hours in a row. Terry, in turn, also noticed that this street was quite crowded today, but the girl he was looking for was still missing. Suddenly realizing that perhaps she had been in the temple for a long time, he decided to go and check it out. The boy went through the gate to the temple, not knowing that he was already being watched. The warden had been tracking him since that day and finally waited. He knew that the guy would come back here. Terry turned his head like a madman in all directions, looking for the girl with the chicken leg. The warden noted that all this time the guy was just standing at the gate of the temple. He was really very cunning. The guy went further and further into the territory, looking for the right person. When the warden realized that Terry was about to reach his hideout, he decided it was time to catch him and ask him for details of the break-in. Terry heard a voice next to him ordering him to stop and saying that it was not safe here and he should return home as soon as possible. After these words, the guy immediately reacted and, changing his trajectory, found a safe place around the corner of the building. Terry could have sworn anything that he had just heard Uncle George's voice. He trusted this man unconditionally, and if he said that it was dangerous in the church, he had to run away from there. The warden saw the guy running away and realized that something was wrong. And when he was about to deal with Terry, he didn't notice that a sword was put to his neck. Behind the man stood Master George, determined to kill him if he moved. The warden could not understand when this person was able to approach him. He did not even notice it. Such skills were characteristic only of great martial artists with great spiritual development. How could this person be here? Has the time come for the warden to die? The man decided that he would try to do something to protect himself, since he could not escape death anyway. He shouted that he wouldn't regret it if he managed to fight a master of his caliber. The warden turned toward Master George and generated a powerful pulse of energy. But when the wind died down, the warden was surprised to realize that the man who had threatened him with death had disappeared. The man looked around and did not realize when he had disappeared. His mouth was bleeding. The warden fell to his knees. Blood was now pouring out of his mouth and onto the floor, and he was ready to die, so he did not restrain his strength. This caused him great harm. This person was able to hide with such ease. Without a sound, he could have killed him, but he did not. These thoughts did not leave the warden. He did not understand why this was happening to him and why everything was like this. Master George did not leave the building. He stood on the floor beam and listened to the man writhing in pain. George said that the warden had made Terry spit blood, so he made him do the same. It was simple. The boy was unaware of the drama that was unfolding in the temple. He was walking in the courtyard of the Fan estate and looking at birds. Suddenly, his bout of contemplation was interrupted by his father, Eric, who approached him almost imperceptibly. Eric said that the guy had arrived in the capital a few days ago and he should stop walking around mindlessly. He said that he was well aware of what happened yesterday at the inn, that such conflicts should be avoided and that he should not be like Kevin. The man believed that the boy needed to become tougher than he was now. As Eric passed his son, he told him that he wanted to talk to him about something important and that he should follow him. Eric wanted to talk to him about two things. First, the imperial exam next year. In a couple of days, the boy should start preparing. And secondly, tomorrow, there will be a meeting of poets at Prince Leo's estate, and the boy needs to prepare well and demonstrate his skills. Terry, hearing this, immediately began to object, saying that he was not interested at all. His father replied that the boy had to do it to regain the family business and impress the Prime Minister and the eldest princess. His mother's business is in her hands, and if the princess marries, the eldest princess will hand over power to her future son-in-law. That is why the eldest princess is very reluctant to marry off her daughter Flower. To make this marriage easier, the guy has to demonstrate his talents. Terry shouted uninterested, which means uninterested in why he should take part in all this. Eric said that tomorrow night's poetry night is heard throughout the capital, and many talented scholars will use their skills to advance. The emperor himself might notice him, and perhaps the girl from the Lin family to whom he is engaged will also be there. But if the boy is not interested in such a great opportunity to become famous, the father cannot do anything about it. But Terry interrupted his father and asked if he was serious, if Flavia would be at the event. The father turned to his son in surprise and said that he didn't think Terry cared. Hadn't he met the girl with the chicken leg he wanted to marry? Terry realized that his father knew everything that was happening to him. He told his father not to be old-fashioned. He and Flavia would see each other anyway, and the matchmakers wouldn't mind if he had 4 concubines and 3 wives. His father replied that the boy could leave if he wanted to. He knew that Terry had talent and should not hide it. The boy wondered how his father knew that he had talent, since he sent all his works in letters to his sister and only to her. My father also knew about the girl with the chicken leg, and he really knew a lot about the boy, even more than he should have. His father closed Terry's face with one of his books again and said he was a little tired and the boy could go. But Terry decided that this time he would not tolerate his father's orders and snatched the book from his hands. He demanded explanations from his father about everything that interested him right then and there. But Terry's plan failed because Eric asked if he could then explain the situation with his book and Kevin. Terry realized that his father was impenetrable and hurried to escape from unpleasant questions. As Eric scratched his beard, he thought that the boy reminded him of himself when he was younger, just as clueless and self-confident. Terry admired his father's ability to know everything about him, and in the future, he needs to be much more careful. The next day, he and Sarah arrived at Prince Leo's estate for a recital. The girl said that in the capital, a lot of attention is paid to the poetry contest, not to any kind of combat competition. The boy asked his sister to let him know if she saw Flower Lin. On the doorstep, Prince Leo greeted all his guests and turned around to see those he had been waiting for the most. He ran down the stairs to greet Terry and Sarah, saying he was very excited about their arrival. Looking at the boy and holding his gaze on him, Prince Leo said that he had been waiting for him the most. Sarah was completely confused by the prince's words, and Terry and Leo laughed out loud when they saw her reaction. The prince politely invited the guests to enter his estate. The other guests watched Leo personally come out to greet Sarah and Terry and began to gossip that it was because of his love for the girl. Terry, who was walking behind the boy and the girl, heard this chatter, and gossip said that it was not a secret at all. In the room to which the prince brought the boy, there were many men talking to each other, making a fuss. Terry never expected that the boys and girls would be segregated and the girls would be hidden from them. How should he find Flavor now? The place is full of people who brag about their works. The guy was unbearably bored. Terry could never call this action fun, and he did not notice Gerard appearing next to him. Eventually, the two guys saw each other and simultaneously asked where the opponent came from. Gerard said that the guy had nothing but arrogance. But he came here. Did he really think he could become famous with the help of a prince? Terry replied that Leo had invited him, which is why he agreed to come. And as for Gerard's poems, he leaves that to them. Let them have fun. Gerard, ashamed of his opponent's response, said through his teeth that he would definitely show Terry what he was capable of later. Leo walked into the room and everyone in the room took their seats, and he announced that the competition was about to begin. Princess Maria was standing next to the prince, and he said that she would explain the conditions of today's competition to the boys. The girl said that the participants could write on any topic. Each of them had to compose a poem and then hand it in, and the women would choose the winners. The princess said that writing poetry is not the same as competing with brute force. Men and women are equal here, and Maria wished everyone success. Gerard asked the princess if he could use the lake as a theme, and his henchmen immediately began sketching out options. Gerard turned toward Terry as if he had just seen him and said that he should start with him because it was probably too much for a savage from the village to handle. The guy boredly propped his face up with his hand and said that he had no desire to participate in this and was giving up his turn. Gerard said that Terry had spoken about his own talent a few days ago and now he was refusing, which was not surprising because Gerard had taste. All the participants in the competition began to reread whether this Terry was really so clear. Terry did not react to the whispers behind his back about the Fan family and his ignorance. Gerard said that the boy was the illegitimate son of the Fan family, came to the capital to get married, and everyone present should have known about it long ago. There was a ruckus in the hall, with the boys shouting that Sarah was very different in character from Terry, and all because he was not raised on a manor. Leo was upset by this reaction of the audience to the guy. He was impressed by his calmness in such a situation. Terry was a tough nut to crack. Leo said that they shouldn't make life difficult and were here for the sake of poetry. And if Terry wasn't in the mood, Gerard could go first. Gerard did not dare to disrespect the prince, so, saying that everything would be his will, he picked up his brush. He started writing with the words that the audience should allow him to create, because now they would see a true writer at work. Some time later, the princess brought the poems written by the participants of the poetry evening to the girls' half. All the girls pounced on the album of poems in a desire to see the poetry of the competitors, but the princess saw that Sarah had not moved. The girl continued to sit at a table and drink her drink, not paying attention to the commotion around her. Princess Maria came up to Sarah and asked why she didn't want to see the poetry the boys had composed. Sarah pretended to be very surprised by this news, as if the boys were writing poetry. The conversation between the princess and Sarah was interrupted by Fiona, with whom Sarah was at odds, who shouted that Terry's work was not among the poems. The princess replied that the boy did not seem to take part in this. It had something to do with the conflict with Mr. Gerard. Fiona kept shouting that she wanted to see Terry's work, and now some asshole had deprived her of that opportunity. It was no longer possible to confirm not only his status, but also his talent, she said. Sarah replied that Fiona, as always, was sharp with her tongue, and she wondered where the smell came from if she had been to the soy sauce store. There was a tense silence in the room between the girls, as everyone was waiting for the bomb to go off. Fiona ran up to Sarah and asked her why she was in a bad mood today. Sarah said that if Flower didn't want to get married, that was her business, but if Fiona allowed herself to be rude to Terry, she would face the consequences. Fiona said that Terry was nothing, just like Sarah, and the girl shouldn't accept wishful thinking. Sarah Fan approached her rival and, putting her hand on her shoulder, said that Terry was an orphan, just like Flower. And smiling at the girl, she continued that these two have a similar situation, or rather, absolutely identical. But if they are all here for a poetry evening, let everyone present allow her to participate in the competition. Fiona watched Sarah compose and write down poetry. This girl scared her a lot. Now it was the turn of half of the guys to check and evaluate the poems of the female half, and the guys praised Sarah's talent. Gerard, on the other hand, stood aside and stated that the shamelessness in conjunction with the description of the lake seemed to him to be something inappropriate. Besides, when they all talk about Danzo, it's better to mention the sea. Sarah tried to write the best she could, but it turned out mediocre. With a sly smile, he remarked that Miss Sarah, whom the boys themselves had put on a pedestal, was not that good at writing poetry. The maid who brought the girls' poems said that Sarah had copied her brother Terry's poem, which he had written when he was 10 years old. All the men turned toward Terry, who was sitting there smiling and asking if it was about him. The guy was praised. His competitors did not understand how he could write such a thing at the age of 10. He was a genius. A very intense debate began over the content of the poem, which revealed the author's inability to do what he dreams of. Gerard didn't like the fact that the scales were tipping in favor of the annoying Terry. He didn't believe it was true. If the guy wrote this when he was so young, his style should be even more refined now. He began to pressure Terry to write something right now and assure everyone that he was worthy of recognition. Prince Leo agreed with Gerard and asked him to write another poem to dispel the doubts of the audience, but Terry said he did not write to order. Gerard didn't let it go. He told Terry to choose a free topic that would reveal the guy's talent. Or maybe the guy just can't do it, the provocateur smiled predatory, looking at Terry. The guy laughed, thinking to himself that it was no wonder he had read so much in his past life. Terry hit the table with his hand, and the brush and ink flew into the air. The boy caught the brush on the fly and unfolded the paper, preparing to rhyme. Terry is determined to put an end to the gossip and pressure on himself. He will write a poem today. Half of the girls were very excited. Everyone wanted to see the poem written by Terry Fan. Finally, it was time for Fiona to pick up the boy's poem, and she realized that Terry was very talented. The poem was unsurpassed. Sarah continued to sit at the table, watching the girls make a fuss over her, convinced that her brother was talented. Terry was getting tired of sitting in that pavilion, and he wasn't interested in talking to those arrogant competitors. The guy thought the event was a waste of time. He wondered if Sarah had met his fiancée, Flavera. The other participants of the competition could not believe their eyes. They were holding a work of genius in their hands. There were exquisite descriptions of landscapes and the interweaving of various animals into the canvas of the poem, and the boys were completely fascinated by this style. In between these beautiful digressions, there was a reminder of melancholy, of feeling lonely, of the author's overwhelming dirty envy. Leo noted that the rhythm of the poem perfectly matches the standards: sadness, clarity, boundlessness, infinity, autumn, illness, loneliness, envy. There is no other person in the capital who can write such a thing, and even if Terry never picks up a brush again, this poem will be a reminder of him. Gerard didn't understand how Terry managed to write this masterpiece full of sorrow. It was a pity that he had left. He could have asked him for some advice. Sarah also decided to go home, but as she left the pavilion, she realized that she had almost forgotten her brother's errand. Suddenly, she heard Fiona calling out to her, asking her to stay. The girl was standing at the end of the gallery, facing Sarah, her arms folded across her chest, and she asked if they could talk. Fiona took Sarah to one of the pergolas on Prince Leo's estate, which stood near a pond with water lilies. The girl said that although Terry, Sarah's brother, has an outstanding poetic talent, but Fiona still hoped that Flower and her boyfriend's wedding could be postponed. Sarah was very outraged. She didn't understand what this girl was saying, whether Terry's talent didn't satisfy her or Flavor's plans. But Fiona replied that she wanted to be clear. She did not want to marry Sarah's brother. A few days ago, Flower met someone in the church, and even though it's a one-sided affection, it's there. Sarah said that the fans don't make decisions about marriage alone, but Fiona said that Flavor's health is no reason to marry her off to someone who is against it. Sarah replied that she understood, of course, but that she couldn't do anything about it. It was out of her hands. But her father knows a famous doctor who can arrange an examination for Flavera, and Fiona said that there was no need. Even the Emperor's doctor was powerless. But Sarah was not going to give up. She noted that this doctor was a student of Mr. Richard. This name made Fiona jump up and down, wondering if she was offering a student of the same Richard, one of the great masters. The girl hugged Sarah, saying that this information changed the whole thing. Meanwhile, Jackson approached the palanquin Terry sat in near Prince Leo's estate. The guy stood under the umbrella and said that according to his investigation, Gerard lives in the Shanshu estate and appears in the palace every 3 days. Terry asked if Jackson had a map of Gerard's most frequent routes and a plan of the estate. The boy did a good job. Terry wanted to teach Gerard a lesson, and the aristocrats shouldn't think he was the kind of person who could be easily intimidated. Jackson smiled predatorily from under his hat and asked if the boy wanted to kill Gerard, a question that confused Terry. The guy replied that Jackson just needed to get him there, and the guy would take care of the rest. He wouldn't kill anyone. Terry asked if Prince Leo was invited, and Jackson replied that the invitation was to the intoxicated abode of the immortal. Terry said the name was very elegant, but Jackson replied that it was the name of a brothel. It didn't matter. If Terry could meet him, he told Jackson to get ready. They would act quickly. Suddenly, the curtain of the boy's palanquin drew back and Sarah came inside, saying that everything had been arranged. Sarah asked him what he was doing here, if he was up to something. She had been looking for him for so long and couldn't find him. But the guy said it was nothing special. The girl repeated to the boy that she had managed to arrange everything, and this time, Terry understood the meaning of her words. Sarah said that the boy should pretend to be Mr. Richard's student and go to the Flavor Estate to cure her, so they could meet. These words were like honey to the guy's ears. He was in seventh heaven with happiness, and that's why Sarah was doing all this. But the girl was still curious about where Terry was going tonight, and she asked him about it. Terry replied, smiling, that he was going to go to a good place. In the evening, the boy came to the intoxicated abode of the immortal, which turned out to be a boat on the water, where he was met with all possible hospitality. Candy, one of the workers, said that the young master was so generous that he conquered the place. She approached the boy, and Terry broke out in a cold sweat from exertion. He blushed at the closeness of the beautiful girl. Despite her embarrassment, the girl sat down on Terry's lap, and he hugged her with a trembling hand. Candy stroked his face, and all the guy could do was repeat in his head that he had to keep himself in check. The girl was so hot that the guy could hardly contain himself. His body began to tremble from the tension. Suddenly, the door to their room opened, and one of the girls invited Prince Leo inside. No sooner had Prince Leo entered the room than Terry instantly moved away from Candy to the other side of the couch. Leo pointed out that Candy doesn't bite. So why did the guy get into a corner? But Terry replied that if it wasn't for the prince, he would have started biting himself. One of the maids interrupted the conversation between the prince and Terry, saying that Leo had invited Mrs. Meredith here. The two couples sat down at a table opposite each other and began to eat dinner, washing down their food with plenty of alcohol. Terry decided to start a conversation and said that he had heard about this place. It was called the best in the capital. He turned to the prince and said that he was very glad to see him again, and the prince replied that he was, of course. This place is the best because it's where the hottest girl in the whole neighborhood, Miss Candy, works. There's no need to talk about her appearance and temperament. She can play the piano, chess, has calligraphy skills, can sing and draw. Many people spend a lot of money to be Candy's guest, they say. Her real name is Lee, the surname of the imperial family. It is rumored that she is the granddaughter of an imperial family who was orphaned, but she ended up here because her ancestors committed a great crime. Today, Terry rented the whole brothel and asked Candy to accompany him, invited the prince to come, Leo thought. The prince did not know whether the boy had heard all these gossips and did not understand what his goal was. Terry said that when he got to the capital, he knew nothing about this place. He went out with his brother and sister, but his brother was too young for that. Luckily, now Terry has met Prince Leo and has real company in his face, and Leo said that Terry is very kind. A few minutes later, the guy, after drinking a couple more cups of alcohol, took Candy by the shoulder and got up from the table. He turned to the girl and said, blushing, that it was not yet sunrise and they had time to have some fun. Leo hugged Meredith and told her that the scenery outside must be amazing and they should definitely see it. The prince and Meredith left the room first, Terry watching them go. The guy was smiling in anticipation of adventure. He was going to have a wonderful night and it had just officially begun. Candy led Terry to one of the cabins and pushed him onto the bed, telling him to relax. The girl took off her dress and leaned over the boy, saying that the spring night was long and he would enjoy it to the fullest. Terry took the girl's face in his hands and gently ran his fingers over her cheeks, saying Candy's name. The beauty of easy virtue looked at the guy from under her lowered eyelids, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to concentrate. Candy's eyes disobeyed her mistress, and suddenly she was overwhelmed with fatigue. A few seconds later, Candy fell onto Terry's chest, falling into a sound sleep. He wasted no time in getting dressed and leaving the room as quietly as possible. Meanwhile, outside, Prince Leo was still admiring the scenery with Meredith. The girl, hugging the prince, said that Candy seemed to be very interested in Mr. Terry Fan. But Leo, seeing Terry quietly descending to the shore, said that that night the boy had more important things to do than a girl. He was just a shield for Terry, which the boy raised. But if he wanted the prince to help him, he shouldn't hide anything from him. Meredith turned her face to Prince Leo and asked him what it was about Terry that interested the nobleman so much. Leo replied that the boy was the illegitimate son of Mr. Eric Fang, and the girl asked if the prince just wanted to get close to a strong personality. Leo replied that he had no such ambitions. He just thought Terry was a person worth befriending. And of course, he had no doubt that they would become friends, that they would be able to help each other. Gerard's palanquin, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, was moving along a dark street. The silence of the night was cut through by the whistle of a sword flying in the direction of the horse carrying the aristocrat's palanquin. The blade of the sword cut the horse's muzzle and it stood upright, the driver barely restraining the frightened beast. Inside the palanquin, Gerard fell off the seat and screamed in pain as he hit his head on the wall. Jackson and Terry, who were standing at a distance, heard Gerard shouting at the carriage driver that he was not good at driving. The guys went to meet the crew, and the guards jumped on them, shouting that they had no idea who they were dealing with. Gerard, hearing the voices and sounds of the fight, was completely frightened. He did not understand what was happening, but he was afraid to look out. His panic only intensified when the body of one of his guards rammed into the wall of the palanquin. The guard fell unconscious on the floor of the palanquin, and the aristocrat saw a man standing outside. A masked stranger came inside the palanquin with a sack on his shoulder, and Gerard asked what he wanted. The stranger lowered his mask and told Gerard not to be afraid because he was Terry Fan, and all he wanted was to teach Gerard a lesson. Terry took the sack off his shoulder and threw it over Gerard, who was screaming at the top of his lungs, asking what the guy wanted from him. Jackson, who was standing next to the umbrella, heard Terry say that he had chosen this place on purpose. Even if Gerard shouted, no one would hear him. A couple of minutes later, Terry threw the bag Gerard was tied up in out of his palanquin. Both Jackson and Terry began to kick the bag to the aristocrat's frantic screams. Gerard kept screaming, calling Terry a bastard and urging him to kill him, because otherwise, tomorrow, he would be finished. The guy did not respond to his victim's cries, but this was the first time he had received such an offer. The training continued for several more minutes until the bag with Gerard was untied and the victim's face appeared. Terry grabbed the battered and swollen boy by the skin and asked him if he knew why he had written the poem. Stuttering in pain and panic, barely moving his lips, Gerard asked why. The guy hit Gerard in the face with his palm and said that it was all because of his bullying, and Terry would make him feel that pain too. Gerard was no longer able to endure these beatings and fell at Terry's feet, screaming that he was wrong and asking him to leave him alone. Terry suddenly stopped and asked the boy how much it would be if he subtracted 7 from 1,000, and he made Gerard count again and again. Dawn peered into the room where Candy was sleeping, and the girl finally opened her eyes. She realized that something had happened last night, but she didn't remember. Terry was lying next to her under the covers with his arm around her. Feeling that the girl was stirring, the guy stood up and said that yesterday, Candy had passed out as soon as they entered the room. He got out of bed and began to put on his shirt, saying that next time the girl should do better. Covering herself with a blanket, the girl obediently bowed her head, saying that she had been careless yesterday and did not think that everything would happen like this. The guy left the brothel thinking that he regretted the night he did not get to spend with the beauty. At this time, no one knows about contraception. There is nothing wrong with visiting brothels, but diseases are deadly. The morning in court did not begin with coffee. The governor of the capital sat in his seat, waiting for the case to be announced. The capital's governor, Eli, asked who the prosecutor was in this case and what the nature of the claim was. On a chair in the middle of the room, Gerard, completely wrapped in bandages like a mummy, sat and shouted that he was suing Terry Fang from Eric Fang's family. He shouted that last night the guy had blocked the road for his crew, attacked his men, and then started on him. The governor of the capital ordered his assistant to bring the documents. He needed to read them. When the assistant stood next to him, Eli whispered to him to be careful. They could not offend either side in this case. A moment later, a detachment of guards ran to find a representative of the accused side. Preserving his dignity, Eli told Gerard not to worry. He would take care of everything. Jessica poured herself a cup of tea and looked in Terry's direction, wondering why he needed it. The guy said that he just wanted to get something off his chest, and that if he hadn't made it clear to Gerard that it was him, he wouldn't have changed his behavior. Jessica said that the way the boy was going to travel had been discussed in advance. They had prepared everything, so the boy could walk with a calm soul. Terry looked in the direction of his stepmother and said that he was very curious why Jessica was helping him. The woman squinted her eyes and replied that although her last name was Liu, she was still a member of the Fan family. There is also another reason. The Guo family cannot give in to a representative of the family. Terry understood his stepmother's thought and looked at the guards who were already waiting to escort him to the courtroom. One of them, bowing respectfully, asked if they could leave now. The guy got up from his chair and thanked Jessica and said he would be back soon. He, of course, did not go to court alone, but with the capital's main handsome man and, at the same time, the family's lawyer, Robert. A crowd had gathered outside the court, and Robert said that this was the first time he had seen so many people in his career. Now both the prosecutor and the defendant with their representatives have arrived in the pre-trial courtroom. Terry, instead of greeting the capital's governor, Eli, told him to continue the meeting. Gerard's representative, a well-known personality in the capital, shouted why Terry did not bow to Eli like everyone else. With such behavior, it is not surprising that last night the guy committed such a terrible crime, Terry whispered to Robert and asked him who the pompous fat man was. The lawyer replied that this was William. He was known for his nasty character. His clients were local bigwigs. He was nicknamed Big Mouth. The boy told Eli that according to the rules, he was not obliged to lower his head in humility if he was confident in his reputation. Eli replied that Terry was saying reasonable things. They all knew who Mr. Fan was, and there was no need to bow to him. Stunned by the governor's response, Gerard and Big Mouth William gnashed their teeth. The governor of the capital announced that the trial was officially starting and gave the plaintiff the floor. William said that last night, Terry blocked the road and committed a crime, provoking public unrest by beating people. His client, Gerard, is the son of a minister of ceremonies, and William asks the governor to bring the culprit to justice. After hearing the plaintiff's side for the second time, Eli, rubbing his hands together, asked Terry if he had anything to say. Terry wanted to answer Gerard's representative himself, but he was stopped by Robert, who told him not to worry. A second later, the handsome man opened his mouth as wide as possible and shouted to the whole room that it was all bullshit. His master spent the whole of last night at the Fan family estate, and any servant is ready to testify in his favor. The big mouth shouted that Robert had no proof that a servant could be a witness against his master. In the end, the defense of clients turned into a fight between two lawyers. The audience began to discuss that Terry didn't look like a killer, and Gerard looked like a rice dumpling that didn't inspire confidence. William shouted that the file contained the name of the attacker. He was standing in front of the governor. Why shouldn't Eli grab him as soon as possible? The governor of the capital did not want to decide anything, so he asked Terry again if he had anything to say about it. Another accusation from William was interrupted by Richard's stopping gesture. He said that, according to the case, when Mr. Gerard was attacked, a bag was placed over his head. However, because he could not see the attacker's face through the bag, he was not sure that it was Mr. Terry Fan. This suggestion was immediately picked up by Governor Eli, who began to think that the case was coming to an end. Big Mouth replied that Gerard had heard Terry's voice. Mr. Terry himself had told him that he had done it. He turned to Terry and asked him if he would retract his words, and the guy realized that they were trying to take him for a ride. Robert said that he had studied many laws and regulations and had never heard of a case where guilt was recognized on the basis of a vote. But the cunning Big Mouth William was just waiting for this remark. He immediately reached into his wide sleeve and pulled out a scroll. The man said that if his voice was not enough to confirm his identity, then he suggested that the governor read this poem. William opened the scroll and began to read out a poem that Terry had written yesterday at the poetry contest. Governor Eli listened to the recitation and said it was a very beautiful poem and asked who wrote it. But he came to his senses in time and, clearing his throat, asked how this poem was relevant. William replied that the poem was written by Terry yesterday at the poetry club, and that the attacker quoted these lines last night when the attack took place. He and Gerard claimed that this was done to cause the gentleman as much pain as possible. Robert was torn inside. If William wanted to crack someone, he would just do it. Why read poetry? They were well prepared. Robert said out loud that this was ridiculous. Did they really mean to say that Mr. Fan writes poetry by day and runs around beating people up at night? Once again, an open argument between the two competitors broke out in the courtroom. Eli saw that the time was approaching when he would have the floor and suggested that the meeting be adjourned for lack of evidence. At the same moment, Robert turned toward the judge and shouted that he agreed with the decision. But Big Mouth William stopped everyone in mid-sentence. He didn't want to postpone the end of the case. Stroking his beard, the man said that if the court wanted evidence, they had it. A crowd of people entered the courtroom, pointed out by William's big mouth. All the newcomers knelt down, bowing their heads in the presence of the honorable governor of the capital. Big Mouth William, pointing to these people, said that they were the traders who saw Mr. Terry Fang yesterday. Turning to the witnesses, he shouted at the top of his lungs for them to immediately tell the truth about what they had seen. One of the women said that yesterday she saw Terry Fang's palanquin drive into the prince's palace, but he did not leave. The next was a man who said he saw Terry Fan's palanquin in the western part of the city last night. The boy and his lawyer watched the chain reaction between all these witnesses. Finally, one of the witnesses stated that he saw Mr. Terry Fan leave the house and not return. William approached the boy and sarcastically asked him why, if he decided to take a walk in the night city, he was doing it so secretly. There was a short pause, after which Terry said that it seemed nothing could be hidden from William's big mouth. Shocked, Robert turned to face the boy, thinking he was going to confess. Scratching the back of his head, Terry, looking like an innocent child, said that he had spent last night in a brothel. The courtroom was in a lingering silence that not even a mosquito dared to break. Within a few minutes, the audience began to gossip with enthusiasm that aristocrats were no strangers to such things. Gerard could no longer stand this blatant lie. He shouted at the whole room that the guy was lying. The courtroom began to shout again, and Governor Eli tapped a sign on the table, telling the court to keep quiet. Big Mouth William asked if he had heard correctly and if anyone could confirm that the guy was really there. Terry, pretending to think a little, replied a few seconds later that of course he could, and Miss Candy could confirm. William said that today, Miss Candy left the capital and went to Suzhou. Maybe someone is afraid that she will say too much. Terry was surprised. A few hours passed, and the Guo family expelled her. The power of the Guos should not be underestimated if they are capable of such a thing. William said that everything was clear in this case. Mr. Terry had beaten a man and was now lying in court, and he asked Eli to arrest him. But the guy bowed his head and smiled slyly and said that he actually had another witness. Embarrassed, big-mouthed William and Gerard looked at the young trickster once again. The guy waited a few seconds and, raising his head, announced to the entire courtroom that this witness was Prince Leo. William's big mouth choked on his saliva and bit his tongue in surprise. The bandaged Gerard opened his mouth, shouting that this was simply not possible. The governor of the capital grabbed his head, and now the prince is also involved in this case. It is no longer a simple matter of some drunkards and hooligans. Governor Eli was completely confused. He didn't know what to do now. This case was killing him. William said that Terry was talking nonsense. It was slander. He was trying to tarnish the prince's reputation, and he should be punished. All the shouts in the courtroom were drowned out by the governor's sign on the table, as he said he had had enough. He got up from his chair and, saying that he needed time to think, adjourned the meeting to the next day. All those present, except Terry, looked at each other in confusion, but the boy remained absolutely calm. Robert looked at Terry's face and wondered if this could all be part of the guy's plan. In the imperial palace, on the women's side, the maids read Terry's poem from the poetry competition. From descriptions of nature, the maids soon moved on to the part about melancholy, pain, loneliness, and envy. And at this point, one of the women could not stand it and stopped the girl, asking her not to read it anymore. It was the Empress Dowager, and she asked the audience what they thought of Terry Fan's poems. The Empress was the first to answer her, saying that her vocabulary was poor, but that it sounded very harmonious to her ears. The Dowager Empress agreed with her, especially she liked the bird and the fragment, the dirty envy, very good points. There is too much sadness in this work. Is a child capable of writing such a thing? She was afraid that the boy was unhappy. The princess, who was sitting on the other side of the Dowager Empress, burst into tears and said that she felt the boy's sadness. Her little girl was bedridden, but everyone insisted that she marry a child from the Fan family. So what could she do? The Dowager Empress replied that the fault for her daughter's illness was on her granddaughter's shoulders, and she had always wanted to say so. His Majesty has already approved this marriage, so what's the point of discussing it? And what's wrong with his talented candidacy? The princess replied that the emperor's brother was going to the same place and that he could just get engaged. But no, it had to be a child of the Fan family, this Sarah. The Dowager Empress interrupted the princess's whining, ordering her to shut up immediately. Silence fell in the pavilion, and the Empress Dowager ordered all the maids to leave. And as soon as the last girl left the room, the grandmother hit the princess in the face with great force. The granddaughter, out of surprise and horror, clutched at her chair, expecting a second blow. The girl's mother, the Empress, also did not restrain her emotions. She did not expect her grandmother to hit the girl. The Dowager Empress said that she had told her granddaughter many times not to talk about it. She is full of shamelessness, but everyone here is not a saint, and she would not be alive today if it were up to her grandmother. The princess immediately pleaded guilty and said that her grandmother shouldn't be angry. It was bad for her health. The grandmother summarized that even the girl's father has no right to make decisions about the marriage of his daughter and granddaughter. After the princess agreed with her opinion, the Dowager Empress ordered her daughter to continue what she was saying. The woman replied that one of the eunuchs had said that a big case was being considered in the place today, and the old woman asked what it was about. The Empress replied that this was the only thing on everyone's mind at the moment. Gerard Go, the son of the Minister of Rights, is said to be suing Terry Fan. Mr. Terry Fan allegedly beat Gerard and his bodyguards last night. The astonished Empress Dowager, not believing her ears, asked if her daughter was saying that Terry Fan had beaten the minister's son. In his office, the angry father slammed his palm down on the desk with all his might. He couldn't believe that Terry could have gotten himself into such a ridiculous situation. The guy stood in front of him and, clutching his head, said that Eric was right. This situation was not just ridiculous, but idiotic. Eric suddenly got a headache from overexertion and sat down in his chair. He told the guy to explain to him what caused the whole mess. Terry shouted that the beating was to blame, and his father warned him not to say anything stupid about hitting someone being a good thing. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Terry said that his father really knew him very well. But in fact, there is no particular reason for this. He uses this situation to get closer to Prince Leo, whose father is completely furious at these words. Restraining himself, Eric said that the boy should know. Gerard is one of those close to the prince. Terry's attacks on Gerard and his business dealings with Prince Leo. Eric didn't know what would happen when people started gossiping about it. Terry didn't understand how his action could lead to something terrible, because he hadn't planned anything like that. The father looked closely at his son's blasphemous snags and confidently said that the boy was not being completely honest with him. There was an oppressive silence between the father and son in the office, neither of them wanting to give in to their opponent. In the end, Terry gave up. He initially thought that the Fan family was on good terms with the prince and did not expect it to be so difficult to get close to him. After he finished his sentence, Terry looked at his father's reaction carefully, trying to understand whether he was right in his thoughts. Eric was silent for a while longer and replied that it was wrong to take sides before anything was decided. Terry said that he understood everything and fully supported Prince Leo, and that he would be much more careful in the future. Without waiting for his father's permission, the boy turned around and said he wanted to leave, but Eric stopped him halfway. He asked Terry if he knew how many times they had to meet with Guo's family to get him home from the courtroom today. He can't let Terry take the fall and let him figure things out on his own. The guy shouldn't be stupid. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, my father stood up from his chair and wanted to ask me something. He turned to his son and asked him if he had done it on purpose. The Empress Dowager said that the man who represented Gerard in court was a real fool, but Terry Fan behaved with dignity. The Empress replied that she had also heard. Terry called the prince as a witness. The judge could do nothing. All he could do was to postpone the hearing. The Dowager Empress asked her daughter whom the boy had called as a witness, whether she and Leo had already become so close. The woman said she had heard. Leo and Terry Fan were staying at the inn the night Gerard was beaten. Terry was probably innocent. Realizing that she had said too much, the Empress covered her mouth with her hand. But the Dowager Empress noted that her daughter's tongue was boneless. After sitting a little longer, my grandmother said that she was a little tired and wanted to end the conversation for the day. When her grandmother left, the princess asked if her mother had deliberately told the Empress about the brothel, which was a good move. The girl sincerely noted that she should learn intrigue from her mother. The Empress looked at her daughter with a sly eye, saying that she did not understand what she was talking about. The princess said that she would let her grandmother know that Terry Fan was going around with girls, and if she was unhappy, she could annul the marriage. This was a good move by the mother, and she knew that the woman did not want the Fan family to harm her son. The Empress replied that if it hadn't been for her daughter's failed assassination attempt in Danzhou, all these problems would no longer exist. The two women stood next to each other and whispered about the need to remember to get rid of the evidence. The father insisted on an answer from his son, noting that Terry always had a lot on his mind. Did the guy really make all this noise to appreciate his family? All this time, Terry had been standing with his back to his father. When he heard these words, a mysterious smile played on his face. Let Eric think so. His father asked him if he wanted to use the situation to ruin his reputation and annul the engagement, and he admitted that there was some truth in it. Eric called Terry an asshole, asked him if he realized that he was under the watch of thousands of eyes, and his son meant that otherwise he would not be able to ruin his reputation. Tired of this debate with his cunning son, Eric fell back into his chair, grabbing his head and saying that all the talk was pointless. He went to great lengths to meet with Nicholas and persuade His Majesty to bless the marriage. Terry looked back at his father in surprise. The name Nicholas seemed very familiar to him. He asked if His Majesty was against the marriage because he had to be persuaded, and his father replied that Nicholas saw a different path for Terry. It was all for Terry's own sake. He would understand when the time came. The boy thought that Eric was really treating him like a real father. Finally, the guy decided to ask one more question that bothered him. He decided to ask why his mother's name was engraved on the monument at the gate of the Board of Supervisors. The boy threw his whole body on his father's desk, demanding an explanation. Eric replied that initially, the capital did not have a similar structure to the one Terry sees now. But his mother said that this structure had to exist, and that's why it was founded, and the boy, impressed, drew an analogy with God. My father agreed with Terry's remark and said that his mother was indeed a real goddess for the capital. Terry had no idea what kind of power his mother had at her disposal, if she was really that influential. But based on this, he had another question that bothered him. How, then, could such a woman manage to fall in love with a man like her father? Eric was completely embarrassed by this unexpected question and began to giggle, saying that the boy really didn't know anything about respecting his elders. But there was one more thing that Terry definitely needed to know. The boy had to know that his mother didn't like Eric at first, and he had to remember the woman's name, Julia E., the one who underestimated men. Terry believed that this was the name of a real heroine. There were no men in this world whom she could admire. Then, why did she get mixed up with Eric and give birth to him? He hoped that his father had not used anything illegal. This time, the father decided not to tolerate his son's insolent behavior and threw him out of his office, saying that he was not the one who was beating people up at night. Terry was offended to note that he shouldn't have to endure abuse either, and this man was still called a minister. The boy got to his feet and wondered why his father had told him all this, as he never did anything for nothing. But he was not allowed to think about the whole dialogue. Sarah was already running to him, shouting that she had good news for him. The girl ran to her brother and told him that she had managed to make a deal. At first, Terry didn't understand what Sarah was talking about. He asked what she had agreed to, and Sarah had to calm down and tell him everything in detail. In response to his question, the girl laughed cheerfully and said that she had helped her brother organize a meeting with Miss Flower. But before this meeting, the guy needs to prepare very carefully. For this meeting, the boy and girl used all their disguise skills, and Terry was disguised as an elderly doctor. Sarah noted that if the guy disguises himself carefully, he will be able to see the girl. Terry chided Sarah for using the word arrangement to describe the carnival, and he was not happy with it. My sister replied that this was not bad. Many people would not agree with him. So many people are against their marriage, and this way they can see each other quite calmly. But Terry shouldn't forget anything. He should hunch over and cough a little. He is an old man after all. A palanquin was already waiting at the door of their estate for the doctor to escort the sick girl to the estate. When Fiona saw the doors of the Fan family's mansion open, she pulled back the curtain and looked at the people coming out. She asked Sarah if she was really a student of Richard's master, and the girl answered her question in the affirmative. Fiona thanked the doctor for coming all this way and invited him to the palanquin. While they were on the road, she decided to talk to Sarah about the trial of her brother Terry. She wondered if all the talk around the case was true, and Sarah answered her question in the affirmative. Terry listened to the questions about the brothel and the prince with a blank stare until Sarah said that she had had enough of the talk. But there was no stopping Fiona. She believed that her poor sister could not marry a man like Terry Fan. Realizing that Sarah was not going to continue this conversation, she turned to her doctor and asked him what he thought about it. When Terry replied that everything was logical, the girl said that this was expected from a student of Master Richard. The man was very smart. Fiona wanted to know how many years the doctor had studied with Richard and how old he was. She had heard that Master Richard was the best at handling poisons. The guy wanted to be poisoned from such a list of questions, but the questions did not think to disappear. This passionate interrogation of the doctor was interrupted by Sarah's persistent cough, which drew the girl's attention to her. Terry's sister said she could assure Fiona that her brother was not as bad as they say. But the girl no longer believed a word Sarah said. She believed that she was still resisting. With all this talk, their palanquin had already arrived at its destination and the horse had stopped. Fiona went outside first and invited the doctor and Sarah inside the mansion. But when they got up the stairs to the front door, the guard said that Fiona could come in, but he couldn't let anyone else through. The girl replied that this was the main talent of the capital, Miss Sarah Fan, and the second was a student of Master Richard who had come to examine her sister. The guard looked at Fiona suspiciously and asked if he had heard wrong. It was indeed Master Richard's student. Still blocking their path, he asked why he had never heard of the man before. Realizing that this conversation could go on forever, Terry told the guard to look at him. He pulled out a sign from his pocket that Richard had given him and said that it was given to him by the master and that it should dispel all the young man's doubts. He was right in his conviction, and immediately the guard opened the door for them and invited them inside. At the estate, they were met by an elderly woman who, without much respect, asked Fiona why she had come here. The girl answered, despite the mutterings of the woman who had brought the doctor for Sister Flower. Fiona wanted to walk past the strange warden, but she stopped her with her hand outstretched. The woman said that Flavor was not an easy girl and that no one but the Emperor's doctor could treat her. Fiona stood in front of the warden and asked with pride why another doctor was not allowed. Was he really so bad and not worth examining the girl? She shouted that he was a student of the Master Richard himself. Did the woman think that this man lacked qualifications? But the supervisor replied that Richard was not bad, but his student had to earn a name for himself. She had never heard of him and would not let him join Flavia. The woman turned to the doctor and Sarah and said they could leave. A second later, a fierce quarrel broke out between the girl and the warden, and they called each other foul names. Suddenly, the warden clutched for her life and bent over, and a surprised Fiona asked her what she was up to. The girl thought that the woman was preparing for a fight and started shouting that she had done nothing to make her so nervous. But the warden quickly turned 180 degrees and ran to the restroom, screaming that her stomach hurt. Fiona didn't know how to react to this. Perhaps it was the effect of her verbal attack on her opponent. But Sarah was of a different opinion. She suspected that her brother Terry was to blame, and he had managed to do something. Laxatives, drugs, and aphrodisiacs are always at hand, as are daggers, crossbows, and magic weapons. With an arsenal like Terry's, anyone could handle this woman. Sarah's thoughts were interrupted by Fiona, who said they needed to move on. Sometime later, the girl ran into her sister's room, calling out to Flavia. Terry saw a girl sitting behind a screen and a maid standing in the middle of the room looking at them. The girl behind the screen said that they should stop. She could hear that there was more noise in the room than usual. Fiona happily replied that she had brought a great doctor to Flavor who could examine her. The girl asked why, because Fiona knew perfectly well what kind of illness Flavera had, and even the Emperor's doctor could not help her. But Terry wasn't going to give up. He sat down by the screen and asked Flavor for his hand to start the inspection. The girl saw people behind the screen, and Fiona insisted that it was a student of Master Richard and that he should examine her. After a little thought, Flavor decided that nothing bad would come of it and extended her hand to the doctor through the translucent screen. Terry looked at this small woman's hand in his palm and could not believe his eyes, if these were the hands of the girl with the chicken legs. Terry stopped himself from thinking that the pervert, the girl with the chicken leg, and Mrs. Lynn the aristocrat, none of them would have accepted the role of concubine. The guy was so deeply absorbed in his thoughts that the voice of the maid, who said that he could begin the inspection, frightened him. In a theatrical gesture, the man raised his left hand and began to lower it respectfully on the patient's arm. He touched the girl's wrist with his finger to check her pulse and felt as if he had been electrocuted. Fiona was delighted. This doctor checked the pulse with one finger. He was really a worthy student of Master Richard. Terry thought that it was as if lightning had passed between their hands, and that when they got married, he would be able to touch more than just the girl's wrist. The maid interrupted these thoughts, saying that the diagnosis had been made long ago, and that the doctor could not tell what Miss Flower was suffering from. The guy replied that her pulse was very weak but stable, and her veins were thin as cobwebs, which made his work a little difficult. To make an accurate diagnosis, he also needs to look at the patient's face. But the maid answered categorically that her mistress was hidden behind a screen and could not show herself to him. Terry asked if the owner suffered from coughing fits and if she got tired quickly, and received an affirmative answer. Without even asking, he concluded that the girl was also constantly losing weight. The maid looked at the doctor in surprise and confusion and replied that his assumptions were correct. Terry said that the patient was often worried about fever. The maid had already begun to burn with a certain enthusiasm for hope, and she exclaimed that this statement of the doctor was true. The boy returned to the maid and said that the imperial doctor had tried to convince them that Flavia had tuberculosis. The maid shouted, "Yes," 3 times in response and asked if the doctor disagreed with the previous diagnosis. Terry coughed and said that the previous doctor was right. It was indeed tuberculosis. Fiona folded her arms over her chest and said that the doctor had described all the symptoms so accurately and that he must have a cure. The maid supported Fiona, saying that the doctor was very strong and asked if he could help. Terry was writing something diligently on paper, asking if the girl was coughing up blood, and the maid confirmed this fact. A few seconds later, the guy turned to the maid and handed her a sheet of recommendations, saying that she had to follow this recipe exactly. The maid began to read aloud, saying that the imperial doctor had also prescribed a golden lily, but the recipe was slightly different. She said that all the ingredients listed in the recipe were very exhausting for the body, and Terry said yes. The girl insisted that her mistress shouldn't take it all, and Fiona brought a quack, to which she replied that the maid was not a doctor. Another fight broke out, and Terry finally realized that being a doctor in this era is such a thankless job. If they disregard the girl's health so much, it is not surprising that she is still sick. He shouted suddenly that it was no exaggeration to say that all servants approach their duties with their sleeves down. Tuberculosis patients are indeed prescribed a diet, but in such a situation, it is important to provide the body with access to high-quality protein. The maid and Fiona started shouting out in unison what a squirrel was. They didn't understand what language this stranger was speaking to them. Terry said that goat's milk, fish and meat are a source of protein. You can use persimmons, sweet potatoes and rice, which must be dried, ground and boiled. The maid began to worry that if her mistress ate something wrong, her condition would worsen. The doctor calmly replied that he shouldn't worry about how the girl was looking at starting with these pills. He took a jar of pills out of his pocket and poured a couple on the girl's palm. But the maid's reaction was unexpected. She thought it would only make things worse. But Terry began to assure the maid that the mistress would recover after taking the pill, and he realized that they had turned a curable disease into an incurable one. All conversations died down when the warden appeared in the room and announced that the reception was over for the day. The categorical elderly woman insisted that the doctor, Sarah and Fiona must leave immediately. The guy was frankly tired of the constant arguments and said that he had had enough. They came here with good intentions. They wanted to help Miss Lynn. But if everyone here doesn't appreciate it, then they really should leave. She and her sister were already on the doorstep when a request to wait came from the other side of the screen. Flavor asked if she had understood the doctor's words correctly that she could eat absolutely anything. Ignoring Fiona's protests that she could not trust such words, she asked if this also applied to chicken legs. The girl said that the information given by the doctor was quite reasonable, and maybe if he looked at it, he would be more accurate in his diagnosis. But Flavor's proposal was met with strong resistance from the warden, who said it was against all the rules. But before she could finish her sentence, she grabbed her stomach again and hurried to the restroom. As soon as the woman disappeared behind the door, the guy took hold of the screen, separating him from Flower with both hands. He did not understand these stupid rules and, sharply pulling the translucent curtains aside, said that the main thing was treatment. This arbitrariness caused a lot of indignation among the women in the room. Sarah, Fiona and the maid were amazed at Terry's insolence. Behind the screen, a blonde woman with long hair and a nightgown sat looking into the boy's eyes in surprise. Terry and Flower's eyes met, and they couldn't say a word, just like they did on their first meeting. She could not understand how this was possible. It seemed to her that it was him. The voice belonged to that guy, absolutely, but the appearance was very different. The maid, meanwhile, was completely burned out. She did not understand how this doctor dared to behave in such a way. Fiona stood in front of Terry and shouted that he should not touch Mrs. Flower's canopy. But the guy had already found out everything he wanted to know and said that he had seen everything and could make an accurate diagnosis. He sat down on a chair next to Flavera's bed and told her that she had to eat and take her medication according to the prescription. The girl apologized for disturbing her. She didn't understand how such a familiar voice could belong to the wrong guy. Looking at this grey-haired old doctor, she still experienced some strange feelings. But the others in the room were not blind either. They noticed that something was going on between the two. Fiona shouted that this student of Richard's was mediocre. She thought he could say something new. The guy said that since he could not help them anymore, he would not bother them anymore and walked towards the exit. But he was stopped again by the voice of Flower, who said that he had not answered her question. On the doorstep, Terry said that if she got hungry, she could easily eat a few chicken legs. Flavor noted that she hasn't had much of an appetite lately and has been throwing up quite often. Terry winked with his right eye and told the girl not to worry. all these symptoms would soon disappear. It was only after that Flavor really realized that it was indeed a stranger from the church with whom she had fallen in love. In parting, the guy said that in addition to this, the girls should not forget to ventilate the room well during the day and close the windows at night. Flavor asked if it was really necessary to do all this. The maid and Fiona were already starting to go a little crazy. Neither of them understood anything. But something was happening in this room right now. Fiona decided not to put up with this charlatan any longer and said it was a waste of time and asked Terry to leave. Finally, the guy shouted not to forget about the windows, and the maid said that the doctor was a truly amazing person. This remark from the girl made Flavor's cheeks flush. She was in complete agreement with her maid. The guy was amazing. Night descended on Miss Flower Lynn's estate, and the moon lit the windows of the sick girl's room. But Flower did not notice this. She was absorbed in the thought that the boy was a student of Master Richard and an aristocrat. She did not understand at all how he found out about her illness, where she lived, just to come here. But suddenly, a thought struck Flower's mind that made her tense. He knew who she was and that she was engaged. The girl couldn't find a place the guy knew, but he came to talk to her anyway. He was so brave and would definitely come today. The girl looked at the open windows and the curtains swaying in the air, wondering whether to close them or not. Flower realized she couldn't stand this tense waiting any longer and covered herself with a blanket. She was completely confused. The maid who watched the painting thought that the girl had been in this state for several hours and that this charlatan could have infected her with something. The maid decided to bring some incense to calm the girl down, said she would be back soon, and left the room. Flavor was left alone in the room, chastising herself for the thoughts that were going through her head. She was engaged and couldn't let a stranger come into the room. She would disgrace the family. So Flavia closed the window. It is no longer possible to attribute all this to chance. It is most definitely a family prank. Meanwhile, an uninvited nighttime visitor was hurrying from roof to the girl's house. Terry landed on the balcony of the Flavor room. Thanks to his many years of training, he was able to get there with ease. His fiancée is a real smart girl, and she probably left a hole for him. The guy tried to push on the window sashes, but they did not give way, and he was surprised to realize that the window was closed. Flower saw the shadow of the guy's silhouette on her window, and she was right. His goal was to come to her at night. But the girl could not open the door for him. She wanted to very much and fought with herself, lying quietly on the bed. Squinting, Flower muttered into the blanket to tell the guy to go away, because they had no future. But suddenly I heard a greeting next to me, and when I opened my eyes, I was startled to see the face of my darling. She asked how the guy got in and pointed him to the exit through the window. Terry showed the girl his knife with a smile and noted that breaking into her boudoir was not such a difficult task. The guy sat down on the girl's bed and sighed dreamily, while Flower snuggled into the other side of the canopy. He saw that the girl was scared and told her not to be afraid, because when he was a doctor during the day, he warned her that he would come back later. Flavor replied that the guy finally said that all the windows should be closed at night. Terry leaned closer to his chosen one and flirtatiously looked at the girl. He said that Flower should understand the true meaning of her doctor's words. But suddenly, the sharp blade of a knife in the girl's hands touched Terry's throat, which stopped his ardor. She asked him to watch his words and actions and said that he should leave now and pretend that they had never met. He pulled the flavor blade away from his neck with his finger and said that she should speak if she had something to say. But first, he would show her what he had brought. Terry pulled out a fried chicken leg in a paper wrapper from his inside pocket. Flower instantly forgot all the fears that haunted her, and Terry said that he would leave because he had actually come only for the leg. The girl took the boy's gift and asked him, with reddened cheeks, if he had really come for the chicken leg. She didn't understand how he could take such a big risk just to bring a chicken leg. He was a complete fool. She couldn't believe that he could have really come just for that. She couldn't believe that there wasn't another reason. Flower grabbed the dagger and said that she didn't care who he was. He couldn't take her lightly. She wouldn't let him. Terry replied that ever since he met the girl, her smile has not left his mind. When he found out that she was Miss Lynn, he couldn't help but want to see her. The girl suddenly came to her senses and shouted that she was promised to the Fan family and that if he harmed her, his days were numbered. Now the boy finally understood why Flower had been so scared since he arrived. He asked Flower what would happen if he was her fiancé, Terry Fan. The girl suddenly screamed, threatening him with a knife, saying that she did not think he would turn out to be such a person. But the guy insisted that he was telling the absolute truth, that he was indeed a member of the Fan family, Terry Fan. The girl clasped her knees and pressed herself against the wall, begging not to joke about such topics. Tears spilled from Flavor's eyes, and her hands trembled as she clutched the dagger. Girls didn't like such jokes, but the guy insisted in all seriousness that he would not laugh at her. His name was Terry Fan, and it was true, he swore by everything he had. Flower looked at the guy in silence, trying to understand whether he was sincere with her, having completely forgotten about the knife. A few seconds later, the girl asked if he had really written "The Guest of a Gloomy Autumn," and the boy replied that he had written it in a hurry. Her next question was whether he had really beaten the man, to which Terry replied yes, but noted that it had only happened once. Flavor didn't think to stop and asked if he had gone to a brothel, and the guy said that was a lie. A smile shone on Flower's face, moisture sparkled in her eyes, and she was filled with hope. It was indeed her fiancé, Terry Fan, and he and the guy from the temple are indeed the same person. Their scene of intimacy was interrupted by a maid standing on the threshold of the hallway, asking if Flavia was okay because she heard her say something. The girl asked if she could help the hostess in any way, which scared both Flower and Terry. Flower said that even if Terry was her future husband, it would be very bad if someone saw him here and that he should leave immediately. Terry smiled at the girl's remark. He couldn't just hand over a chicken leg if he came here. A second later, the guy ran straight into the girl's bed and covered himself with a blanket. Shocked by this insolence, Flower shouted that Terry was a scoundrel. But her indignation was short-lived because a maid had already entered the room and the girl lay down on the bed with her back to the door, pretending to sleep. The maid, seeing her mistress sleeping, thought she just heard voices. Frightened, Flavia could hardly wait for the girl to leave her room, but this time, the danger was over. The girl turned to Terry, saying that the maid had left and he had to hurry. This bed was too small for two. But the boy said that he was tired and wanted to take a nap here, hiding under the blanket even more. Flower was completely frightened. She didn't understand what Terry was doing. If he didn't stop immediately, she promised to ignore him. The guy had to accept the fact that he would have to leave. He got out from under the blanket and said he was getting up. Still, Terry was happy. He thought he was very lucky in this life. He fell in love with the girl who was his fiancée. Did he subconsciously feel it? But Flavor sadly replied that his fiancée was weak and sick, and she was afraid that if they got married, it would tire him out in the future. Terry replied that what he had said that day was true, that she should eat well to get better and follow the prescription he had written. Flavia noted that the emperor's doctor said that her illness was incurable, and he predicted that she would live only a year. Terry told the girl not to forget that his teacher was Richard, and he knew a lot of medicines for many different diseases. As soon as Master Richard returns to the capital, the boy is sure he will help her. These words brought tears to Flavor's eyes, and she said that she would bother the guy a little more. Terry leaned closer to Flower's face and asked if they should come up with nicknames for each other. The girl looked mischievously in different directions. She asked if they should wait until they were married. Terry carefully and gently took the girl's hand in his. He had been waiting for this for so long. Finally, Flower was in his arms and he began to like this life more and more. But a few seconds later, Flower ruined the romantic moment by asking about the poem's authorship, and the guy asked why she was asking this question. Was there a problem with the girl's story? Terry sincerely did not understand why she was so insistent about the poem. Flavia replied that there had recently been a rumor in the palace that his poem had been stolen from a poet of a previous dynasty. The guy replied that it was a lie, that it was a good poem, and if it had been written earlier, everyone would have known about it. He got up from the bed and stretched, his muscles stiff from lack of movement. Looking back at the bride, the guy said that she should rest and he would try to visit her more often. Finally, Flower said that she was always happy to see Terry. She didn't mind his company at all. But suddenly, the girl realized that she was very worried about the guy's fate if the estate security guard saw him. For Terry, the girl's words prompted him to think that if he was seen, they would be the only ones in danger. The boy, climbing out the window, said that this was a real problem and that he would have to discuss it with his uncle tomorrow. But the girl did not understand what he was talking about. A second later, the silhouette of a man jumping from roof to roof appeared against the starry sky. The sun's rays finally penetrated Flavor's room, and the transparent curtains could not hide the onset of a warm day. The girl woke up and stretched on her bed, her memory immediately flashing back to the night's adventures. Suddenly, as if from out of the blue, a maid appeared at her bedside to greet Flavor with her awakening. Flavia said sadly that the boy had left, and the maid, laughing, replied that she would have to return to the dream realm to see him again. Flavia looked at the maid and asked if she had heard anything, and the girl replied that when the owner returned, he was asleep and the room was quiet. The young lady got up and walked to the window, opened the shutters, and wondered if she had dreamed at all. Her thoughts and dreams were interrupted by a maid who asked if Flavia was still stealing food. She looked back at the girl and saw that she was holding a chicken leg wrapped in paper, and she told Flavia to tell the nanny to be careful. The maid came to the window and closed the shutters, saying that there was no need to open the windows as the coughing would come back. Terry was in seventh heaven with happiness, as if he was bursting from the inside. He had chicken legs in both hands, which he took turns biting in front of Sarah, who was laughing out loud. The girl asked him if he had decided to agree to this marriage, and Terry happily replied that he had to obey his parents' will. Sarah decided to remind her brother that he should not forget that marriage is not all about pleasure. The guy said that maybe everything they had started was not worth it because people could get hurt in this story. Sarah asked if he was talking about the palace case, and the boy replied that the eldest princess and those close to her were involved in this case. Even if you want to take possession, it will not be easy, but rather very difficult. Sarah asked him what he thought about the account book, eager to learn about his brother's plans. Terry replied that it was impossible to check. All the old records were sealed and impossible to access, but there was another problem. The lack of a steady income would make many people angry, and Sarah said that if the boyfriend got married, he wouldn't need this business. Terry didn't agree with his sister's position. He didn't think his father would agree to this, and he didn't want to give up either. Sarah said that if the boy got into a serious fight over the case, they would not let him get away with it. Terry replied that the girl shouldn't worry about that. He could handle the rest. Terry has set a goal for himself. He will not tolerate anyone else's attempts to destroy his dream, and if the princess tries to do something, he will not let it go. But he is sure that the older princess will never do this because she is not without intelligence, and Sarah once again admired her brother's equal intellect. She was his main fan, and as expected, the guy had thought of everything in advance. Miss Flower's brother Ethan thanked his interlocutor. The Empress turned away from them when the news of her marriage to Terry Fan appeared. The interlocutor assured him that there was no reason for him to worry. As soon as they removed Terry Fang, everything would be back to normal. But Ethan was worried that they would leave traces, which could play against them over time. The Fan are quite well known in the capital. Their power should not be underestimated. The interviewee, Thomas, said that their patron was not from the capital, and even if an investigation was launched, no one would ever be able to find them. Ethan felt delighted after hearing these words. The news was unbeatable, so their problems would soon disappear. He could now say with certainty that this strategy Thomas was proposing was indeed brilliant. The man replied that he shouldn't be overwhelmed, and that he could count on any help from him in the future. And looking at his interlocutor with an ominous look, he assured him that everything they had discussed in that conversation would be fulfilled. A little later, the princess received Thomas in her boudoir, and she did not think that he would be able to convince Ethan to take their side. The woman was openly happy that Thomas seemed to be capable of something else. But her reflections were interrupted by Thomas himself, who, bowing, replied that he had not actually succeeded. It was much easier and simpler for him to deal with the Prime Minister's son, and the woman said that Ethan was an idiot. He was indeed a very good candidate to take half of the blame for everything he did. Terry ran to his father's office, saying that he had given it some serious thought and could not let his mother's case remain in the hands of these thieves. The shocked father watched as Terry said he had to get married as soon as possible. Eric could not tolerate the blasphemy and asked if this was how the boy was trying to get his mother's property back by going to Miss Lynn. Miss Lynn's family are not easy people, and there shouldn't be such a meeting at night between a boy and a girl. The boy was again impressed to the depths of his soul by his father's knowledge of his affairs, who knew his every move. The conversation between father and son was interrupted by Jessica, who came into the office saying that Eric needed to rest because he was tired and it was late. The woman brought a cup of fragrant tea on a tray and placed it on Eric's desk. But Terry's father told him that his wife should go to bed first. He and his son had a very important conversation. When Jessica left the office, he said to Terry that he knew he had a great affection for Flower. Terry said that he was doing a very important job, so he needed to be much more careful. The father said that he knew she was offended that she had sent a mercenary to him, but that there were reasons for this behavior. He and his sister were getting older. The boy was amazed. All this time his father knew everything Jessica was doing, but did nothing to decide who was more important to him or her. Eric replied that all the answers were on the surface. It was easy to guess. She came to the palace and was promised, as soon as Terry dies, her son will inherit everything that belongs to the Fan family and may become the next Prime Minister. Eric didn't justify her. It's just that the person who served her was actually obeying orders from the palace. Jessica is a scapegoat in this situation. The father said that he wanted to say that the person who most wanted Terry to die belonged to the yard, and the person he really needs to be wary of is there. The boy began to ask who this person was. His father should definitely know his name, but Eric replied that Terry was in too much of a hurry. These people are empresses and princesses, and after the guy learned this, what is he going to do with the knowledge? Terry didn't think twice about it and said that he would let Uncle George tear them into small pieces. He could not have imagined that these ladies were so out of their minds that if his father found out about it, it would be on the board of supervisors. The guy was sure that if they managed to kill him, no one would care. The story was quite dangerous. But his father said that the boy did not know how specific people treated him, so he should not say stupid things. In general, if he is determined to get his mother's property back, he should realize that this affects a lot of other people. Everyone will be looking at him. The guy has to be careful at every step, especially at the meeting tomorrow. Terry asked what exactly Eric was talking about. The father replied that, if he was right, Prince Leo was planning to invite the boy to his house. The next day, Terry was having tea with him at Prince Leo's estate and thanking him for his help in the Gerard Go case. Prince Leo replied to Terry's words that he didn't need to be thanked. It was just a matter of course. He invited the guy today for a different reason and wanted to be straightforward, and Terry said he was listening carefully. Initially, the second prince wanted Leo to trick Terry into meeting him. He said that everything should look like it would not arouse suspicion. But Terry is a very smart guy, and no matter how hard Leo tried, he didn't think he could hide anything, and it doesn't matter now. Tomorrow, the second prince wants to hold a banquet, and Terry was among the invited guests. Terry scratched the back of his head. It was unbelievable, but his father was right again. The guy replied that he was a nobody to attend this event at the personal invitation of the prince. But Leo replied that all this was being done to recruit Terry and added that he didn't need company for the evening, and the guy took it as a joke. But the prince said that this reason was quite reasonable. Many things require people to whom you can entrust something. More importantly, if the guy compares the old and new recordings, he will be in for a surprise. Terry thought that it was too early. The wedding was not until October, and maybe in a year or two, he was not ready yet. He would not get to the recording soon. Leo agreed and said that tomorrow they would have a regular meal, and he asked if the boy would mind if he was a witness in the case with Guo. Terry replied that he would not refuse such a gift of fate, feeling that there was something behind it. He added that given the current situation, the battle for the throne will drag on for at least 10 years, which is why Leo is in such a hurry to choose a side. The prince replied that he considered everything that was happening as a short-term concern, and that the eyes of the courtiers noticed everything in the smallest detail. The eldest prince is quite skilled in battle, but none of his campaigns have been crowned with victory. Despite his status, he never behaved in a manner befitting a member of the imperial family. The third principal was still young and had no chance to fight for the throne. So, among all the contenders, Prince Leo preferred to choose the second prince. Terry was very impressed by the frankness of the interlocutor. He did not understand why he was hearing so many revelations today. Leo said that tomorrow the boy was going to see another prince, and maybe he would understand why Leo had made this choice. But Terry really didn't want to go anywhere. In the evening, Terry came to one of the ponds in the forest to meet Jackson, who did not believe that the boy would go to meet the second prince. Jackson believed that if a guy left, it would automatically mean that he was an enemy to everyone else. Terry threw stones into the water and skeptically replied that everyone around him already wanted him dead. His goal was to get close to the emperor and empress, so the second prince was just one of the options. Jackson replied that in that case, he would go with the boy to protect him. It was his duty. Terry replied that Jackson's skills were inferior to his and that he could handle small problems himself. Terry decided to ask why Jackson shouldn't take his wife and children out of the capital and settle down somewhere quiet. The guy replied that promises are made for a reason and he would fulfill his promise, but Terry said that the guy had already helped him. It would have been nice if Jackson had gotten on with his life and Terry had an Uncle George. Jackson said that their agreement had nothing to do with that. It was an oath between two men. But Terry asked what about Jackson's promise to his wife and children. They waited for so many years, and when they did, They had to wait another 3 years. You don't have to do that to those who are dear to you. The next day, Terry was wearing a palanquin to a reception with the second prince, accompanied by several bodyguards. The boy looked out the window of his trench coat and looked at everyone around him. Jackson really hadn't come today. Terry thought it was the right thing to do. He hoped that yesterday's conversation had woken him up. He had a bad feeling about it. He was thinking about what he should say to the second prince when he met him. He was afraid of being misunderstood or misunderstood. He decided that he would deal with all this on the spot, that there was no need to worry too much. But suddenly, a strange aroma touched the guy's nose. Terry closed the curtain. He could not understand where the bitter smell of poison could come from. At that moment, something was definitely happening, and Terry shouted at the carriage to drive faster because it was a trap. Although the guards were looking around, they could not see the attackers who were watching them from above as there was no one else on the street. Suddenly, a huge stone hit the boy's coat and Terry flew to the ground with the carriage. Quickly trying to get his bearings, the boy grabbed the cart with his hand, looking around, waiting for another blow. In a moment, dozens of arrows flew at the guards and the boys, and the attackers moved to active action. The guy, seeing the attack from the air, shouted to his guards to watch out because the arrows were treated with poison. The guards shouted for the master to get out of here and began to fend off the arrows with fencing. Terry decided to heed the men's call and hid behind one of the columns of the buildings around him. The guy did not expect the killers to be so bold as to attack him in broad daylight. He thought they would try to get rid of him unnoticed. The guy looked at the name of the street. Was it really the same street of ghosts? What a good place to kill. The arrows did not stop. There were more and more of them, all flying at him and his men. Terry realized that a second wave of arrows would soon join them, and it was difficult to cope with such an onslaught. Although the guards desperately repelled the assassins' attacks, the arrows were getting bigger and bigger, and the forces were getting smaller. He saw his men falling one by one from wounds caused by the enemy's poisonous arrows. Looking out from behind the column, he saw the attackers preparing for a new wave of attacks. The guy realized that there was no time to waste and shouted to everyone who was left to attack while the enemy was changing arrows. The guy's guards immediately obeyed their bad guy's order without question and joined him. When they reached the wall of the house that served as a shelter for the attackers, they attacked them. But these people were not alone. Terry barely managed to dodge the blades that flew in his direction just a moment later. Following the blades, the guy saw two women flying in the air, flying right at him, which did not mean anything good. At the last second, Terry managed to jump aside to avoid the girls' treacherous attack with poisoned knives. He saw that the faces of both of these attackers were open, and they probably decided to die here. One of the girls attacked Terry again with new blades, throwing them in his direction. The guy growled back that all their strength was not enough to overcome him. He moved quickly, avoiding the enemy's blades, saying that all their attacks were nothing to him. Increasingly frantic, he continued to increase his energy generation. Terry believed that the attackers were one continuous flaw. When he got to the girls, he grabbed them by the neck with both hands and they screamed in pain. Terry was squeezing the necks of his enemies more and more, almost unable to control the leakage of his energy. In a few seconds, the attackers were left with only blood, which splashed in all directions. Instantly, everything was quiet around him, and he stood there, with ashes and pieces of clothing falling on him from all sides. Terry didn't understand how he could be so underestimated and have assassins like these two set upon him. Terry began to look around suspiciously, and everything was clearly not as simple as it seemed at first glance. But the attack on his palanquin with a boulder was, of course, not the work of these two. After thinking about it, the guy was absolutely sure that there was someone else on the street besides them. The surviving guards finished off the attackers with arrows to make sure they would not harm their master again. One of them turned to the other, saying that he had killed 12, so he had won. But before he could finish his sentence, a giant hand wrapped around a cane clutched his face. A second later, the guard flew violently to the ground, kicking up a pile of dust with his body in front of his colleague. But the second man, who was shocked, did not escape the same fate, and the hand of a giant stranger was on his head. The aggressive giant squeezed the man's head harder and harder, and he began to scream in pain. Terry looked back at the scream and saw that his man was in trouble, and he realized that another ambush was waiting for them. A moment later, the second of his bodyguards flew at the guy's back, and Terry did not have time to react. The man knocked him down, and now they both flew to the other side of the street. The giant came out of his hiding place to see the extent of his attack, and there was a huge hole in the wall of the house opposite. The monstrosity, named Ridley, growled with satisfaction but aggression, clutching the chain of his weapon with his hand. But Ridley rejoiced too soon, and a few minutes later, Terry emerged from the cloud of smoke and dust, clutching his hand to his chest. The guy felt the full force of the enemy. Most likely, he was at least an 8th-ranked soldier. Judging by his posture, the giant was immortal, and the guy definitely had no chance of winning. Terry decided to use the pill he received from Master Richard in this fight. He said that the boy's strength was equal to the 7th rank, but it would be difficult for an 8th-ranked opponent to overcome him, and if the enemy was stronger, he should run. The pill he gave the boy was capable of instantly raising his level, and even an 8th-ranked master would not be able to handle him in this case. But it was always necessary to remember that the pill was quite toxic and the side effects were not mild. Terry had to be very careful in its use. The guy realized that no matter how much he disliked the idea, he simply had no choice. So he opened his mouth and swallowed Richard's pill. The second it hit the boy's mouth, his power burst out, sending flames flying all around him. The force began to tear the guy apart from the inside. It needed an outlet, and Terry took to the air to attack Ridley. He approached the giant, generating all his strength in his hand, which he prepared to strike. Ridley didn't move. He was waiting for the guy to attack, thinking he was a complete idiot. Around the corner, another attacker started spinning an amulet. He didn't want to be noticed. At the same second, Terry began to feel some changes in the flight, but he could not avoid the attack. In an instant, all his strength, fueled by Master Richard's pill, disappeared. The witch holding the talisman was preparing to strengthen her spell. To the boy's surprise, Ridley reacted with a counterattack and threw his mace on a stick at him. The mace wrapped around his arms and legs, preventing him from moving. The satisfied bull Ridley pulled the cane toward him, and the boy, not believing that this was the second his life would end, flew to the ground. The giant was already preparing to strike, believing that the boy would not escape death. But Terry realized at the last moment that he had one more ace up his sleeve. He simply could not lose in this fight. Terry shouted with all his might to the whole street, calling out for Uncle George and begging for help. He was not mistaken in believing that his uncle was somewhere nearby and was protecting him. Master George heard everything clearly, but did not intervene until the boy called him, and he briefly answered the calls so that Terry would not panic. When a beam of energy unexpectedly hit the witch with the talisman, she realized that the guy had an assistant. The wounded woman dropped the doll symbolizing Terry to the ground. Jackson, who killed the attacker, said that he did not know which Uncle Terry was screaming about, but he would save him from death. Ridley immediately felt that something had happened to the witch and looked around and saw the man who had killed her. Terry felt his strength return to him the moment the mascot doll touched the ground. The guy immediately broke his handcuffs and landed on the ground in front of Ridley. The giant was furious that Jackson had interfered with him, so he attacked him. Jackson was not going to avoid the fight. Although he realized that the forces were unequal, he had to keep his word. The first blow of the giant Ridley knocked his sword out of the boy's hands, and Jackson could do nothing against such an opponent. Ridley attacked the guy with such force that he sank into the ground and the stones flew in different directions. Blood spurted out of Jackson's mouth, and he finally realized that he had lost the fight. Ridley kept stomping on him and yelling at him to get back in the mud. He thought he was pathetic. Terry couldn't let Jackson die like that because of him, so he drew his sword and attacked the enemy. He rushed at the giant and cut it in half with a powerful beam of his energy. For a moment, everything was quiet on the Street of Ghosts, and all three of them, the giant, Jackson, and Terry, froze in their places. Ridley broke into two pieces and Terry rushed to his friend Jackson to assess the damage. The guy didn't understand why he had come. He had warned him. He felt very sorry for Jackson. The guy took out a pouch with a green pill from his pocket, which fell into his palm. This is a resurrection pill. One of these can be cultivated for 20 years. It is the most valuable gift from Master Richard. It can save lives. Terry looked at it and wondered whether he should use it now, as there was a chance that he might face danger in the future. But his love and responsibility to his new friend outweighed his priorities. A man came into the room, introduced himself as an investigator, and said that he was tasked with investigating the assassination attempt on Newland Street and asked Terry to cooperate. The guy was lying on the bed in his room and said in a weak voice that he had told everything he knew. He added that his testimony had been recorded earlier, which may still be required by the investigation. Investigator Kelly replied that he had been briefed. Terry went to great lengths to survive. His man sacrificed himself for him. He asked him not to hide anything and to tell the truth, and the guy sat up on the bed and said that he was in a lot of pain. The injury was really serious. Having endured the pain, Terry admitted that everything he told Investigator Kelly was true. His frankness brought the man to tears, and he expressed his sympathy, saying that Terry's attitude toward his subordinates was very touching. Terry replied that the guy had sacrificed his life for him, so he couldn't remain indifferent. The investigator said that, unfortunately, Jackson's body was not found at the crime scene and asked for an explanation. After a short pause, a plaque of Richard's master fell to the floor from Terry's bed. The guy, who didn't know how else to get away from the investigator, said that this was his explanation. Investigator Kelly immediately saw the sign and got down on one knee, respectfully apologized to the boy, and asked for forgiveness for his impudence. He said that the boy had left them, but the council would remember his actions, and the boy's family would not be responsible for anything. In the hope that the aristocrat would be satisfied with the solution, Investigator Kelly asked him if he was happy with it. Terry pretended to think about what he was saying and replied thoughtfully that it would be nice to make a payment. The investigator gladly took up this offer, saying that it would be done without fail. He would arrange everything as soon as he left the boy's room. Terry, folding his arms across his chest, asked me to tell him the details of the investigation that was being conducted into this matter. Kelly replied that thanks to Terry's heroism, the thieves were killed, and that this case will most likely become another unsolved mystery of Ghost Street. Terry began to get annoyed by this demagoguery. He already understood what the investigator was getting at and asked him to get to the point. Investigator Kelly said that the customer was most likely Eli, who was a famous killer from Northern King. It was under his care that the murderous sisters were under the care of the police, and they were quite skilled in their work. The direct proof was the appointed meeting place on Eli's territory. Probably the spies they had placed in the capital had learned about Terry's plans. The guy disagreed and shook his head. He thought that this version made no sense. Why would they care about the money of the imperial family? What was the point of this murderer, Eli, and his accomplices killing him, Terry Farn? Kelly replied that this made sense, because if the attempt had been successful, they would not have had the opportunity to conduct a full investigation. This way, the two sides will start competing with each other, and the issue of going to the north will be postponed, which is the real goal. Terry scratched the back of his head, thinking that maybe Investigator Kelly was exaggerating. But the interlocutor was already quite bold and said that Terry's assumption was absolutely impossible. Finally, Kelly said that if the boy had any questions, he should not be embarrassed. The investigator would be happy to answer them. Terry decided to take advantage of the offer right away and said he already had a couple of questions. The first question is how the archers and mercenaries got to the capital, to the city where the emperor lives. The second is why they didn't declare their true purpose directly. Thirdly, is it possible that the customer was someone from the capital? Maybe they were just hiding behind the Northern King. This time, the boy's questions made the investigator scratch the back of his head, and he replied that he did not have an answer to these questions. Terry said that he would have to do it all by himself again. He asked what happened to Miss Lee, and Kelly said that the Board of Supervisors stopped her in her tracks. Now they are on their way here. The guy said that if someone finds out something, it will be even harder to find the customer. He needs someone good at surveillance. A few days later, the right person was standing in front of Terry. It was Jerome, an employee of the prosecutor's office. Terry said that Miss Lee might be kidnapped or killed on her way to the capital, but Jerome said that he didn't have to worry about that. After the guy gave him the money, Jerome's rhetoric changed. He immediately realized Terry's intentions. He happily waved the money in Terry's face and corrected himself, calling him Master Terry Fan. The boy immediately began to doubt whether Jerome was even capable of fulfilling his assignment. But an employee of the Board of Supervisors assured him that there was no need to worry about his skills. The next moment, the man threw all the money he had in his hands into the air. A second later, in front of the amazed boy, he gathered all the papers in the air like lightning. Jerome landed on the ground silently, holding a wad of money in his hands. Smiling a sincere smile, he asked the surprised boy if he trusted him now. Terry thought about it. He didn't understand how someone with such unsurpassed skills could waste themselves as a civil servant. The customer's words flattered Jerome's ego. He didn't want to brag, but he really didn't see anyone faster than himself. But Terry didn't think so. He had seen such a person, and this person was not far from Jerome. But Jerome, a civil servant, strongly disagreed with this opinion, believing that it was absolutely impossible. Suddenly, it was as if something came to him, and he said that Terry was just going to test him. Terry and Master George were approaching a cabin in the woods with a child sitting on the porch. The boy broke the silence and asked if he could ask his uncle a question. Master George was unchanged in his habits and briefly replied that the boy could begin. Terry asked why George didn't do anything to save Jackson, since it cost him nothing. Master George replied that he was only protecting Terry and that he didn't care about other people. The guy replied that Jackson was in danger to save him and those guards and that he could help him for Terry's sake. Master George replied that Terry is Terry and everyone else is everyone else. He only protects Terry and let the boy protect the others himself. The guy was completely outraged by this answer, and sometimes he thought that Master George's heart was made of steel. They went into the house, and Terry went to the bed where his wounded comrade was lying unconscious. Behind Terry and Master George stood Jackson's family, his wife and a young boy, his son. The boy turned to George, saying that he had good hearing and could not hear what the child was talking about. The uncle replied that the boy had said Terry looked like a bully, and the boy asked if he was really saying that about him. But my uncle confidently replied that the boy was definitely talking about him. The conversation between the uncle and Terry was interrupted by the voice of Jackson, who had woken up and thanked the boy for his rescue. Terry replied that he had only saved his life, but Jackson was badly injured and would not be able to practice martial arts in the future. Jackson replied that he had his life to keep and that he was happy about it, but he was afraid that he would not be able to fulfill his promise. Terry asked the boy to forget about the agreement. He owed nothing to anyone, and from now on, they would each go their separate ways. Master Terry believed that all these arrangements were nonsense, and that they simply shouldn't see each other anymore. Jackson said he understood. Terry is afraid that he will be followed now. But, to be honest, when he thought about his family, he was also very scared. Terry replied with a bright smile that, in that case, he wished the boy and his family well. Jackson, relieved as if a weight had been lifted from his chest, replied that he wished the same for Mr. Terry. The boy and Master George turned toward the door, saying goodbye to everyone present. At the very exit, they were stopped by Jackson's voice, who decided to ask who was walking next to Mr. Terry. The boy turned to the patient and, hugging Master George, said that he was his uncle, who was usually not around. Jackson reacted very cordially to the news, but inside he was desperate, hoping that George was not watching from the sidelines. His father urged Terry to be restrained. The organizers were hiding in the shadows, and if he did anything, he would certainly make enemies. Terry replied that he understood that, but they couldn't be on the defensive all the time. They had to take the initiative. The father turned to the boy and asked him what he planned to do. The guy replied that all the places where he and the second prince go need to be monitored. They can't miss a single suspect. Eric replied that the places the boy had mentioned were already under surveillance. He was just wondering why he was so well aware of them. Terry replied that although he had been in the capital for a short time, he had been told all about these places by an acquaintance who had passed away. My father replied that a person's life is inseparable from farewells, so one should not be too sad about it. The guy laughed, asking when his father had become so sentimental, he was perfectly fine. But, a little later, the guy added that he needed hard-working hands, and the more the better. Eric replied that he could take anyone from the servants, but he had to meet with someone outside the capital if he wanted the results of the investigation. Terry asked if he was talking about Candy Lee's plan, and his father replied that if they could get her to talk, they would be able to find out the identity of the customer. He was rooting with all his heart for Miss Candy Lee to return to the capital alive for his sake. Meanwhile, at the Changzhou border, a convoy was transporting Candy Lee behind bars to a designated location. The woman was chained to the floor in a cage with a thick chain, and she even ran out of water. Candy Lee was completely exhausted from the long journey and thirsty. One of the guards said that it was still a long way to the capital, and if the girl did not eat and drink, he was afraid she would not live. Candy Lee replied that she was done with hypocrisy, and even if they took her to the capital, she would not say anything. But the warden had a different opinion on the matter. He was sure that the girl would tell everything. She was supposed to be arrested on the day of the murder so that she could give false testimony, but she escaped. She valued her life more. Candy replied that it was all baseless speculation and why the warden thought she had anything to do with it. The man replied that they had been following her for a long time. He thought she was just a messenger, but the girl had completely lost her shame. Candy Lee screamed that it was better to kill her now because her master would definitely send someone to save her. The warden interrupted these screams and said that no one would save her. The only one her master would send would be the killer, and pointed to the hill behind her. The The girl looked around and saw that their convoy was being watched by a group of people who were clearly not determined to save her. At that moment, Candy Lee became very afraid for her safety and life, and she realized that nothing good was going to happen to her in the near future. The overseer focused on the people on the hill, noting that it looked like they were all about to die. The man approached Candy Lee with a suggestion. Why not tell her who was to blame for everything that happened? If one of his subordinates is lucky enough to escape, they will definitely take revenge for both of them. The frightened girl didn't understand much anymore. She just wanted to survive, so Candy decided to agree and started saying that it was actually... The impatient warden grabbed the prisoner's cell with his hand and interrupted her, asking who it was. This is what made the girl think that she had just been almost deceived. The warden shouted that he had never lied to her in his life. He was also scared, and the girl could safely believe him. Candy said that even though his voice was trembling, his hand gripping the cage was firm and relaxed. The man was definitely not worried about anything. Apparently, the whole event with blocking the road was his plan. The warden smiled, looking like she really was a spy. A pity that his acting didn't fool her. They insisted that he try it, and Candy asked who they were. But the warden said that she would find out for herself. A moment later, a group of pursuers rushed down the hill right at the convoy, shouting death wishes. The warden ordered everyone to get ready immediately because they were under attack. When the man turned his back on the girl, she saw a sign from the prosecutor's office behind his belt and immediately realized who he was. The guards lined up in front of Candy Lee's cage, preparing for the battle. A second later, the warden ordered all those present to shoot at the attackers who fired arrows from their crossbows. The head of the pursuing unit, seeing this, ordered his men to disperse. Soon, the first of them knocked down one of the members of the girl's convoy. A fight broke out near the spy, and one of the guards flew right into Candy Lee's cage. The warden did not leave the girl's side. He said that these were not ordinary horse thieves, and now was the time to tell her something. The girl shouted back that he must be kidding. These people were almost catching up to them. He had to do something urgently. The warden smiled predatory in response to the accusations, saying that there was nothing they could do but fight them. And, as if by magic, black knights appeared on the horizon, rushing to the aid of the convoy. The attackers turned around at full speed and began to run away from the black horsemen, realizing that they were powerless against them. Amazed, Candy looked at these horsemen, who made the enemy unit drive away with their mere appearance. She did not understand who they were. No matter how fast the enemies were, the Black Knights would catch up with them and eliminate them. One by one, they deprived members of the enemy unit of their lives, and they could not do anything about it. Meanwhile, on the hill, Master Richard was watching all this, worried that the knights would leave at least one person alive. Realizing that it was already a matter of seconds, he shouted with all his might that his subordinates should not kill everyone. Nicholas, who was sitting next to Richard in a stall, said that he really liked such events. He was afraid that these bastards did not understand who they were serving and was inclined to let them just do their job and take their time. Richard replied that that sneaky old man Fan had dragged Terry to the capital while they were away, and that it almost led to disaster if they hadn't hurried. Nicholas said that he went to his hometown to see his relatives, but who was to blame for Richard leaving the capital at the same time. Richard emphasized that no one knew about the real plan and that Nicholas would have to talk to Eric after they returned to the capital. The head of the prosecutor's office replied that he suspected what Eric was up to, but he would rather be wrong. Richard asked why Nicholas despised Eric so much, and he replied that the man was garbage and not worthy of being talked about. Master Richard suspected that it was about money, but Nicholas replied that if it were, there would be nothing wrong with it. But Terry insists on reclaiming his mother's business, even if the prince's people will allow him to do so. Their conversation was interrupted by the leader of the Black Knights, who reported that they had captured the leader of the attackers. They also managed to find out that all those present were under surveillance. The man was incredibly fast, and he disappeared without a trace. The head of the Nanming prosecutor's office received this news with great interest. He was interested in this elusive person. Nicholas called one of his spies, nicknamed the Shadow, and he instantly arrived. The head of the prosecutor's office, without opening the curtain of his trench coat, asked his subordinate who the person was. The Shadow began his report to the gentleman with assumptions about who the man was. Jerome did not return to the capital. He watched from another safe place as the Shadow and Nicholas talked. He heard his name called. Nicholas noted that Terry seems to have grown up and learned how to use the resources, and he needs to come back and meet with him as soon as possible. Master Richard was of the same opinion about this. He wanted to return home as soon as possible. Sometime later, Terry came to Jerome for the news, thanked him for his work, and asked him to tell him more. Jerome said that everything happened as expected. The Black Riders ambushed the attackers who attacked the convoy with Miss Candy Lee. The guy was very surprised by Jerome's comments that the attackers were likely to be related to the army. Jerome said that the general of the patrol division gave the order to kill them, and the boy realized that he should not underestimate the power of this man. The spy wondered who Terry had hurt in the palace and what had caused such a cataclysm. Something was clearly wrong. But Terry wasn't going to give him the answer to these questions. He didn't think the man needed it. Changing the subject, the guy asked the spy when Miss Candy Lee would arrive in the capital. Jerome replied that she should arrive tomorrow and that his boss, Nicholas, was also returning. Jerome asked if Terry wanted to consult with him and then conduct the interrogation, and the guy replied that it would be inappropriate to rush. And before the guy could blink, the spy ran to the exit, saying that if everything was decided, he would go first. Jerome didn't have time to run away as quickly as he planned, but was stopped on the threshold by Terry's hand, which grabbed his collar. The guy asked me to give him Nicholas's address because he had a few questions he would kindly ask him. Jerome had hoped he would never hear this question, but it didn't happen as he thought it would, and what kindly meant. The man's feet did not touch the floor. The room was dark and ominously quiet. The grave silence was broken by the creak of the door, which was opened by a servant to ask if the master needed anything. But the man froze on the threshold when he saw the picture that opened before his eyes. His master was hanging in the middle of the room with a rope over the beam, and he was dead. Sometime later, the servant returned to the room, but not alone, but accompanied by prosecutors who were supposed to assess the incident. He began to justify himself, saying that they really didn't know anything about it. He would take them to his office, and the gentleman had committed suicide. But these wails were stopped by one of the prosecutors, who ordered all the civilians present to be taken to the interrogation room. Terry was watching everything that was going on from a distance, and as expected from the board members, they were working efficiently. It seems that in this way, the guy had a chance to be nice to the general, but it was not that simple. The prosecutor said that this man was just killing people directly. The person behind this case is not an easy person. Night descended on the capital, and the starry sky illuminated a father and son playing in the yard outside their house. It was Jerome and his son. The boy was very much like his father. He also loved to have fun and laugh out loud. But the fun had to stop, because Jerome felt that they were no longer alone with their son. Someone else was watching them. The father put the boy on the ground and told him to go inside and eat as many cakes as he wanted. The boy was very excited about this news. He ran home and shouted that his father had given him permission to eat as much as he could. Jerome asked what brought the guest to his humble abode in person, and Terry came out onto the lawn behind him. Before he could answer the owner of the house, a sword flew in his direction. The guy barely managed to avoid being wounded. He did not understand how someone could throw a weapon at him so meanly. Looking closely at the sword that had stuck in the tree, he saw that it was also covered with poison. Jerome was really very cruel. The man asked Terry not to be angry. He never attacks without thinking. If he has a chance to escape, he does not get into a fight. Today the situation was different. He couldn't run away. His whole life was here. The guy replied that there was nothing he could do about it. The situation had reached a point where he was forced to take action. Jerome realized that a lot had changed since they hadn't seen Terry and decided to clarify what he meant. The guy replied that he wanted to urgently interrogate Miss Candy Lee tonight. Sometime later, Jerome and Terry, who had disguised himself very carefully, were walking through the casemates of the prosecutor's office. Jerome noted that the workers were very worried, even picking up their pace, and he believed that they were planning to take the girl's life. The story of the general who was found hanged today proves how important it is to have a good host. Terry told Jerome not to worry about it. He would never turn him in, and he thanked him. Suddenly, a grey-haired old man with a large sword, the chief executioner of the prosecutor's office, came out to meet them. The executioner looked at the boy and Jerome with a hard look and asked why they had come here. Terry took out Master Richard's sign and showed it to the old man, saying that he needed to open the bars and interrogate the girl. The guy knew that his enemies were fast, but he would be even faster. They were ruthless, and he would be even worse. When the bars were raised, he saw Miss Candy Lee sitting in one of the dungeons, facing the wall. The boy quietly approached the grate separating them and took off his hood, and the girl shouted his name in surprise. Terry said that before they did anything to her, he wanted to know who was behind the whole mess. Terry noted with a smile that it had been almost a month since they had last met with Miss Candy. Remembering the day they spent together in bed, indulging in endless pleasure, he didn't think they would see each other again, but under the circumstances, the girl didn't respond to these words. Candy looked at Terry and noticed that he was well disguised. No wonder she fainted that night, although she hadn't done so before. Terry decided to play dumb and asked what exactly the girl meant by fainted. Did she really mean her health? The guy made the most surprised face he could. He added that if he had known about it then, he would have acted differently. These ramblings were interrupted by Jerome, who said that the gentleman needed to hurry up because the executioner would be back soon. The guy said he came today to ask who ordered the girl to kill him. The girl laughed out loud when she heard the options about the North and the capital. She called the guy very naive. After all, she was a spy for the North. Does he really think she would be able to answer his questions in her current position? The guy replied that the girl was quite right, and he had disrespected her. In that case, Miss Candy Lee will go to the prison cells. The guy smiled predatory at the girl. But Candy Lee was not so easy to intimidate, she replied with a smile that the guy was probably just joking. Candy's remark was interrupted by a bottle that the guy threw on the floor of the cell next to the girl. He said that it was poison and that she could take it if she was in a bad way. With trembling hands, the girl picked up the bottle from the floor. She was very surprised by the guest's action. She looked at Terry and noted that his character was very changeable, even more changeable than a woman's. The guy replied that he had simply decided to ease the girl's suffering and that she should be grateful, especially since he knew she would not use him. If Candy was ready to die, she would not have fled the capital, and a person who is so afraid of death can hardly call himself a spy. She could no longer stand this guy who saw right through her and pulled the cork out of the bottle, screaming that he would not be able to humiliate her. She shouted that she would tell him everything about herself and drink poison in front of him. The guy wasn't going to stop her. He knew she wouldn't do what she promised and just told her to do whatever she wanted. His words and indifference had the opposite effect. As expected, the girl was unable to fulfill her threat. The guy said that she did not say that she would risk her life. He knows that Candy does not want to die and hopes to be rescued. But did she ever wonder if people from the capital would allow her to be taken out of here alive? She has to name the customer and he will kill him for her. When the people of the North remember the girl and offer an exchange, she will have a chance to survive. Candy replied that she shouldn't believe him. She knew too much, and moreover, he didn't care about her death or life. Terry wanted trust. The guy admitted that he didn't care about her life, but she had no choice. He was her only chance for survival. Candy noted that it doesn't feel like a deal, more like using others for your own purpose. The guy replied that he would not deny it, but he was also helping her. Candy replied in anger that, of course, but she wouldn't say anything until she was sure she was safe. A few minutes later, the girl was already screaming in pain. The torturer was torturing her by pinching her fingers. The torturer squeezed Candy's fingers tighter and tighter, making her unable to stand and understand much. When Miss Candy Lee lost consciousness, the executioner stopped the execution. Terry and Jerome stood by her side. Jerome turned to Terry, saying that the punishment was quite harsh and that if it was difficult for the boy, they could ask someone else to be present. But the spy misjudged the guy's emotions. He couldn't trust anyone else to watch the torture. He was worried about it. The torturer noted that it takes at least 5 days to get results from torture, and they will not be able to split the girl in half an hour. Candy Lee was trembling all over. Her fingers were dark purple. Terry ordered the chief torturer of the prosecutor's office to leave him alone with the spy. He wanted to interrogate her himself. Jerome and the executioner looked at each other with surprised looks. They did not expect such cruelty from such a young man. But after a few seconds, they obediently turned around and walked to the exit of the room. Miss Candy slowly regained consciousness, and the more she regained consciousness, the more pain she felt. The guy said that next time, if she felt like she couldn't stand it, Candy should drink the poison he gave her. The girl turned sharply in the direction of the guy and shouted that he was very cruel to her. And the boy replied that he wanted her to remember that there is nothing more valuable in this world than her own life. Candy is from the capital, but works for the North. It's not about money. If a girl wants to succeed, she has to stay alive. If she really wants to survive, she will have to pay the price. Candy, in a trembling voice, asked what guarantees the guy would give her to survive. Terry was in no hurry to answer. He knelt down in front of the girl and leaned down to her face. Looking Candy straight in the eye, he pointed to himself with a smile and told her to trust him. Terry said that it arrived in the capital today and he was able to get here immediately, which is not hard to guess about his position on the board of supervisors. Candy said she was not sure that the guy would keep his promise to her. If only she was sure that the guy remembered the fleeting feeling that had flashed between them. He wouldn't have allowed such abuse to happen to her today. Candy stretched her crippled arms in Terry's direction. Terry replied that if the girl told him the name of the culprit now, he would not only protect her, but also help her return to Northern King. Suddenly, the guy couldn't stand it and laughed, saying that he had to change the subject. Candy, with her arms outstretched to him and her head down, looked like a cute puppy at that moment. The girl replied that since their first meeting, the guy had been making these stupid jokes about her. There was a silence in the dungeon, which Candy was the first to break by naming the customer, Thomas Wu. The girl looked at Terry with a firm look and said that it was he who had organized the attempted murder. Terry was impressed that the client was from the capital, so why did he decide to ask for help from her? Candy replied that the guy had said at the beginning of the conversation that he just wanted a name. With this answer, the girl drove Terry into a dead end. He really said such things at the beginning of the conversation. The guy got to his feet and said that, in any case, he was grateful for the information. But he still couldn't leave that easily, so he turned to Candy and said that there was something else. He said that, in fact, there was no poison in the bottle he gave the girl. And as he left the dungeon and left Candy alone, he noticed that the girl was too trusting for a spy. The guy was subjected to curses and shouts that he had lied. And if he betrays her, he will never be forgiven. She will haunt him like a ghost. Nicholas was in the next room and asked the executioner of the prosecutor's office what he thought of his choice. The old man said that the guy was cruel and ruthless, and he took half of it. But although his temper was hot, his soul was kind, the executioner said. Nicholas liked the answer. It is better to be soft-hearted and ruthless in your actions than hard-hearted and ruthless in your deeds. The executioner asked if anyone was preparing to go to detain Thomas Wu, and the guy also promised to send Candy Lee to the north. Nicholas allowed this to happen, while simultaneously recruiting the girl, and if they failed to do so, they would simply kill her. The executioner showed his readiness to fulfill the order, but added that there was something else important. He said that next time Nicholas wouldn't need to be persuaded. It was hard enough to get his chair up here. Terry and Jerome were propping up one of the walls of the Capitol's buildings, and Jerome asked how the boy was so sure that what Candy had said was true. Terry replied that it was simple. If Thomas Wu was still in the Capitol, it wasn't him, and if he had already fled, it meant that he was involved. In any case, this man is only an advisor, and the real culprit is hiding in the shadows. Jerome agreed with the guy, calling him a wise and brave man, but Terry told him to stop complimenting him. He wanted to stop talking. Jerome should find the right person, ask him where Thomas Wu lives and whether he is still in the capital. Jerome instantly fell silent, showing his complete obedience and willingness to obey the order. A moment later, he took off into the air, saying that he would be back as soon as possible. Mr. Terry would have to wait. Terry waited so long for the man that a bird had already landed on his head. Some time later, Jerome landed next to the boy, jumping from a nearby rooftop. With a smile, he bowed low to Terry and reported that he was already back. The boy attacked the man with furious rage, screaming that he had been waiting for him all night, waiting for an explanation. Jerome said he went to one place to find Thomas, but there was no one there. He learned from the captain that there was a decision to arrest Thomas Wu. On the way, he heard that when the prosecutor's office arrived at Thomas W.'s residence, he was not there. Terry was surprised that Captain Kelly was also involved in this case, and Jerome said that he wanted to ask him. But Terry doesn't have to worry, because Jerome hasn't told him anything, or at least not everything. He was very resourceful and answered only yes or no. The guy asked why the man came back if he hadn't learned anything. Jerome responded to this question with a laugh, noting that Captain Kelly had been patient and held him until sunrise. This remark made Terry explode. He started beating Jerome, and the latter shouted that he could not have lied to the captain. Nicholas, who was nearby, smiled. The man stood alone, far away from his men, watching the snow-capped mountains. It was the same criminal wanted throughout the capital, Thomas Wu. He saw a man approach him whom he did not expect to see, and Thomas said that he should not have come because he could have been followed. Ethan Lin, Flavor's brother, replied that Thomas had left the capital, so he couldn't help but follow suit. Thomas replied that he really appreciated his friend's kindness, but that he should hurry up because in a year, Thomas would return under a different name and they would see each other again. Ethan told Thomas not to worry, because he had been managing this estate for a long time, and even if someone came here, it would not be easy to enter and arrest them. Besides, why keep all these secrets if Thomas already knew about his arrival? The interlocutor laughed out loud. Thomas replied with a laugh that he was really worried. The whole thing was like a joke. Thomas Wu began to tell an anecdote about a man who was very afraid of his wife. But this anecdote was not destined to be told, as both men looked back and saw the silhouette of a man behind them who was not the bodyguard of either of them. This man was none other than Master George, and Thomas's fears unfortunately came true. Ethan was under surveillance. While the two were talking, he had already managed to kill all their guards without making a sound. Brother Flavor started shouting that this was impossible. There were dozens of 8th-ranked masters present. How did this man get here? Master George reacted to the voice immediately and rushed in Ethan Lin's direction. Ethan's indignant cries turned into a plea for mercy. He did not understand what this man wanted and shouted that his father was in charge. But all these cries were drowned out by the swift attack of the killer, who silently did his job. Ethan Lin, choking on his own blood, still tried to say that his father was in charge. Hearing that his target was still alive, Master George delivered a control strike to Ethan, which led to his death. Frightened by this swift attack, Thomas Wu fell to the ground and leaned back against a tree. He put both hands over his mouth, convincing himself that he would not die here, but would live to a ripe old age. He saw that Master George was blind, and if he didn't make a sound, he wouldn't find him. Thomas praised himself, calling himself clever. As long as he was silent, he was safe. But before he could think about it, Master George turned in his direction as if he knew exactly where he was. All of Thomas W.'s assumptions disappeared, and he screamed out loud in horror, wondering if the killer had seen him. He began to persuade George to listen to him, because he was not the Prime Minister, and he probably needed him. He had a lot of friends in the capital, and if the man had any ambitions, he could help with them. But Master George interrupted these whimpers with a short remark about ending the conversation and swung his weapon. Terry was sitting across from Prince Leo and was eating apples in half with gusto. Leo said he wanted to see him, but because of his injury, he gave the guy time to recover, and now he came hoping that he would not be offended. Terry, still chewing, replied that he had already said that he did not blame the prince for anything. But Leo insisted that he was indeed guilty and came to apologize on behalf of the prince, who wanted to appear in person but could not because of suspicions. Terry put down his apple and asked if it was really the work of Prince Leo and his brother. Prince Leo replied that of course not, because the second prince would never do anything bad to Terry. The guy replied that he was of the same opinion, which is why he does not accuse them of anything. They can be sure of that. In fact, he didn't know where Thomas Wu had run off to, and he didn't know who was behind the whole mess, and Terry didn't know what to do either. One of Prince Leo's men quickly ran up to their table in the courtyard inn, interrupting their conversation. He leaned into the prince's ear and whispered something quietly but nervously. Prince Leo's eyes grew rounder with the information he heard, and he said that there was a problem. Yesterday, a murder took place in an estate at the foot of Mount Kangshan. Thomas Wu and Ethan Lin were killed on the spot. Terry, not believing his ears, decided to ask again if he had heard correctly, and Thomas Wu was already dead. At first, Prince Leo did not believe his interlocutor's reaction and asked if he had anything to do with it. Terry began to assert that he could not kill someone that even the Board of Supervisors could not find. These words made Prince Leo think the boy was right. The case was strange. They say that the couple was killed with a single swing of a weapon that looked like a metal skewer. The prince's words made the boy choke on the apple he was chewing, a weapon he was painfully familiar with. Thomas Wu was the organizer of that assassination, and Prince Leo urged Terry to be careful not to arouse suspicion. If it was really Terry's work, then the prince really underestimated him. To kill the masters in one blow, Leo could only be proud of him. The boy was very flattered by the prince's opinion of him, but he sincerely admitted that it really wasn't him. Terry had a formula in his brain. An iron skewer plus a one-hit kill equals Uncle George. And based on this opinion, it would be logical to say that he was involved in this murder. The guy asked not to associate these deaths with him because his marriage could be destroyed in this way. Leo disagreed. The guy's explanation was enough, and if everything came out, the Prime Minister would have to explain why the two were together. Thomas was an enemy spy. His treason against the state was confirmed. Terry was convinced by Leo's words. He thought the customer was the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, Robert, appealed to the Emperor to seek justice for his son. The Emperor sat on the throne, surrounded by his aristocrats, and listened to the Prime Minister's report. The Emperor expressed his condolences, saying that several murders had been committed in the capital in a couple of days, and he severely promised to punish the murderer of Robert's son. Robert said that the murder took place in broad daylight. The killer himself is still at large, and he can neither sleep nor eat because of it. The Emperor replied that, given the remoteness and seclusion of the estate, it was not surprising that the bodies were not immediately found. But the Prime Minister should think about why his son was there with Thomas Wu. Robert was afraid that the Emperor would now order him to be killed if he continued to insist on his way. Suddenly, the Emperor shouted Nicholas's name loudly, demanding a report. When Nicholas approached Robert, the Emperor asked him what he had to say about the matter. Nicholas said that they tried to kidnap an enemy spy, and after he received the report, he was forced to accompany her, so he stayed behind. The Emperor, pointing at Nicholas, looked meaningfully at the Prime Minister, saying that here was an explanation. Robert looked at the Emperor, dripping with sweat, wondering if that was all and no one else was going to do anything. The Emperor said that they would postpone Candy Lee's case for now because they needed to deal with the Prime Minister's case. Nicholas apologized and noted that there are circumstances that are better not to talk about around the Prime Minister because of his mourning. However, some things speak for themselves about their criminal nature, even without discussion. The Emperor was shocked by this news and wanted to hear the details immediately. Nicholas said that when Ethan was killed, he was with Thomas Wu, and Thomas is a proven traitor and enemy spy. Nicholas believed that if the Prime Minister's son was dead, Robert himself would have to explain the reason to everyone. Robert, who did not know what to say to this, was interrupted by one of the ministers who addressed the Emperor. It was Minister of Rights Guo, and he said that Thomas was a well-known personality. His social circle was wide, and it was not surprising that they were together. Moreover, the Prime Minister is in mourning, and the two had met before. So why did no one suspect Robert of having evil thoughts? The minister turned to Nicholas and said that he should be more careful in his words and assumptions. The Prime Minister realized that his silence was very suspicious and jumped up from his seat, cursing the heavens on his son if he had done anything wrong. But, in a moment, she was struck by the reaction of all the ministers, who simultaneously fell to their knees and asked the Emperor for a pardon for Robert. The Emperor interrupted this cacophony of sounds and asked Nicholas if they had any leads on the case. He replied that after examining the wounds of the deceased and the crime scene, it was found that the criminal was a great master. He had killed dozens of masters. All the ministers were bewildered by the news. How could one of the greatest masters come to the capital just to start a civil war? The Emperor decided to ask Nicholas again if he believed that the great master had come to the capital to kill Thomas Wu. Was this the plan of this powerful killer? Nicholas replied that he wanted to avenge his disciple. 2 women were among those killed in the counterattack, and it has been proven that they served one of the great masters. The Emperor asked why he chose Thomas Wu as his victim and not someone else. Nicholas replied that this master does not like to get involved in politics. Thomas promised these girls something, and they died because of him. That is why this man considered Thomas Wu to be his blood enemy. The Emperor found such explanations quite logical. The Emperor summarized everything he had heard by announcing that the murderer of Prime Minister Robert's son had now been found. The hall was completely silent, no one made a sound, and the Emperor asked if Robert was satisfied with this verdict. The Prime Minister replied that such evidence was quite convincing, except that he might not be satisfied with it. The Emperor exclaimed that this was excellent and praised Nicholas for his investigation, telling him to come to him later. He had business to attend to. Everyone left the Imperial Hall under the Emperor's new orders without saying a word. Some time later, the Emperor and Nicholas were sitting at the same table drinking tea. The Emperor still could not believe the news that the perpetrator of the murder was one of the greatest masters. He nervously threw the cup of tea on the floor, shouting if it wasn't complete nonsense. He looked at Nicholas, who was sitting grimly across from him, not saying a word, and ordered him to speak. Nicholas replied that he would not have dared to conceal any details from the Emperor. The wound was characteristic, and the others agreed. The Emperor insisted that the general continued to talk nonsense, trying to deceive him, and asked if Kevin Wu had returned. Nicholas replied that he had not returned, he was still in the capital. The Emperor put his hand to his forehead in frustration, saying that Nicholas had not even informed him of this. What else he was hiding? The general replied that he did not want to hide anything, but the Emperor simply did not ask himself, and if he did ask something, Nicholas would answer honestly. The Emperor knew that Nicholas was unhappy with Terry Fang's marriage, but the business really belonged to his mother, so why not let him inherit it? Nicholas replied that Terry's mother had a hand in the board of supervisors, so why not give it to her boyfriend as well? The emperor asked whether Nicholas really thought it was so easy to become chairman of the council, since he himself had not been put in charge of anything. It would have been better to focus on managing the treasury before there were fraudsters, and there is plenty of money in the sea. Nicholas, however, wanted to understand the emperor's position on the board of supervisors. The general did not know what would happen if he decided to leave his post, how to deal with them. It was very dangerous to put all this burden on the shoulders of a stranger. The emperor decided to ask in that case whether Terry Fan was the same outsider. Nicholas replied that it didn't matter whether he was an outsider or not. It was how the emperor felt about it that mattered. He looked at the emperor and noted that his blood was still flowing in this boy's veins. The emperor stood up from his chair and said he would set up a meeting with Terry and then make a decision on the matter. Nicholas asked for permission to leave. The emperor wanted to reprimand Nicholas, but instead he was reprimanded. This old dog seemed to be on pins and needles, and we must use this power to the maximum. He watched the general closely, repeating Terry's mother's name to himself, wondering what he was taking. Nicholas rode his chair out of the emperor's chambers and into the street, where two subordinates were waiting for him. He told his men not to rush back to the council. The general wanted to see something else. Two palanquins arrived at one of the forest glades for a confidential meeting of the people sitting in them. Eric Fan pulled back the curtain of his palanquin and asked his interlocutor what he wanted and why he had called him. The curtain of Nicholas's trench coat did not move, but a cry of indignation came from him. He was unhappy with Eric's actions toward Terry and his marriage. Eric replied with a smile that it turned out that interrogations were taking place at that time, and he just wanted to set things right. Nicholas said it would be best if the marriage did not take place, but Terry's father said it was too late. They had received the consent. The general asked whether the Fan family was still capable of winning such a grand battle. Eric was furious, saying that Nicholas talks too much. Doesn't he want Terry to head the council? These words provoked a big quarrel, and none of the opponents was going to stop and give up their principles and goals. In the end, Nicholas summarized that today, it seems, they both cannot come to any consensus. Eric Fan angrily replied that in that case, he would use his own funds. Both men simultaneously ordered their men to return to their respective estates. Terry tried to fight the sneezing attacks that prevented him from living a normal life. He couldn't understand why his nose was so itchy and he was constantly sneezing. Probably someone was thinking about him very much. Terry wanted to think that this person was Lady Flower, who would become his wife, and he had to go to see her. But the boy's thoughts were insidiously interrupted by his Uncle George, who suddenly appeared next to him and did not even realize when he approached. Quickly regaining his composure, the boy attacked the master, asking if he had really killed Thomas Wu. Master George, not unlike himself, briefly answered the boy's question in the affirmative. Terry asked the master one more question. Was there really a second son of the minister with Thomas? And when he heard an affirmative answer to this question, he grabbed his head in panic, not believing that it was true. Master George told the boy not to worry. He would kill anyone who dared to take revenge. But that wasn't what he was worried about. He was more concerned about the customer. Because of Ethan's presence, one might think that the Prime Minister was involved, that the assassination was organized to prevent his marriage. Master George said he was at the Prime Minister's office, and he certainly had nothing to do with it. The guy asked what would have happened if Robert had been involved in what happened. Would George have killed him? And to this assumption, the guy, of course, received an affirmative answer. George was radical. He replied firmly that he would have killed Prime Minister Robert without hesitation. The Prime Minister was sitting in his office and receiving a subordinate, and he had to calculate the next steps. His subordinate and advisor, John, assured him that it was inappropriate to oppose the eldest princess at this time. But Robert insisted that things had already reached the point where he needed to look for a way out. He asked John if he was sure it was him, and he replied that, judging by the wound, there could be no other options. So, if he was the killer, the case has nothing to do with the Fan family, and therefore there is nothing to worry about. The Fan family and the Board of Supervisors had been in secret contact for many years, and Robert believed they would not refuse his offer. John, hiding his hands in his wide sleeves, remarked that, judging by Robert's words, they were in for radical changes. He was in court for a very long time. Many people don't like him, his children can't take care of themselves, and the marriage was an opportunity to consolidate his position. John did not share this position. Terry could not avoid the political struggle, but Robert said that as long as he had the Fan surname, it was inevitable. He was worried about the princess. All these murders were her plan, and for the Lin family, it was a good chance to preserve the capital of the court and gain a foothold. John remarked that she hadn't expected Terry Fang's murder to be so easy, and that Thomas Wu would die with the young master. Robert said that the main thing was that she had read the Emperor's mind, and even if they had managed to escape the capital at the time, she would have committed another murder. John replied that she had guessed that the Emperor was preparing for war, which would have been a good cover, and that she was a difficult woman to deal with. Robert asked them not to talk about it yet. They had to immediately come up with a strategy to fight the impending war. Their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by a boy who ran into the room screaming, followed by a maid who was unable to stop him. It was Prime Minister Robert's other son, Casey, and now he was calling out loudly to his father in desperation with tears in his eyes. The young man ran up to the Prime Minister, who came down from his desk to meet him, and the maid tried to explain what had happened. The father didn't listen to the girl. He held his son by the shoulders, looking at the tears running down his face, and asked what happened. Casey, crying at the top of his lungs, replied that he was fine, but his brother still hadn't returned, and Casey missed his brother very much. The father looked at his son with all his eyes, feeling great pain. He did not know what answer to give the boy. Unable to withstand the tide of emotions that overwhelmed him, Robert could only repeat, "My son." Casey, forgetting his concern and seeing his father's condition, began to ask what was wrong. The Prime Minister wiped his face from the tears that had fallen to his eyes and replied that Ethan was fine. Putting his hands on his son's shoulders, he told him that his brother would be back soon, in a few days, and that Casey shouldn't worry. It was time for him to sleep. Tears immediately disappeared from the boy's face and a light smile appeared, and he said that Casey had calmed down and was ready to go to bed. With sadness and infinite concern, Robert watched the maid leave the study with his son, hugging Casey's shoulders. John waited for the boy and girl to leave and remarked that the best solution would be to invite Terry Fang to check it out. Robert replied that if the guy hadn't been a good person, he wouldn't have been able to get along with his daughter, Flower. With such support, the guy had no reason to worry about anything, but he had to act quickly and immediately. The Prime Minister realized that the boy had a great future ahead of him, and the main question was whether he would be able to cope with it. Terry was sneezing again and again, and for days on end he could not cope with this affliction. With so many of these sneezes, this nuisance was definitely not a simple cold. Uncle George, who had appeared out of nowhere, said it was possible, and the boy replied that George had too much free time these days. The master replied that the investigation was ongoing, and that the Imperial Court and Taiping Court were the places she was most interested in. The risks for the Imperial Court are too great, and perhaps the second option should be pursued first, Terry said. Before he could finish the sentence, all that was left of Uncle George was a short "okay." The boy was always amazed by the master's way of disappearing and reappearing unexpectedly and unnoticed, but his surprise was interrupted by a maid. The girl said that the Prime Minister was inviting the boy to his residence for a conversation, and he said he wanted to meet his future son-in-law. Terry was surprised that Robert wanted to see him. Perhaps he suspected him of being involved in his son's death. The boy decided that first he had to go to his father's office, and he put a box with a bottle covered with paintings on the table right in front of him. Eric said that Robert loves snuff boxes, so he bought the most expensive one in the capital. You can't come to your first meeting empty-handed. Terry was impressed with his father's level of training, and he was once again convinced that he could really rely on him. However, instead of thinking about such nonsense, why doesn't Eric think about what Robert wants to talk to Terry about? Eric Fung did not like the way the guy called his work, but he still asked what Terry thought about it. The guy replied that there were two options. The first was to find out whether he was involved in Ethan's death, and the second was to understand what his attitude was towards the marriage. But the boy was not sure that he was thinking correctly, so he decided to ask his father's opinion. Eric replied that Terry hadn't noticed that the invitation said son-in-law. His father was sure that Prime Minister Robert was favorably disposed toward the boy. Meanwhile, a secret meeting between one of the maids and Robert's advisor John was taking place at the Prime Minister's estate. John told the girl that Robert Lin wanted to meet with Terry Fan today and that he had to agree to the marriage. The maid said that it was all quite expected, but decided to find out if there was any more news. John replied that Robert knew. Thomas Wu served the princess. He suspects her of his son's death, and he plans to break off the relationship. The maid stared at her interlocutor in surprise. This news was quite unexpected. A mirror broke in the eldest princess's chamber after a maid told her the latest news. The impudent and arrogant girl did not see any sense in such decisions of Prime Minister Robert. She was almost out of her mind with rage and demanded that the maidservant bring Robert to her when he appeared in the palace. The eldest princess wanted to see what Robert was made of if he dared to break off all relations with her. Terry decided not to delay any longer and to come to the Prime Minister's office to meet with Robert. When he entered the courtyard of the estate, he saw Casey sitting by the pond, and the servant opened the door for him to wait a minute there. Casey turned his attention to Terry, who was standing next to him, and asked him, pointing at him, who he was and why he hadn't seen him before. Terry wondered if the boy had been sent to test him. They would soon be family, and he promised himself to take good care of Flower. Smiling into Casey's face, he said his name was Terry Fan and asked him what the boy's name was. The young man thought about it. His father had told him to be wary of strangers. His name was Casey, but he couldn't tell anyone. Terry couldn't stand it and laughed out loud, saying that Flower was his fiancée. How could he be considered a stranger after that? Casey came closer to the guy and said that his explanation made sense. Terry should get closer. He had to tell him something in his ear. He put his hand to his mouth so that it was not obvious what he was saying from the outside and whispered in Terry's ear that his name was Casey. The boy reacted to the young man's act with a happy smile. He said that Casey had a great name. The boy agreed with his interlocutor's praise, but noted that Ethan did not like his name. Terry decided to ask again to make sure he understood. Ethan doesn't like his brother Casey's name. The guy said that his brother Ethan doesn't like it when Casey calls him that. Terry said that Ethan really didn't sound as good as Casey. The boy disagreed and said that he liked Ethan better. And by the way, he had been away from home for a long time, and his father said that he would not return soon. And before Terry knew it, Casey's eyes were filled with tears, and he asked if Terry knew when Ethan would be back. Terry realized the level of development of the Prime Minister's son and decided to calm him down by putting his hand on his shoulder. He said that he would be happy to answer the boy's questions, all of them. Casey was very excited about the offer. He had something he wanted to ask, but the boys were not alone in the yard. They were being watched. Terry immediately felt it, but decided not to let on that the Prime Minister's man was behind the column. Terry looked at the stranger in the shadows and told Casey to take his time. They had time to talk. Prime Minister Robert was in his office, listening to a report from John, who had been sent to observe the newcomer. John replied that everything was going well and that they had established a relationship, even on a better level than Robert could have imagined. The Prime Minister was very surprised by the news. He did not expect the boys to become friends and asked if it looked like hypocrisy. John replied that it didn't look like hypocrisy. Mr. Terry Fan's smile looked quite sincere. Robert, after some thought, ordered John to bring the boy to his office. Casey asked Terry why the sky was blue, and he said that it was because the sea was blue too. The next question Casey asked was why the sea was blue, and the boy realized that he was facing a real wire. He replied that it was because the sun shines on the water and it turns blue. Casey wondered why the water in the pond was not blue, and Terry answered that it was because of the depth of the pond. It was too shallow. John, who approached the interviewees unnoticed, added that it was absolutely true. Shallow water is never blue. Terry jumped out of his seat and hurried to greet the Prime Minister's advisor. John also said hello to the guy and added that Terry Fan is well informed and that inspires respect. The guy, bowing in respect, said that it was nothing, that there was nothing unusual in this case. John announced that Terry was expected in the Prime Minister's office and should follow him. Casey enjoyed the dialogue with Terry so much that he wanted to go along with his new friend. But John replied that the boy would have to play alone for a while, and John would come back to him as soon as he saw Terry Fang off. Prime Minister Robert was in his office, attending to business, awaiting the visit of his future son-in-law. Robert stood with his back to Terry, who had just entered the office, and he said that all the hopes of the Lin family, all the hopes were placed on Ethan's shoulders. When Robert became an official, he went through many ups and downs, and while in prison, he did not lose heart until last night when I heard about his death. Terry listened silently to everything Robert said, feeling as if he were a priest in a confessional. Suddenly, the Prime Minister turned his face toward the boy and said that the murder on Haunted Street was the work of his son Ethan. Terry did not expect their conversation to be so frank. He was preparing for resistance, and now he had to be surprised. He said it was impossible. Before he could prove his point, Robert quickly crossed the room and approached him. Terry thought that Robert had invited him to his place to kill him and began to assure him that he had nothing to do with Ethan's death. He decided to ask why Prime Minister Robert wanted him dead so badly. The Prime Minister stepped away from Terry at arm's length and said that it looked like the boy had nothing to do with it. Robert, after thinking about it for a while, said that the incident on Ghost Street was a surprise to him. Ethan hadn't said anything about it. Terry thought about Robert's words and wondered if his son Ethan was the main person who wanted to kill him. The Prime Minister said that Terry and Flower's marriage should be organised as soon as possible. There was no point in delaying. The guy was incredibly excited at the news, but outwardly he showed no reaction. Robert noted that he will try to support Terry as much as he can, and, in the future, the Lin family will be under Terry Fang's leadership. But all of the above will happen only under one condition, which Terry must fulfill. He has to promise that he will take care of Robert's children after his death. He will protect the Lin family from being destroyed by political enemies. If he swears it right now, the Lin family will be his biggest support in the capital. Terry replied that after the marriage, Flower would become his family, and it would be his duty to protect it. After their marriage, the Fan and Lin families will be linked by blood. It is only natural to preserve the greatness of the Lin family and take care of Casey. The boy approached Robert and, putting his hand on his chest, assured him that he could not but agree to such conditions. The Prime Minister looked at the boy and asked him if he loved Flower and if they had seen each other. At that moment, Terry realised that he had been careless during his impassioned speech and had blurted it out. Terry decided to tell almost the truth. He said that Fiona found out that he was Richard's student, so she organised their meeting with Flower. Robert said he heard the news that she was improving every day, but he never thought he had Terry to thank for that. Taking another sip of tea from the cup he was holding, Robert said that he fully approved of Terry and Flower's marriage, that he gave his consent. Terry was over the moon after hearing these words from his future father-in-law, and he thanked the Prime Minister for this decision. Meanwhile, Casey was playing in the yard with water poured into a basin, trying to make sure the shallow water was not blue. But now the boy was interested in what the sea was really like, because he had never seen it, whether it was really blue. Terry, who came out of the Prime Minister's office, said that he would definitely show the boy the sea. Casey ran up to the guy and said that he heard he was going to marry his sister Flower. He said that Flower was a good person. She would definitely take him to her place and feed him, and Terry said yes. Terry said that in the future he would marry the boy's sister, which means they would become brothers. An excited Casey scratched the back of his head and asked what he should call Terry now. He had an idea. Maybe he would call the boy Ter. Terry asked if Casey had any other options because the proposed one didn't sound very good, to put it mildly. But the boy's remarks were no longer taken into account. Casey ran around him in circles and shouted, "Ter! The screams were so loud that the boy covered his ears, and Robert, who was watching the scene, said that from that day on, their families were united. Sometime later, the Emperor received the Prime Minister in his chambers. Robert said that if he agreed to the marriage, he would like to hold the ceremony as soon as possible, and envoys had been sent to them for peace talks. Showing respect according to etiquette, Robert asked the Emperor to make a decision because he relied on his wisdom. "It is unwise to fight two enemies at once. You need to get some benefit for yourself," the Emperor asked to talk about it later. He asked what Robert himself thought about this decision, and he bowed, saying that everything would be the will of the Emperor. Based on His Majesty's words, the death of his son Robert will no longer be investigated further. The Prime Minister could only accept this and endure it, as this death was a stain on their entire family. The Prime Minister's thoughts were interrupted by the princess's maid, who said that the eldest princess wished to see Robert. This news only made the man angry. He looked at the girl unfriendly, but did not say anything. Robert wanted to meet this woman himself, but their conversation was to be short. The princess asked him if he was in his right mind when Ethan was killed, and if he was trying to win the favour of the Fan family, if he really believed Nicholas's words. As a murderer, Terry Fan could well be behind all these crimes. Robert kept his head down all this time and patiently listened to the princess's reproaches, and he asked if that was all she wanted to tell him. The princess was taken aback by this question from the Prime Minister, all her anger replaced by suspicious surprise. The Prime Minister raised his head and said that if the girl had finished, he should speak now. In the future, he finally decided that their meetings would not be repeated. The princess asked him if he suspected the Emperor, and Robert replied that there were 4 great masters, so it could only be someone from the palace. The eldest princess approached the man and began to fill in that it was impossible, that if Robert gave her some time, she would figure it out. Robert looked at the woman with reproach and replied that she always makes scenes like this. Thomas Wu was her man, and it was she who ordered this murder. His son Ethan died because of her. The eldest princess did not have anything to say to these apt accusations. It turns out that Robert was a very perceptive person. In an effort to end the conversation, Robert turned his back on the woman and, saying that this was goodbye, walked away. The princess, angry and confused, was left alone with her maids, her wishes just ignored. Suddenly, she heard the voice of one of the maids behind her, asking if the princess was okay. The woman turned her head and saw that she was not alone on the bridge, and she replied to the girl who had ordered them to get out. But, for her, at that moment, it was even better, because the flowers in her garden needed fertilizer. An envoy of the imperial court arrived at the Fan family estate and unfolded his papyrus to make an announcement. Terry knelt down and heard the order that he was appointed steward of the Taichung Temple. This news impressed him so much that he forgot to bow in gratitude, which the messenger did not fail to remind him of. After hitting his head on the ground in fright, the guy scratched his forehead and asked why it was all done. The messenger smiled, slyly, and said that the boy really did not understand anything. Officially, it doesn't mean anything to the guy, but now he can legally have concubines, and this was an unexpected perk for Terry. A second after the explanation, the guy began to thank God for all the blessings he gives him. But a few days later, Terry was already in despair. Now he was forced to work for hours on end. A man quietly approached him and whispered that if he was having a hard time, he could pass his work to other people. This person was an assistant to the Prime Minister, and he told Terry not to worry, he would not deceive him. The guy was full of happiness. He could finally relax. Shaking hands with the Prime Minister's assistant, Terry said he would leave then. But the boy's plans were not destined to come true. No sooner had he stepped over the threshold than the arrival of the prince was announced. The prince of the ruling dynasty, Gareth, stepped out of his imperial robe and made his way to the temple. He was walking through the temple hall, and all the stewards were bowing, all except Terry, who was desperate. He did not understand why he had come. The prince's gaze touched every face he saw in the temple hall, and he seemed to be looking for someone. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a young man who was hastily trying to put on a traditional steward's hat. A second later, the prince was next to Terry and asked if he was really Terry Fan, and the guy replied that he did not know about the prince's arrival today. Terry looked at the other man's face and noted that he was even prettier than they say. And it's a sin to win over a handsome man like that. The prince laughed and said that there was no need to apologize. He had good news for the boy. Terry asked in surprise what kind of news His Highness was talking about. The murder on Ghost Street is connected to Terry, so they decided to appoint him as a deputy diplomat, a good opportunity to move up in his career. The prince put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him that he believed in him, and Terry had no choice but to thank him. In reality, Terry just wanted to play around, but the yoke around his neck was getting heavier and heavier. In the evening, after a day at work, Terry was resting on his bed, reflecting on the latest developments. Today, Prince Gareth didn't look like a schemer, and now Terry didn't think he was planning to be at odds with him. Maybe it was all about the eldest princess, because without the treasury, she would have no power, which was unacceptable in her position. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by Master George's words that there was nothing there. Terry was very happy to have his uncle back. He had a lot of news. But the guy was stopped in his tracks by an unexpected attack from Master George, who punched him right in the face. The master could hear Terry writhing in pain and noted that the boy had regressed. Terry's squirming in pain ended when Master George told him that the desired key was in the palace. According to George's investigation, the three most likely locations were palaces: Xingqing, Hangguang, and Guangxin. Terry was amazed. These were the palaces of an emperor, a dowager empress, and a princess. Master George said that the best option, in his opinion, was the Hangguang Palace, and he did not pay attention to the boy's comments. With 500 people patrolling these places, not to mention a secret Grand Master, it would be difficult to avoid such security. Master George interrupted the boy by saying that this was why he needed Terry's help. Master George, quite logically, reasoned that they should do it together. The boy stared at his master in amazement and could not believe what he was hearing. Could they really get into the palaces? A few seconds later, Terry was waving his arms with all his might and shouting that he refused to participate in this plan. Master George noted that once the location of the key became known to everyone else, there would be no turning back. Terry was afraid that if he was caught, he would be finished. It was just a walk for his uncle. The guy got into his bed and covered himself with a blanket, saying that he would not move. Mr. George, realizing that the young man was stubborn, said that he was not interested at all. Terry probably doesn't want to think about what his mother left him anymore. These words were right on the mark. They raised Terry from his bed as if he were dead from the grave. The guy's face changed. He immediately became determined and asked what was required of him. Master George said that he would distract Ernest's attention and the boy would sneak in and find the key. Terry asked who Ernest was. Master George replied that Ernest was one of the greatest masters. He guarded the emperor and his family. If he is distracted, it will be an impossible task to enter the palace. The boy asked how long Uncle George would be able to distract Ernest, whether 3 hours would be enough, and he answered in the affirmative. The guy decided that he would go for it, but before he did anything else, he needed to make sure that everything went well. First, he should appear very drunk in front of a large number of witnesses, and the same night he will go out on a case so that no one will even suspect him. But there was a big hole in this plan. The boy did not know the way to the palace, but he had an idea. A few days ago, his father-in-law said he was going to the palace to pay his respects, so it was a good chance to find out everything, maybe find the key. But how can Terry not be suspicious when the key is stolen, because it makes no sense for anyone else to steal it? But the guy had an idea about this as well. He just needed to find someone who could make a duplicate, and that person was Jerome. When Jerome makes a duplicate, Terry will put the original back in place so that no one notices, so everyone stays safe. After thinking through the plan in detail, Terry felt like the smartest person in the universe. He invited his uncle to celebrate when it was over, and they actually decided to do so. At work, Terry was convincing his father-in-law's assistant that he had never participated in negotiations with the enemy and was a little nervous about what to say. He replied that it was important for them to defend their position, but the wording should be subtle so that they could feel the power of the country. In any case, the guy shouldn't worry about it. He just needs to listen to his mentor. Terry asked if they could use the data in the documents in their negotiations, and Robert's assistant said that it was extremely useful. With this information, he was confident that they would succeed. But he could not say the same about himself. A representative of the enemy immediately started shouting that it was their territory. Terry realized that now was the time to stand up for his interests and whispered to his mentor to enter into negotiations. At first, the Prime Minister's aide quietly asked whether the opponents really considered it their territory. When he received no answer, he asked the same question, but louder. Finally, losing his patience, he shouted at the top of his lungs that if his opponents wanted to regain the land, they should send their troops here. This statement outraged the enemy, and their representative pointed his finger at the man and shouted that he was just a fool. He also said that these negotiations are over. They can discuss which of them is right when their country falls. He saw through the enemies. He shouted even louder that their great country could not give up its territory, which they had so brazenly occupied. The man ran into the middle of the room and, pointing his finger at his opponents, shouted whether they accepted their terms. Sometime later, an aide to the Prime Minister says that this quiet place suits his delicate mental organization best. The guy said that everything that happened was probably too much, unless he was going to gracefully show the power of the country. But the Prime Minister's aide said, wasn't that an exquisite move on his part? And the guy couldn't agree with that. The man said that they could not be inferior to the soldiers in their steadfastness, and if they did not want to fight them, they had no reason to give up so easily. Thanks to the information Terry provided, he became more confident that he could handle the case, and the man asked how he had gotten the information. Terry had recently received this folder from Jerome, who in turn had taken it from Nicholas, but he could not tell us about it. The guy came home from work and finally had a nice dinner of melon and sighed. Of course, he was pleased with himself. In his opinion, everything went quite well. His father quietly approached him and said that tomorrow would be the day of gifts, and the boy would have to go to the palace. Terry was very excited about this news and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to explore the palace as best he could. The father said that a security guard and his sister Sarah would go with the boy so that he would not do anything, and Terry asked if Jessica would go with him. Terry thought it was a little different from what he had imagined. He hadn't been left alone for a minute since the morning. Jessica, who was walking ahead, asked how many people were coming today. The servant replied that the princess grew up in front of many people, so everyone was interested to see Mr. Terry Fang. Similarly, there were many people who wanted to see the Queen's mother. But first, they had to visit the concubine. Elizabeth's concubine, putting her hand to her heart, shouted that they had no heart. She was thrown here, where there was no one to talk to. If it wasn't for Terry, she doesn't know when she and Jessica would have met again, and said that the family needs to be wary of certain situations. Elizabeth turned her head to the boy and asked him if he was really Terry Fan, and he replied that he was very happy to meet his aunt. Elizabeth laughed in response, covering her teeth with her palm and saying that this guy was just beautiful. The guy realized that he had won on this front when his concubine announced that she liked Terry. Meanwhile, the maid was reporting to the princess on how Terry was getting acquainted with the court, and he had already ignored the rules of etiquette by calling Elizabeth an aunt. The princess replied that after a long stay in the palace, loneliness overtook Elizabeth, and she longed for family warmth. This guy, Terry Fan, was quite smart and immediately realized which way to get to the heart of the concubine. The servant called Elizabeth and told her that it was late and that there were people waiting to meet her guests. Elizabeth, with a slight disappointment, tilted her head and told him that she understood and knew everything perfectly well. But after a moment, she turned to Jessica and said that she would stay with her, since everyone who lives here needs Terry Fan anyway. Jessica wanted to object, but Terry asked her not to worry and said she could stay. Sarah would look after him if anything went wrong. Sometime later, the boy went to the library of Beverly, the Emperor's second concubine, and now he understood why she was called the Book. The woman said that the poem about autumn was unusually beautiful, and the guy said that it was not worth mentioning. But Beverly said she had heard Red Thorns was also the work of the guy and asked if it was true, and he said that she was praising him. Beverly said that such a talented guy was definitely worthy of Flavia's hand in marriage. Terry was completely embarrassed by the praise of his second concubine, and he said that she had completely overwhelmed him. Beverly said that Kevin also constantly praises the guy, even though they never meet. The guy didn't understand who he was talking about, but he pretended to remember, saying that he also wanted to meet him. But something always went wrong. The woman pointed to the shelves of books in the room and said that she loved to read, so she collected some particularly rare ones for the boy. She realized that the boy was about to leave, so she wouldn't give them to him now, but would ask someone to hand them over later. Terry liked the woman at first, but then he found her behavior suspicious, and he bowed to her and thanked her, calling her the Empress. When he left Beverly's chambers, he thought that with such an expensive gift, she was openly trying to win him over to the second prince's side. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the Dowager Empress, who ran outside and shouted for them to wait a minute. Beverly approached the boy and said that she didn't really want to part with the book, so she offered a temporary exchange. Sarah noted that Beverly was acting strangely, and Terry replied that she was just trying to look innocent. Sarah said that Elizabeth was the mother of the third prince, and Beverly was the mother of the second prince. Now they were on their way to see Samantha, the concubine who was the mother of the first prince, and she was just practicing with a sword near her pavilion. When Samantha saw the guy, she approached him and asked if he could protect his woman with such weak arms and legs. With a smile that he could not contain, the guy replied that the lady did not have to worry. There were many witnesses to this fact. The concubine demanded an immediate duel between them because she had to make sure of everything for herself. At first, Terry could not believe his ears and decided to ask again if he was supposed to fight the mother of the first prince. But suddenly, Samantha hid her sword in its sheath, saying that they would fight sometime later. She didn't want to hurt Flower. The road finally led the boy to the Empress's chambers, and she said that she had heard about Samantha's character and that the boy should not pay attention. The woman ordered Terry to come closer and let her examine him, and he silently did what he was told. Terry realized that he and the princess had planned the murder, but he did not feel hostile at all. He greeted her according to etiquette. Looking into the face of the still beautiful woman who smiled at him, he realized that she was not so simple. In the eldest princess's chambers, a maid was making another report on Terry, saying that he had had a pleasant conversation with the Empress. The maid noticed that the Empress even gave him a touch of her hand, and the princess asked where the boy was now. The maid replied that Terry Fan and her sister were already at her pavilion, and the princess was pleased with the news. She considered herself to be different from all the previous women whom the boy had visited. The princess did not like to pretend. After ordering the maid to follow the visitor, the princess finally told her to call Michael. Suddenly feeling dissatisfied with the maid's slowness, she shouted at her to move faster. At the very last moment, the princess turned to the girl and told her to bring Michael a bow and arrows. A maid came out to Terry and his escorts and announced that the princess had ordered only him to enter. Sarah didn't like it and wanted to talk her brother out of it, but he said it was okay, he would be back soon. The girl watched with a rapid heartbeat as her brother walked alongside the maid to one of the most dangerous women in the country. Upon entering the pavilion, the boy saw many translucent curtains in front of him and began to look behind each one. Behind one of them, he saw a bed with a half-dressed woman lying on it, who was probably the princess. The second he saw this picture, he put his hand over his eyes. The princess was treacherous. Terry realized that he could not see this, and the woman grabbed her head and asked him to sit on a chair next to her because she had a headache. But, as expected, there were no chairs in her room, and stammering, the boy replied that he would rather stay standing. The princess said she had heard. Terry was studying with Master Richard and asked if he could cure her migraine. Terry noted that headaches have many causes, so there is no single treatment, but massage relieves symptoms and soothes. No sooner had the guy said this than the woman took off her robe and remained in one shirt, striking a seductive pose, agreeing to the massage. The guy replied that it was not quite convenient. Why not call one of the servants and let them do it? The woman replied that she would never have thought how well-mannered Terry was, because there were so many gossips about him in the capital. After a while, they will become relatives. The guy has nothing to fear. It's a common thing. Terry had no other choice, and he finally realized that he had to play by the princess's rules, so he obeyed. The guy was giving a woman a head massage and was thinking about what he should be afraid of, why the princess thought he was afraid. Unless she is hinting that she will try to kill him again, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the princess, who said that she really wanted to kill Terry. The guy took his hands away from the princess's head in fright, as if he had said the previous thought out loud. The princess said that she had already guessed everything, so there was no point in pretending. She turned her face to him and, smiling, asked him what had happened to him, if she had scared him now. The woman, after a short pause, replied that she actually did it because of the case. Terry asked, hoping for the same frankness, whether the murder on Newland Street was also the work of the princess. The woman replied that she had asked Thomas Wu to organize the murder. Although he was an idiot, he was very obedient. With each word of the princess, Terry's anger grew, but with great willpower he restrained himself and asked if the emperor knew about it. The princess replied that he was too interested in the boy and that the emperor would not have liked Terry's death. The woman turned her face back to the guy and asked him sarcastically why he had stopped if he really wanted to kill her. She began to provoke Terry, saying that now was the right time for him to do whatever was on his mind because they were alone. But Terry had already guessed that the princess was lying to him on this point as well, and that there was definitely someone else in the room with them behind the curtains. On the one hand, you can't kill a woman. Everyone knows he was the last one to come in here. What will his fiancée say when she finds out he killed her mother? But the devil whispered that if Terry didn't do it, she would haunt him, and only by killing the princess could he solve this problem. In the end, the lighter side won out. Terry said he gave the princess an acupuncture point massage. Folding his arms across his chest, the boy asked with a smile if the princess was better now, and the princess replied that the boy had done a good job. Terry was interested in another question. Who was the organizer of the assassination attempt in Danzo and was told that it was her work? The boy, of course, had no doubt that the princess was the organizer of all the crimes, but he was pleased with her frankness. The woman asked, with a hint of disappointment in her voice, if the boyfriend would do anything after this information. Terry decided to be as frank as she was and said that at first he wanted to kill her, but fortunately he refrained. Michael, the Emperor's archer, was aiming for Terry, but he heard that the boy knew about his presence because he said that, in that case, he would have been dead by now. The princess said that she would probably have to try to kill the guy again, and Terry replied that he was not known for his patience. The boy walked a few steps away from the princess's bed and said that he wanted to leave unless he had other orders. After passing a few curtains, the guy ran into Michael, who was standing with his weapon lowered and looking at him. When he went outside and approached Sarah, the guy said that the woman was completely crazy, and the girl asked him if she had threatened him. He replied that he was not, but she was wearing too little clothing and asked for a massage, and in the process, an arrow was aimed at him, which could have killed him. The servant who was supposed to accompany him interrupted the dialogue and said that the Empress's mother's chambers could be seen ahead. Terry looked at the building and thought that it was the Empress Dowager's chambers, and the key he needed was probably here. Meanwhile, the servant went up the stairs and they opened the door for him, but judging by the gesture, they were against his entering. They had a conversation, and the servant told Terry that the Empress was not feeling well, so there would be no visits today. The guy wasn't too upset, And anyway, he found out the exact location so he could go home. Sarah heard what Terry was saying and was amazed that he was going to steal something from the Empress Dowager's chambers. But the guy made her shut up. No one was supposed to know about his plan. The girl would not get hurt. Sarah asked what exactly he was talking about, what part of the plan she would be responsible for. Terry reasoned that if the negotiations were successful, a festive banquet would be organized, during which servants would be able to enter the palace. The best time to steal a key is when they need to succeed in these negotiations at all costs. His mentor pressured the opponent, shouting that their army had already taken up positions and could not turn around, and that they had to pay them extra for it. The frightened Northern King representative did not know how to respond to such a swift attack. In response, he heard a frantic scream that, of course, there was no need to say anything in response, and immediately capitulated. Terry's mentor turned the document around, which required his opponent's signature, and ordered him to sign as soon as possible. However, when the main representative of the warring party was about to sign, one of his assistants burst into the meeting room. He hastily handed the chief a scroll, demanding that he immediately look at this information. Terry didn't want to lose his position and insisted that after reading the document, his opponent should sign the contract. But the warring parties were all immersed in studying new information, not hearing the side of the country's representatives at all. The head of the Northern Qing delegation announced that this information came from their home. After reading the document to the end, he pressed it to the chest of his mentor Terry, who was amazed at his impudence. The head of the opposing side announced that they would not give an inch to the conditions of their enemies. The mentor was surprised to see the document that had caused such a large-scale change in the negotiations. The more he read, the more sweat drops appeared on his face. It was not good news for the country. There is a spy in the palace, and Nicholas informs his father of the grief that has happened to his son. He has been captured and is to be used as a bargaining chip. The man asked what conditions the person who had captured his son would set for him. Nicholas replied that the occupied territories would be returned, prisoners of war would be returned, and assistance would be paid to the families of the soldiers who had been killed. Finally, the enemies demand an exchange between the minister's son and their people. Terry snatched the document from his mentor and asked who it was about. He replied that it was a real Northern Qing demon who was responsible for all their operations and was captured by accident. Previously, this man was as famous and influential as General Nicholas. To return such a person is tantamount to releasing a tiger into the wild, and in such a situation, they could only wait for instructions from above. The news caused a great deal of discussion among all the monastery administrators and negotiators. But all the talks were interrupted by Terry Fan, who lost his last hope for a happy ending and fell to the floor, half-conscious. His colleagues decided that the guy was so concerned about the country and its people that he fainted, but he was only concerned about the holiday banquet. The minister decisively cut off all the conditions of the enemies of the empire. He said that they certainly could not give up their territories. Nicholas replied that this was not up for discussion. The land would not be returned, in fact, they were only interested in Eli and Candy. The minister said that they could not let this devil go. He would definitely take revenge. The war will start again. There will be huge losses. He can't go for it. Nicholas said that this is an exchange. Besides, it doesn't matter what they think. All decisions of this kind in this country were made by only one person, and that was the emperor. Sometime later, the emperor's servants entered Nicholas's office with an order from His Majesty. He announced that he knew about Eli's identity, but that the exchange of such a person would save many lives of their country's citizens. In the negotiation room, the same thing happened. The servant read that they could not return the land, so they would discuss other conditions. And for the sake of the delegation from the Northern Qing, which had travelled such a long way, the emperor wants to organize a festive banquet. Upon hearing this news, Terry felt happy. His plans were coming true, and he shouted with joy. Nicholas said that hundreds of officials would gather at the banquet, and it is certain that their enemies' ulterior motives will not be absent. The general believed that the event would not be peaceful, and he informed his subordinates about it. One of them, Chase, said that it had been confirmed that Kendrick would be coming to the event. General Nicholas was very surprised by this news. This man has not been seen in the capital for a long time. This man was a master of literary circles in the Northern Qing, and his palanquin was just passing the capital's gates. Nicholas suspected that it was probably not that easy for Kendrick to get to them. Uncle George persuaded Terry to steal the key from the Dowager Empress's bedroom while he lured Ernest away. But the boy, looking at the plan of the palace, noticed that there was one problem. He did not know where the woman was hiding it. Master George noticed that there was a hiding place under the Dowager Empress's pillow and that the key was most likely there. Terry attacked Uncle George with questions about how he found out about it, and he replied that she had turned over in her sleep and he had looked. The guy stood up from his chair. He was determined. He had to finish this case. The last piece of the puzzle they had so carefully put together was about to fall into place. It was crowded near the Imperial Palace, and the guards were carefully checking everyone. Finally, it was Terry's turn, and he began to lay out all his weapons on the table. Surprised guards lined up near the table, watching the guy first take a giant cobra out of his pocket. After that, Terry took out a large mace from behind his back. And finally, from the same place, the guy pulled out a huge sword, which caused a storm of emotions among everyone who watched him. The guard asked him why he was here, to rest or to kill people, and Terry replied that a practicing martial artist always carries a weapon. Gerard, who was also standing nearby, couldn't understand how a decent person could bring such a thing with him. Soon, Terry Fan would pay for everything. Terry heard the boy's words, and Gerard's father, who saw this, grabbed his son by the ear, apologizing for his poor upbringing. The Guo family's movie comedy was interrupted by the shouts of everyone present that the second prince had arrived. Terry watched as a tall and handsome man in a beige kimono climbed the stairs. It was Evan, the second prince of the empire. The boy, along with everyone else, bowed respectfully before Prince Evan. The second prince, without stopping anywhere, immediately approached Terry Fang, saying that he had finally met him in person. He added that he believes he should have made more efforts to help the boy in court. The boy blushed and thanked His Highness for such attention, but thought to himself that it would have been better if he hadn't helped at all. Soon, the prince of the ruling dynasty, handsome Gareth, arrived at the imperial palace. Gareth, also seeing Terry, immediately approached him in front of everyone present. Gareth said that Terry had done a good job, and next time he would throw a banquet in his honor, but Evan noted that he had invited the guy first. Terry wanted to fall through the ground with embarrassment, and the two princes walked with him inside the imperial palace in front of all the envious people. Inside the hall for the imperial reception, the number of guests gradually increased. Soon, the eldest princess and her maid joined the party. But the boy was not interested in her. He asked his mentor who the man was who was sitting with his sword in the emperor's palace. The mentor replied that this man was Eli. He never leaves his sword. His Majesty allowed it. Eli is an exception. A drop of cold sweat ran down the guy's forehead. That's what it was. Those two mercenaries were probably his students. Immersed in his thoughts, the boy did not immediately realize that Eli was staring at him with his heavy gaze. This look completely knocked the guy out. He hoped Eli wouldn't do anything to him with so many witnesses. Terry's frightened thoughts were interrupted by his mentor, who told him that Kendrick had arrived at the event. The boy watched as the good-looking old man walked into the imperial hall, stroking his powerful beard. Everyone present, as if on cue, began to greet Kendrick, showing him great respect. He was an authority. The mentor told the astonished Terry that he was the #1 man in the world of contemporary literature, an idol for many learned men. A grey-haired old man was passing by, a man who could match the emperor in influence. Suddenly, without turning his head, he looked at Terry Fang penetratingly. Terry watched as Kendrick sat down at his desk, and he had a bad feeling about the event. Finally, the servants announced that His Majesty, the Emperor, had arrived at the event. The Emperor entered the hall with his wife, the Empress, holding hands. All those present in the hall rose from their seats and began to bow respectfully to greet His Majesty. The Emperor looked selectively at some of his subordinates and greeted them in return. Finally, the Emperor and Empress reached their throne and sat down on it, which was the signal for the feast to begin. Nicholas asked if there were any suspicious people, and they said that there was no one. Kendrick brought a roll of writing paper, and that was it. Chase added that there was one but, a man named Eli, who was authorized to enter the palace with weapons. General Nicholas asked if he pointed his sword at the Emperor, would they be able to stop him? Chase replied that their eunuch was in the palace, in the banquet hall, and Nicholas breathed a sigh of relief. The Emperor looked at all those present in the banquet hall and called Terry Fang to him. The guy was eating a chicken leg at the time and did not hear his name being called, and his mentor informed Terry about it. A second later, the boy was in the middle of the hall, down on one knee and greeting His Majesty. The Emperor said that politics and art go together in life, so why not compose a poem about today's holiday? Terry replied, bowing, that he was only learning and did not dare to show his meager skills in front of Mr. Kendrick. The guests understood that His Majesty wanted to prove that they were unrivaled not only in strength, but also in talent. The Emperor told the boy not to worry, just to try, and after he was done, he should show his work to Mr. Kendrick. Gerard Guo laughed sarcastically, hoping that this would embarrass Terry Fang in front of everyone here. Terry realized that he simply had no choice. He could not refuse the Emperor, and he respectfully agreed. He walked to his desk, immersed in his thoughts, his brain already processing the first lines of the poem. If it's come to that, he can't fool around anymore. The guy tipped his wine glass. He decided to begin the first lines with a glorification of wine that resembled morning dew. Then he reminded me of generosity and care and waiting to save myself from torment. Then I added some feelings with lines about the heart in my mind and the flower of envy. I added a little symbol of freedom, which was a white dove playing on the strings of his soul. I wondered if it was possible to capture freedom, as bright as the full moon, if you don't get rid of anxiety. Gerard Go did not know how to react to the fact that he heard Terry was really talented. The Emperor was moved by the lines that the more evil a person is, the more useless he becomes. In the following lines, the boy could no longer determine his place in the world. The stars and the moon were not enough for him. The mountains were getting higher. The sea was not getting deeper. The whole world was hiding in his heart. After the boy finished reciting the poem, the first to stand up and congratulate him was the second prince, Evan. He was immediately joined by all those present who called this poem a worthy work of the master of words. Kendrick said that it was a really good poem, and even if the meaning was sometimes lost, it was still very good. Kendrick noted that for a poet, the content always comes first, and he didn't think that such talented people were still being born at this time. The speech of the venerable elder was interrupted by the shouting of the clumsy Gerard Guo, who said that they had no right to judge Terry Fan. Even Terry looked back at him in surprise, wondering what the guy was up to again. Gerard shouted with rage for Kendrick to name at least one poem that would be superior to the one they had just heard. The Emperor interrupted the boy's cries, demanding that Gerard stop these rudenesses. The Emperor also asked Kendrick to ignore Gerard Go's words. Terry watched as just a couple of phrases served as a catalyst for a new conflict. The boy realized that Gerard would not have dared to do this on his own. Someone must have talked him into it. Involuntarily, the boy turned toward the older princess, wondering if it was her handiwork. The woman was sitting there, hiding her smile from everyone behind her clothes, who would doubt that she was involved. Kendrick noted that he had already heard about the poem that made Terry Fan famous in the capital. Most people consider the first lines to be the most important, but he likes the last ones. It's a pity that they were not written by Terry Fan, Kendrick said in conclusion. The last remark of the venerable elder hit Terry's ego harder than ever. At the same second, the princess screamed out to the whole room, asking if Kendrick really thought the guy had stolen the poems. The Emperor watched the room erupt in commotion, and Terry's defenders urged Kendrick not to say anything stupid. His Majesty was also very curious as to who, in the opinion of the honourable man, was the author of these lines. Kendrick replied that he knew that the lines did not belong to him, and that he did not know how such a talented gentleman could have appeared in the capital, and so unexpectedly. Wasn't the image of loneliness strange? How could such a young man have such emotions? How a person without ups and downs could write such a thing? It is impossible to create grief out of nothing. Gerard shouted that if he didn't see it, it didn't happen. He couldn't just admit that Terry Fania was talented. Terry said that Kendrick just didn't know him well enough to accept these unconvincing arguments if they had just met today. The Emperor noted that the young man's words were quite logical, as the law had always come first in their country. If Kendrick wanted to accuse someone of something, he needed very strong evidence. Kendrick stood up from his seat and pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve, saying that a letter from his master should be enough. These lines completely repeat what Terry Fan wrote, but this manuscript appeared much earlier than the young gentleman's. All those present were drowned with surprise. The true face of the Fan family's son was revealed before their eyes. Kendrick remarked that if the guy was so good, why shouldn't he use his talent instead of stealing other people's work? And as if trying to hurt the boy even more, the old man repeated that he should think about this idea very carefully. The Emperor turned to Terry Fang and said that he had all the evidence in his hands now, and he asked if the boy had anything to add. Terry asked Kendrick what his master's last name was, if his master was due. Surprised, Kendrick began to nervously scratch his beard again, and said that the boy's assumption was wrong. After thinking about it for a while, the man asked why the boy had asked him about it. Terry hastily replied that he shouldn't pay attention, he just wanted to clarify. Gerard shouted that Terry Fan had stolen the poem, which was the height of shamelessness, such behavior disgracing the title of a learned man. He appealed to the emperor to deprive Fan of all his titles, to expel Terry from the capital, and to make sure that no one would hire him. Terry asked Gerard why he was jumping for joy if the guy had disgraced the country, and he replied that he was very outraged. Gerard Go shouted that he was ashamed to be around someone like Terry Fan. Terry noted that everyone would be interested to know when Gerard figured it all out. The guy, losing control and his instinct for self-preservation, kept yelling that he had only recently learned about it. Terry noticed that, for some reason, Gerard had come only now. He had heard him say that he wanted to deprive him of everything. The emperor stopped the argument by asking Gerard if everything Terry had said was true. The frightened boy, realizing that he had said too much, did not know what to say, and his father immediately stood up for him. He said that these two could never be friends. They had some disagreements, but the main thing was stealing other people's poems. Terry was pleased with the way Gerard Go's father summed up everything in one sentence. Terry asked Kendrick why he thought he had stolen other people's poems, why it hadn't been reported earlier, why no one had noticed. Maybe he was just inspired by these poems, or maybe someone was trying to frame him. Kendrick replied thoughtfully, slowly, that there might be some truth in the boy's words. Terry asked where the copy came from. Maybe Mr. Kendrick has students all over the world and poetry cannot be protected from plagiarism. Kendrick replied that poetry is the voice of the heart and that the guy had little life experience, so he could write such a poem. Terry noted that poetry is something that requires talent, but who says he has to feel sad to describe it, or that talent doesn't exist? Kendrick asked if he would be able to repeat his success and write about things that did not happen to him. He would never believe in something like this, and the elder believed that many in the room would agree with him in these conclusions. But Terry disagreed with the respectable man in the capital. He asked Kendrick what would happen if he succeeded. Kendrick replied that in that case, he would simply accept and live with the fact. Terry Fan was just waiting for these words. He shouted that he needed a brush. Gerard Guo and his father were amazed at the self-confidence of the Fan family representative. The emperor was not going to deprive Terry of such a great opportunity to prove his talent and ordered him to prepare everything he asked for as soon as possible. Sometime later, the servants brought everything he needed and invited him to the workplace. Terry had to keep his end of the bargain with his uncle, so he drank a whole glass of wine before he started. Grabbing a brush, the boy began to compose lines about the Huanghe water rising into the sky, returning to its channel. Terry's brush kept drawing poetry on paper about seeing a tall grey mountain, a blue morning, and a white night. He was enjoying himself while sitting under the moon because he was born with a talent that would help him in his trouble. In the spring flowers and in the leaves of autumn, the boy was going to find his way. He asked himself how much sadness he could bear. Like a river flowing eastward, he wanted to get home, forgetting all his fears. It was so cold on the mountain, as if the shadows that had been chased by the light were still there. But the sword, with its cold steel, invited unwelcome sleep into his home. And even at a distance from all this, he could hear the melody of gentle strings. These sharp swords sang his death song over the battlefield, and through a plum tree that was covered with snow but still blooming. He was going to walk quietly, slightly delaying his steps. The mountains and rivers of his majestic country cut through its landscape like wounds. There's nothing special about him. He's just a guy like any other. And in memory of the past years and events that he lived through in his short life, he would like to keep everything he carried with him in his soul with all his heart. Suddenly, Terry stopped and asked the servants who were listening to him if he had already gone 100 words. They enthusiastically replied that the gentleman had long since passed the 100 mark, and the guy was pleased to say that he would let it be. The guy turned around, barely able to stand, and faced Kendrick, saying his name. Coming as close as he could to the elder and causing him concern, the boy said that he would not explain the meaning of what he had said. He shakily pointed to Kendrick's face with his index finger and told him to remember. The boy asked Kendrick to remember that he was not as good as Master Terry. Having said that, the guy suddenly lost his balance and screamed, unable to hold on to anything in the flight. He fell down in the middle of the hall and lost consciousness from the large amount of wine he had consumed today. The emperor asked Mr. Kendrick if the elder had anything to add. The idol of all the learned men of our time was not in a hurry to answer. He only had time to say an appeal to the emperor. In the next moment, his entire speech was choked with blood that flew out of his mouth. Kendrick fell to the floor on his side, amid the anxious cries of all the guests present. The eunuch reported that this evening, Terry Fan would reach a completely different level of hierarchy in the empire. If Kendrick is proven to have lied, his 70-year reputation will be destroyed in one evening. The Dowager Empress, who was behind the curtain, laughed with pleasure. Who would have thought that this Terry Fan was so talented? At the Fan estate, meanwhile, they met a drunken Terry, who was being pulled out of his palanquin by servants. The estate's caretaker ordered him to be careful with the boy, as he was a real treasure of their country. The servant went inside the mansion carrying the young gentleman, and Sarah led him to Terry's chambers and ordered him to leave there. Jessica wanted to move to a softer pillow. After so much drinking her neck was getting tired, she asked what Sarah thought about the hangover soup. But the woman's words were interrupted by a door slamming in her face, and Sarah told everyone to leave her brother's care on her shoulder. Jessica gladly agreed. She told the girl to take care of Terry and assured her that she would not bother them. They would talk tomorrow. In the meantime, Uncle George was waiting for the right time to launch his and Terry's operation. His real plan was to try to get out of the capital without being detained, find the key with the help of Terry Fan, and make a copy. He decided that he had waited long enough, and the moment had come when he had to start the execution. Suddenly, George overheard two women walking down the street and realized that Terry had failed in his mission, or that he should have changed his plan. But a second later, a man appeared behind him and asked where he came from. It was Master Ernest. So, with Master George's doubts allayed, it was time to fight and hope that the guy hadn't failed with his part of the plan. After repelling Ernest's first attack, he flew away to a safe distance and apologized, saying he was simply lost. Ernest said that His Excellency had arrived here 5 days ago and he had been waiting for him. It's a palace, and George should know that you can't just wander around here. Sarah was laying Terry on his bed, telling him to move slowly. The guy, drooling and enduring constant dizziness, moaned that he had a pill in his pocket. After searching through all his pockets, the girl finally found what he had told her about. Sarah lifted her brother out of bed and made him sit down. She gave him the medicine he had been talking about. As soon as this magic pill got into the guy's body, his ki was cleansed and he instantly sobered up. As soon as the recovery was finally completed, the guy opened his eyes and announced that it was time for him to go. Sarah said that in that case, she would go and tell everyone not to disturb the boy today. Terry broke into a smile. He and his sister had become so close during his stay that she understood him at a glance. Meanwhile, the fight between the two great masters continued, neither of them inferior to the other in strength. In the heat of the confrontation, Master George looked toward the Queen's mother's chambers. But Ernest, at the same second, approached him, saying that now was not the time to be distracted. Master George had to fulfill his part of the plan, so he began to run away from the pursuit. Meanwhile, Terry was already standing by the wall that separated the palaces of the imperial family from all other buildings in the capital. The boy realized that the walls of the palace were so high that only the strongest could overcome them, and an ordinary person could not get in. Although Terry didn't have the strong body of his Uncle George or the spiritual strength of his, in order to enter the imperial palace, he has to rely only on his unique methodology. The boy needs to concentrate his energy on his fingertips and turn into a real spider. He moved through the strange galleries of the palace as quickly and quietly as possible, avoiding encounters with the guards. The boy recalled his childhood and his restlessness, which was the reason he was scolded so often as a child, and now it came in handy. So far, he had managed to carry out his part of the plan without any problems, jumping from one roof to another in his hurry to reach his destination. Finally, having bypassed all the guards, he successfully reached the top. After dismantling part of the roof as quietly as possible, Terry looked inside the room. Right under it was the bed of the Queen Mother, the most powerful woman in their country. The boy descended on a rope without making any noise to the room of a woman who was sleeping peacefully. The boy crouched down to the bed and looked at the Dowager Empress. The Empress slept quite soundly, and there should be no problem with the theft. But the second he thought about it, the woman stirred and turned to the other side. Terry, who had jumped onto the roof in fright, climbed back down the rope to the room. It was a good chance for him to look under the bed and make sure the hiding place was there. There was indeed a hiding place under the Dowager Empress's bed, just as Uncle George had said, and now it was just a matter of making sure the key was inside. Terry opened the door in the floor and looked inside hopefully. A golden key and a note were hidden in a hiding place on a silk scarf, and the boy realized that he had finally found what he was looking for. Now all he had to do was to get out of the palace as quickly as possible without being noticed. Terry hurried as fast as he could. He had to be on time for his meeting with Jerome. Jerome was already waiting for the guy at the meeting place. He said he thought Terry would not show up today. But the guy said that he hadn't drunk that much. He couldn't be taken that easily. And Jerome said that the right person was already inside. He was reliable. Jerome had no plans to join Terry, but he asked why the man was not going with him. He looked back at Terry and replied that he had other things to do, other responsibilities, and that less you know, more you sleep. Sometime later, the master put 2 identical keys on the table, and the guy was amazed at how accurate the copy was. Terry was very excited and asked how the man had managed to do it, and he replied that he would not hide it. He was a former thief. Terry put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that he was a great thief, simply brilliant. So he felt embarrassed by the praise. Because the master was familiar with this kind of life, Terry was sure that he would not tell him what had happened today. A moment later, the master looked back at the mold that Terry had broken with his hand, and he didn't need any additional duplicates. After saying goodbye to the shocked former thief, the guy went outside, where Jerome was waiting for him. The man told Terry not to worry, that he would take care of the body, and he replied that he needed to send the master to the south, that there was no need to kill him. Jerome looked at Terry from the other side. His master had a very good heart, too good. The boy had to return the original to the Dowager Empress's chambers as soon as possible without anyone noticing. But he was curious about what was happening at the elder princess's estate, and Terry heard that the ministers had already finished on their end. Kendrick stood in front of the princess's bed and said that he hoped the princess would fulfill her end of the bargain. The woman said that Terry Fan had done everything right, that he could now be in the capital without shame, and that Kendrick had something to say about that. Kendrick replied that he had lost today, had put his 70-year reputation on the line, and now he was willing to do anything. How could Mr. Fan write 300 poems in one night? The reputation of many learned men could suffer, and he simply called him shameless. The princess said that the Dowager Empress respected her husband very much, so she invited him to live at the palace, and she would fulfill all her promises. Impressed, Terry caught the meaning of the conversation and realized that the two had made a deal. The princess told Kendrick not to think that the agreement between their countries was signed and he was waiting for him at home. He could not ignore her. Kendrick replied that, by her order, the man had arrived where he was expected, and if the princess wanted to retract her words, could he change it? Terry stared at the two, wondering if they were talking about the minister's stolen son. The princess said she would agree to the sale only if they made an exchange. Terry decided that he had heard enough. It was really her, so the negotiation should be successful. The eldest princess sold people for her own benefit, which is all she was capable of. This woman was completely crazy. This country seemed very dangerous to Terry at that moment. The boy jumped off the princess's roof to continue his journey to the chambers of the Dowager Empress. While flying, he felt an arrow approaching him and looked back. Realizing that he would not have time to dodge, Terry released a piece of his energy toward the arrow. It spun in a spiral that glowed yellow, trying to slightly reduce the effectiveness of the enemy's attack. But he could not avoid the blow completely, and Terry fell wounded to the ground. The best archer in the Empire, Michael, watched him from the rooftop, ready to shoot the arrow again. Without turning to his subordinates, he ordered them to catch the criminal while he was still alive. Meanwhile, the Battle of the Masters was still going on, and Master Ernest realized that he was facing a level 9 opponent. He was sorry to waste such an outstanding talent, but this stranger was to be buried here. From the palace of the eldest princess, golden circles appeared in the sky, which turned the attention of the majestic master. Master Ernest realized that it was only to distract him. A moment later, he abandoned his opponent and flew in the direction of the phenomenon he had just seen. Master George concentrated on his hands, and it was very difficult for him to restrain his power. All 3 guards of the Emperor's palace gathered in one room to discuss the night attack. The eldest princess was very angry because they failed to catch the killer last night. Ernest fell into a trap yesterday and missed the main target. The Empress was disappointed with him as well. And even worse, all this news reached the Emperor himself, who was very angry. He was unclear how someone managed to survive Master Ernest's attack, and he replied that this person used the Shigu sword technique. This stranger had the strength of a 9th grader, was familiar with the area, and successfully led him. This killer seems to have come here from Dunya, and if this is the 9th level, then this person can only be the first disciple of a great master. Especially since this person had been in the capital all these days, it was, of course, Master Ilya. Now it was time to discuss the guy who was shot by Commander-in-Chief Michael. The arrow flew across the yard, but failed to kill this stranger. Michael asked if he could kill the boy with one arrow. Would that not make him one of the great masters? This comment by the commander-in-chief only elicited disdainful chuckles from his interlocutors. In the capital, one could count the people of such power on one hand. Master Ernest said that the Emperor and the Empress Dowager had their own goals and that the murderer should be caught in 10 days. There aren't many people with a 9th grade strength class in the city, so it won't be a huge job to check them all. The palace guards looked after the master as he left the room. They were confused. It was easy for him to say such things. Jessica decided to check on Terry again and asked Sarah how he was doing, and she said that her brother was still not feeling well. The woman was shocked. Half a month had passed, and he was still hungover. Maybe he should have called a doctor. Sarah replied that her brother had just spent a lot of energy writing poetry and needed a good rest, and Jessica agreed. She said that she would go about her business, and the girl should take care of the boy and tell him if he needed anything. Terry reflected on the strength of the arrow that wounded him, which barely touched him but damaged his internal organs. If he hadn't thrown out some of his energy to meet her in time, he would have died long ago. That kind of strength at that distance, this guy must have had a 9th level of strength as well. The boy's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Uncle George, who asked if he was feeling better, and Terry was seriously scared. George said that he could not protect the boy, and he replied that they could not have guessed that the commander-in-chief would have such a terrible thing. Uncle George asked if the boy had opened his mother's box yet. Terry looked under his bed and replied that he was waiting for Uncle George to do it together. A moment later, Terry was holding the key in his hands, and those crescents seemed to stretch on for an eternity. He eagerly put the key in the lock, saying that now, at this very moment, they would find out the answers to all their questions. Terry opened the box, but he never expected to see what was inside. The guy could not believe his eyes. He was just looking at the keyboard. Terry's first thought was that his mother might be a world traveler too. This world was really crazy. The guy couldn't help but laugh out loud. George didn't quite understand his reaction. Suddenly, he felt not so alone among these strange traditions and people. But the lyrics had to go. Now it was time to move on to the second level of hacking. Uncle George said that the password is a name. Terry's mother told him to remember that there are 6 dashes in his name, and he began to look for options. An hour later, Terry put his head on the keyboard. He didn't know any of those names. George said that she said, "It's not about the risks, it's about the way in the water." My uncle could have said that earlier. The boy began to enter various variations of names, including his own and his mother's name in different variations, but it was all in vain. He looked thoughtfully at Uncle George's face and thought that this option was possible. To his surprise, this option worked, and the man and the boy heard a distinctive signal. Terry noticed that he was now beginning to suspect that his uncle and his mother had a secret in common. He was more eager to see what treasures were hidden in the box. Surprised by what he saw, Terry turned to his Uncle George, who said that his mother had put him there herself, so it was not surprising. The box they had been trying to open for so long contained an M82A1 rifle, a Barrett. My uncle replied that it was not surprising to him. It was something new. He had seen this thing before. The boy covered his eyes with his hand. This world was becoming more and more complicated. Technology and Barrett were added to time travel. But there were some drawbacks to the find. The guy asked that he couldn't find ammunition anywhere, and George asked what exactly he called ammunition. Terry asked if his uncle had ever seen his mother use this thing. There must be ammunition in here. He began to carefully describe to Uncle George what the cartridges looked like and tell him exactly where to insert them. Master George listened carefully to all the boy's explanations and replied that he had already said that he did not remember much. But, after pausing, he noticed that he remembered well what the guy had just said, which completely pissed Terry off. The uncle said that when he took the boy to his place, he thought that these things were not needed at all, so he just threw them away. Terry, upon hearing the news, felt a mixture of horror, anger, and disappointment as to why his uncle decided to do this at that moment. The guy thought he now had a cool gun, but now it has turned into useless junk. After closing the box, Terry noticed a metal button in the shape of a heart, with a sign for George to press it. The guy pressed the button before his brain had time to realize what it could be. As soon as the boy's finger touched the box, a metal sleeve began to form on his arm. A few seconds later, the guy, not understanding anything, was already watching his arm up to the shoulder turn into a metal prosthesis. Uncle George noted that Terry's mother loved pranks, but in his opinion, they were not pranks at all, they were high technology. The guy asked what material the thing was made of. He didn't understand how to take it off. He must have pressed on something because the metal arm began to turn into something again. A moment later, instead of a metal arm, a huge but light plasma cannon formed. Terry's brain thought that it was probably his turn to save the world, and he shot at the ceiling of his house. Jessica, who was nearby and heard the explosion, rushed to the boy's room and stared at what she saw. There was a guy standing in the middle of the room saying that he wanted to try fireworks, but he launched them wrong, and there was a huge hole in the ceiling above him. Jessica replied that Terry rarely behaves like a child should, so everything is fine, but he has to be careful not to hurt himself. When Jessica left, the boy and Master George breathed a sigh of relief, the uncle hiding behind the canopy of the boy's bed, holding a box. Terry looked back and saw the box in Uncle George's hands and wondered if he should return it, because there was such a deadly weapon inside. While the boy was immersed in his thoughts, which were tearing him apart, Uncle George told him to look at what he was holding in his hand. The boy looked at what Uncle George was talking about and saw a letter in his hands. Picking it up, Terry saw that it was addressed to his Uncle George, who asked him to read it because he trusted the boy. The boy opened the envelope and saw his mother's message to Jojo, asking him to kiss her and confessing that she liked him very much. After reading the first lines, the boy turned his face to George, who said that Jojo was him, but Terry knew it perfectly well. She wrote that he did not listen to the advice and went to that temple again. But he could not win the battle. He always made her laugh. While he was away, she took advantage of the moment, but she doesn't know whether it will be a boy or a girl. But she always has to give something back to the world. But even killing a prince and an emperor will not be enough to rule this country. Terry stopped reading the letter and asked his uncle if everything that was written here was true. The boy was surprised to see Uncle George smile, something he had never seen in his entire life. Terry was very confused by what he read in this letter. Could his mother and Uncle George really do such things? But my uncle said he didn't remember it at all, and the boy knew that. But he thought that he could have tried to remember at least once. And what this could mean. Terry's mother thought that this city became what it is because of her. But unfortunately, this world flourished, people came and went, and the woman was just as lonely. After George reads this letter, he must destroy the box. The last lines were a confession that she missed her Uncle George, a real love letter. But that was not even the most important thing. His mother, it turns out, was also not from this world, and it was she who created this thing. George replied that the woman had indeed changed the world, but Terry knew that her legacy had now become a tool in the struggle for power. He wondered if there were any other interesting things in the box and started looking for other compartments. Soon he found another compartment with a scroll of paper in it. In the middle, the mother wrote that if it was Jojo, he would have obeyed and destroyed the box. If the stranger wanted to continue, he should identify himself. Shocked, Terry said that he was her son, and the woman's voice replied that she did know, that he should forget that he had seen or heard anything. The boy did not dare to disobey his mother. He obediently closed the box. The next morning in the capital began with anonymous leaflets falling on the city, and everyone who was on the street began to pick them up. Terry was sitting in his room, and Uncle George, who appeared out of nowhere, asked if those leaflets were the boy's work. Terry said that he wrote about fake eunuchs in the palace and lovers outside it, and George noted that the boy called the princess a traitor to the country. Master George asked Terry why he did it, and the boy replied that his mother had created a treasury, a board of overseers, and that this country had become great. He didn't need money at all and didn't even know who was worthy of running the treasury, but this person was definitely not a princess. The uncle said that no one would believe that the eldest princess was doing this solely for financial gain. The guy replied that there were not many smart people in the world, but he didn't have to believe them. It was more of a warning. George said that in his opinion, this man did not need warnings. It was not that simple. The guy asked what his uncle was talking about. Master George replied that the eldest princess was the favorite daughter of the Dowager Empress and the Emperor's sister, and that she could not be easily dealt with. For the Emperor to actually do something about it, there was only one option left, and Terry turned into a rumor. The maids announced the arrival of the widowed Queen Mother and bowed respectfully to her. The eldest princess, who was sitting with her back to the door, looked around in fear and saw her stern grandmother next to her. At the same second, she jumped out of her seat and, with tears in her eyes, shouted that she had been very much offended. But the hypocrisy of her granddaughter did not affect the Empress Mother at all. She had seen too many such people in her life. At the same time as these events, a meeting of the Board of Supervisors was held in one of the neighboring palaces. The minister reported that the Empress Dowager went to the palace of the eldest princess, and after leaving, the princess cried for a long time. Her face was swollen. Nicholas was holding a leaflet that had made a splash in the capital, and he asked his colleagues for their opinion on the veracity of the information contained in it. The minister replied that whether it was true or false did not matter at all. Only what the emperor believed was important. The emperor wanted to observe what was happening for a while, but what happened in the morning slightly adjusted his plans. Nicholas said that this topic needed to be discussed later, but that the time was now to eliminate the traitors. The minister replied that they had conducted an investigation and found the necessary evidence against such people. Nicholas looked at Chase, who hadn't looked up from the table, and said that, in that case, this case needed to be dealt with. These words brought Chase to his senses, and he looked in General Nicholas's direction in fright. But a minute later, one of the servants dragged the traitor out of the office by his leg. As soon as the door closed behind Chase, the minister asked where the eldest princess was now. Nicholas replied that they did not know this and would not do anything without the order of His Majesty the Emperor. Everyone was wondering who this madman was who had wreaked such havoc in the capital. The delegation from Dunia left yesterday, but everything happened today, so they probably want to sow confusion among the townspeople. Nicholas was more interested in the question of how they were able to make such a big step under their noses. If they started a war, everything would be in the hands of the Northern King. Soon, Terry came into Nicholas's office and bowed respectfully, asking if he was looking for him. General Nicholas said he knew that the leaflets were the work of the boy. Terry, out of surprise, began to think of an answer on the fly that would whitewash him. Nicholas told him not to worry, that everything was being directed to the delegation from Dunia. Nicholas would have taken action in any case. He would not let those who decided to harm Terry get away with anything. The boy asked him why he decided to help him, and Nicholas replied that the treasury was open because of Terry's mother. Terry looked at his interlocutor in shock, wondering if he knew his mother too. Nicholas said that if the guy contacted the princess, he probably wanted to take her treasure. Terry shouted that he was not interested in the treasury at all. The eldest princess wanted to kill him, so he had no choice but to fight back. Nicholas liked this answer because the pile of money was not worth it, but the guy had left too many traces. It would be very easy to find him. Terry said that he already has a plan and has a person who plays a very important role in this matter. Nicholas replied that it must have been the Minister of Ceremonies, because he had heard about the banquet that night and he was impressed by his knowledge. Terry thought that they would not be able to guess how the events would unfold, but if they could prove that the Guo family was related to the princess, there was a chance. Nicholas said that if Gerard's father wanted to meet the princess, he would ask someone to help him leave the residence. Terry understood Nicholas's thinking and replied that they just needed to find out who Gerard Go's father had seen that day. Nicholas replied that everything had already been checked. There were familiar names among these people, and Terry suspected that Nicholas knew what he was thinking. The guy replied out loud that this was very good and asked what the general was going to do next. Nicholas emphasized that he had said before that he would not let anyone who decided to hurt the boy get away with anything. A little later, a meeting with His Majesty took place in the Emperor's chambers, and he noted that the criticism was quite sharp. He held up a leaflet that had made a splash and asked who else had seen it. Nicholas bowed his head and replied that most likely the whole capital was reading such postcards. The Emperor turned to General Nicholas and asked why he had shown him this. Nicholas replied that he simply thought that what concerns the imperial family should be known to His Majesty. But the Emperor did not believe a word of this cunning fox. He ordered the interlocutor to tell him the truth. Nicholas said that for the sake of the Emperor and the princess, it would be better for the eldest princess to leave the capital to avoid the attention of the townspeople. The Emperor thanked Nicholas, but noted that he was asking him to get rid of his own sister. The other traitors who were associated with the eldest princess have already been dealt with, and the Emperor can let her go with a calm mind. The Emperor insisted that the general speak out more boldly. If he told the truth now, he could cure him. Nicholas humbly lowered his head and responded to this proposal of His Majesty, who had long been ready to die. Tired of this conversation and the difficult decision ahead, the Emperor said that it was up to Nicholas to decide whether to live or die. There were huge changes in the Guo family estate. Instead of fleeing the capital, Gerard's father was imprisoned. Gerard tried to escape, shouting that his father was a minister of ceremonies and they could not arrest him. However, all the boy's attempts to stop his father's detention failed, and he was already being taken outside the estate. The princess stood outside the emperor's chambers, not rising from her knees and begging for an audience. A servant reported to the emperor that the eldest princess had been kneeling outside the palace for an hour. He asked if she realized her wrong behavior, and the servant replied that the woman had declared her willingness to give all her property to the emperor. The emperor even turned to the man at this statement, asking if it was not self-evident. His Majesty asked what else his sister had said, and the servant replied that there was nothing else. The emperor put down the brush and ordered the servant to tell his sister to leave. She had to pack for her trip. Finally, the eldest princess waited for the doors of the imperial palace to open for her. A servant came out through the doorway and told her that the emperor had ordered her to go on her way, and she should not waste her energy kneeling here. The eldest princess realized that her crocodile tears were no longer believed here. All her efforts were in vain. She had lost this battle. The Fan family also had new changes, and the emperor's servant came to them with an announcement. Because the boy composed 300 poems and Kendrick fled in disgrace, the 5th rank was granted to Terry Fang in the name of the emperor. All members of the Fan family bowed with respect and gratitude for this gift from His Majesty. The princess's palanquin drove out of the gates of the capital at full speed, and although it was leaving, it did not mean that she would give up. Eric and Terry watched from the wall, and their father said that this woman was very vindictive and that we should take this into account. The guy said that if the princess came back one day, he would have to fight her anyway. Suddenly, the boy realized that his father must know that the princess's exile had something to do with him. Eric said that the guy had left too many traces and that his brother may have business acumen, but he couldn't do something like this. Terry's brother Kevin could not have done it. The anonymous postcards were not his doing. So the answer was obvious to everyone in the capital. Everyone seems to know that Terry did it. His father also knew that the boy had managed to defeat the eldest princess not without help, and he realized that Nicholas was the boy's assistant. Terry asked him tensely if he would be okay in that case, and Eric replied that he had shut up those he was supposed to. If my father hadn't done it, someone else would have done it for him. And he was, of course, referring to Nicholas. As long as no one suspected him and everything was going to be fine, Terry could relax. The boy asked if his father was hinting at the emperor, but he replied that he was talking about Flavia. The boy suddenly realized that Flower was the daughter of the eldest princess. The father emphasized that when he talks about people who are ready to help the boy, he means not only a person named Nicholas. Servants brought more and more gifts to the Lin family's estate, and it turned into a kind of oriental caravan. Flavor was amazed. All of these were gifts from the Fan family for her, their daughter-in-law, and future wife Terry. The maid said that the whole capital was whispering about the upcoming wedding, and even the emperor was said to be interested. Prime Minister Robert, meanwhile, told his subordinate that they didn't need any more talk here. He also noted that he knew exactly what he needed to do for this, and the servant humbly agreed. The boy understood what his father was saying about Prime Minister Robert, that if he decided to help the boy, he would do it to the end. This man was the kind of person who kept his word under any circumstances. Eric decided to point out that the boy's relationship with Miss Flower Lin was a private matter. The guy smiled. He didn't need to be reminded of this. He understood everything himself. The whole city was on its feet, and many people wanted to see the celebration organized by two well-known families in the capital. This marriage became a real sensation in the capital. The newlyweds were so perfect for each other, Terry Fan has recently become quite famous. The bride was also beautiful, although she didn't often appear in high society, as she was the daughter of the Prime Minister. Flavera, who was being carried in a palanquin, heard the crowd shouting that the wedding was luxurious. They are both illegitimate children, but the townspeople have forgotten about it. This is the most luxurious wedding of two bastards. It was indeed very strange. The emperor's eunuch received a special order. There is more gold and silk than usual, and the gift list always includes something amazing, not like what ordinary illegitimate children receive. In the imperial palace, His Majesty looked at the portrait of the boy's mother, saying that he had passed off Flavia as the man she loved very much, Terry. He said that she would have loved her daughter-in-law. She used to enjoy such celebrations, and the emperor hoped that Terry would enjoy the wedding as well. Terry was dragged out of bed before sunrise today. He was a little unhappy. Everyone congratulated the Fan family, and they gladly accepted these congratulations, and little by little, guests gathered at the Fan family estate. Suddenly, all conversations fell silent as the servant announced the arrival of the bride. Flavia stepped out of her stall and headed to the wedding hall, and according to tradition, she did not lift her veil. Terry felt like the happiest man in the world at that moment, and the organizer told the newlyweds to pray to heaven and earth for blessings. The boy and girl were asked to pray for health and longevity. When Terry and Flower did what they were asked, they were told it was time to bow to each other as a sign of eternal love. Sarah was completely sour, and Kevin, on the contrary, was very jealous of his brother, considering him a lucky scoundrel. When the ceremony was over, the boy and girl were allowed to go to their rooms. Terry went to his room, but saw that the maid was busy, so he asked her to leave and get some rest, because she was probably tired. The girl replied that if the boy needed any help, he could call her at any time. Finally, they were left alone on Flower, and the guy turned in her direction with a happy smile. The guy lifted the girl's veil, her eyes were covered, and her lips were smiling, and she meekly responded with agreement to his words. Flower finally looked up and asked Terry what they were going to do now. But before she could finish her sentence, the guy pushed her lightly on the bed and came close to the girl. Smiling, Terry said that, of course, they would do what a husband and wife should do. Half a stick of incense later, the boy heard someone coughing outside the door, and there was definitely someone there. The girl sat down on the bed, frightened, and asked if it was the killer, someone who had snuck into the wedding. When she saw the guy get up, she asked where he was going, and he told her not to be afraid, just to wait for him. Terry walked over to the curtain that separated him from the front door and generated a small amount of energy in his hand. A second later, the curtain parted and the door flew open, and Terry shouted that he would teach the stranger that he could not interrupt him. To the boy's surprise, Master Richard was behind the door, and he told him to do it slowly. Master Richard showed him the class, but told him to do better, and the boy asked why he was here. Some time later, Terry was heating up tea for his poison master. He gladly tipped his glass of tea and said that they hadn't seen each other for too long. He hardly recognized the boy. He didn't think he would be so handsome, and Terry was very surprised by these words. But despite all of the above, the boy remained as cruel as he had been as a child. Terry asked Richard not to come to him in the middle of the night, as it could cause misunderstandings. The boy asked what would happen if he had a sword at that time. What would Master Richard do then? The master replied that he could see through the guy and that he would gladly use a weapon against him. But, to Richard's surprise, the guy replied that he was thinking about him wrong. How could he do that? Terry bowed respectfully before Richard and said that he had thought he would never come to see him again. Richard replied that he was in Junior and heard about the boy's wedding, so he changed 6 horses on the way as soon as he arrived. The guy was touched. Richard was so kind to him. He will remember this for the rest of his life. He will come to the council tomorrow to see him. The guy said that the master should go to bed early tonight. He should have rested as well, and Richard was surprised. He said that it was not important now. He had something else to say, and reached into his pocket. A second later, he threw a bundle in the guy's direction, saying that it was his wedding present, an extremely expensive item. Terry turned his back on the master and, after thanking him, said he was leaving, and Richard shouted for him to at least unwrap the gift. Realizing that the boy was not going to do what he asked, Master Richard said that it was a cure for tuberculosis. He went to Junior for 2 reasons. One of them was to get medical materials and prepare a mixture. The second reason was to cut off all communication with Terry's enemies in exchange for a promise from them not to harm him. Who knew that the guy would decide to get married? Terry was amazed. He said he would never be able to repay the master for his kindness. Terry looked at the package in his hands, wondering if it was a cure for tuberculosis. The master loved him so much. When the boy came into the room, Flower asked him if he was okay. But instead, she saw a predatory and sly smile on her husband's face, who said that the woman could relax, and he returned. The next morning, the whole family gathered at the dining room table, and breakfast was waiting for them. Suddenly, a young girl came into the room and, seeing Terry, happily called out to him. The guy was so surprised that he forgot he was holding food. He couldn't even recognize the girl. The ruler said that he had heard about the boy's wedding, so he specially sent the girl to the capital as a wedding gift. Drops of sweat appeared on the guy's face at these words, and he looked at Flavia's reaction. Eric got up from the table and said that the emperor had summoned him and he had to go, and Jessica said she would help him get ready. Sarah stood up next and shouted that Kevin's homework was not done yet, and the boy realized that they would follow their parents. The girl looked at Terry with happy eyes. With her hands to her chest, she thought this meeting was amazing and did not hide it. A lot has happened in the time he has been in the capital, and he sat down on one of the chairs, thinking about it. The girl, not taking her eyes off Terry, said that she was glad that he was okay and that her heart could finally be at peace. The guy said that the girl should rest, and after she ate, he would give her a tour of the capital. The girl replied that Simon was here to work, not to add to the master's worries, and the other maids saw a special relationship between the two. The amazed boy replied that, in that case, she could at least take a bath, and the girl said she would obey Mr. Terry's orders. The boy watched Simon leave the room and blushed as he realized that it was the same girl. Flavor noticed that the guy had already talked about her before, and now they finally met. Terry replied that the girl was a very diligent and good person, and Flower whispered that the boy shouldn't say that because his maid would be very annoyed. And Terry's wife was right as ever. The maid heard her master's words, and they upset her greatly. She immediately remembered that she had always thought that the doctor looked like a charlatan. Meanwhile, a meeting between His Majesty, Robert and Eric took place in the Emperor's chambers. Eric answered the Emperor's question that Terry was planning to spend his honeymoon in the Tsangshan Mountains. The Emperor replied that Sanshan was a very good place, away from the hustle and bustle, with no distractions. Still, the Emperor had some thoughts that needed to be discussed. His Majesty wanted Terry to do something. The boy should be part of an exchange mission. He asked what the two matchmakers thought about it. Prime Minister Robert and Eric Fan bowed humbly, saying they dare not refuse such an offer. The Emperor said that if he had given them the courage, they would not have answered like that. He demanded that both men say what they really think. The two were in no hurry to answer, and the Emperor looked back at the men and asked them again what they really thought about it. After a brief pause, Eric Fan carefully replied that Terry had just gotten married. The guy will be promoted to the post of Minister of the Interior. The Emperor must choose the day of the appointment. The Emperor listened in silence until Father Terry finished his speech, thanking him. Prime Minister Robert thought that the Emperor had planned this a long time ago, and there was nothing to discuss. After a short pause, the Emperor said that if the audience had nothing more to say on the matter, they could leave. Robert and Eric were relieved to finally leave the Emperor's chambers. This meeting had been very exhausting for them. At the same time, Terry was meeting with General Nicholas, and they needed to discuss the latest news. Nicholas said that the Emperor ordered the boy to lead a delegation to the Northern King. Terry began to think out loud that, in his opinion, this mission was just a cover. The real purpose of this mission was to hand over the spy, Miss Candy. For this case, the girl will, of course, be drugged with all possible potions. If the Northern Qing Emperor spends the night with this girl, they will both fall ill, become covered in pus, and die. But that was not all. Under the pretext of exchanging the main prisoner of the Empire, the Emperor wanted Terry to kill a man. The guy thought that everything he was saying might come as a surprise to Nicholas, but the latter coolly replied that he knew it all. The guy started saying that he had too many responsibilities, and he probably had a misconception about the guy, and Terry had just gotten married. But all of these thoughts were interrupted by Nicholas's one remark, saying that it was he who had recommended Terry to the Emperor. Terry was very surprised by this news. He asked why Nicholas made such a decision, since he had just gotten married, and he replied that this mission was inevitable. Nicholas asked if the boy didn't want to return his mother's treasures. He needed to do something to prove himself. These words amazed the boy even more, as he wondered if Nicholas had thought it through. In order to inherit his mother's business, he needed to act, and Terry realized that the conversation was about the Board of Supervisors, which was unexpected. Nicholas said that it was not a surprise. He had been planning this for a long time and had arranged everything. No one would harm the boy. But a guy should always remember that he should be very careful with a certain person. Nicholas told the boy that the Northern King envoy was a very difficult man. Sometime later, the boy came to the Emperor's chambers, who was glad to see him but did not show it. Terry bowed respectfully to the owner and asked why he had called him over. The Emperor replied that the boy seemed unhappy to him. Terry began to assure him that he had no right to do so. The Emperor said that he decided to give the boy a month to spend with his wife and then set off on a mission to the Northern King. The boy was very pleased with the Emperor's decision and began to praise all the possible qualities of the ruler, which made him very happy. The Emperor said that this was a great opportunity to contribute to his future career, but the guy was still not eager to go. Terry did not dare to deny the Emperor's conclusions about himself. He was a very perceptive person. But the boy's nature did not allow him to put up with what he did not like so easily, and he asked if the Emperor wanted to hear the truth. The guy's remark made the owner think about how often he is lied to directly. Terry said that, to be honest, he would like to remain a simple man and spend time with his wife and children. The Emperor, smiling and scratching his beard, replied that the boy had a very good plan for his life. The emperor decided that he had heard all he wanted to hear and ordered the boy to leave, and Terry wondered why he had asked him about it. Volodar noted that a mission is a mission, and if the guy faces danger, he will have to deal with it himself. Finally, the emperor wished the boy to return from this trip alive. Terry realized that the emperor didn't care if this mission failed. Did he really think that the guy was putting his life above the mission? But it may have been sarcasm, and in fact the meaning was the opposite. The failure of the mission meant death for the guy. Terry shouted that he would do his best and that the emperor had nothing to worry about. The next morning, Terry was already standing with his squad, waiting for the right person to be brought out. He watched in amazement as 4 servants tried to get the most dangerous man in the capital out of the dungeon. Soon, a grey-haired man appeared in the dark opening, shackled hand and foot. It was Frederick. The boy knew that this Northern King spy whom Nicholas had caught at the cost of his legs, Frederick, had been a prisoner for 20 years. The guards carefully led Frederick to a mobile cage, keeping him at a safe distance but adjusting his movement with chains. Suddenly, the cautious gate was broken by Frederick, who raised his hands in the air, and all the guards fell on their backs in surprise. A group of soldiers standing next to Terry prepared to attack the prisoner, but this had no effect on Frederick at all. He did not move, but still held his hands up. For a man who had spent 20 years without sunlight, a ray of light touching his hands was more important than life. The guards finally began to understand what this terrible, powerful eccentric wanted, and they called him a madman. Master Richard was watching from the wall, and he said that this man was too dangerous and that he would be better off going with Terry. Nicholas said that Terry should take responsibility, but Richard was afraid that after his death, there would be no one to continue his work. Nicholas was unfazed. He said that this issue did not need to be discussed and left. Finally, Master Richard asked if Nicholas was at all concerned about the boy's safety. Nicholas, without turning to the interlocutor, said that he was not worried, but he could not completely hide his feelings. Terry Palankin and 2 mobile prisons moved through the streets of the capital, and his mission began. Master Richard was sitting next to the boy and said that he had originally wanted to go with him to Northern King. But Terry was against it. He said that there were too many people who wanted Richard dead, and he thought that would make the road even more dangerous. It was better for the teacher to rest in the capital and wait for the boy's return. Richard thought Nicholas talked too much. Nicholas said that the young emperor of the Northern King had just ascended the throne, and the Queen Mother did not want to delegate power, so there was a conflict between them. The guy smiled slyly, saying that there was something to be gained in a mother-child dispute. Nicholas begged him to come back as soon as possible to avoid getting into trouble, but Terry meant it. Finally, Nicholas noted that Master Richard had poisoned the spy Miss Candy. Now any man who spent a night with her would die. She was a ticking time bomb. Master Richard, who was sitting next to Terry, handed him a bottle and told him that it was an antidote, hoping that he would not need it. Terry looked at his teacher in confusion, and Richard said that he was afraid that the boy might not be able to control himself, so he gave him this to neutralize the poison. Terry growled indignantly that he was not that kind of person and could not do what the master thought of him. He was still indignant out loud, which is actually a serious person, but the guy's hand had already taken the bottle of antidote from Richard's hands. As the master was leaving, he said that the boy could take the coat and not use it, but he had to remember to return home safely. Terry must realize that if he makes a mistake, he will be buried with the people of the Northern King. After such statements, the guy no longer understood whether he should be afraid. Too many people warned him about something. After a while, Terry arrived at the Fan family's estate, and Eric said that they needed to postpone the long goodbyes because it was time for the boy to leave. The father pointed to a squad of guards and said that they were the best of his guards and would go with the boy. Nicholas warned that Terry's father had his own people and would insist that they go with the boy. Terry decided to tell his father about what General Nicholas had said, asking if he had any men who could resist the Black Cavalry. My father was very concerned that Nicholas had been talking too much since Terry arrived in the capital, and he had managed to tell the boy everything. Eric replied that these people in the room were very reliable and the guy could easily confide in them in any matter. The head of the squad turned to the boy and said that if he needed anything, he could just let him know. Terry ran up to the man and asked if his name was Oscar, which was a very cool name, and the impressed head of the squad asked if the boy knew him. Terry replied that he had admired him for a long time, that he had a beautiful horse in Danzo, and that he would bring it to the man when he was available. Oscar scratched the back of his head and, laughing, sincerely thanked Terry for his attention. Looking back at his father, Terry said that in that case, he should go. They had already discussed everything. Eric Fan watched his son's troop leave. He couldn't understand how Terry had grown up so quickly. It was hard to comprehend. It was already evening, and the sun was setting, so it was decided to make a halt. Everyone should be near the mobile prisons. Oscar noticed Jerome standing a few meters away, watching, and asked why he was standing so far away from him. Jerome, who was looking more at the prison with Frederick, said that the farther away, the safer it is, and if anything, it will be easier to escape. Oscar was outraged by this answer. He called Jerome a coward and said that he would report to Mr. Fang everything he had just said. Jerome put his hands at his sides and haughtily declared that it was the full right of the head of the security detail. A minute later, Oscar was standing next to Terry and reporting on the incident, asking where the gentleman had dug up the man. Jerome was insidious, greedy for life, and a coward, always ready to run away, a man to be avoided. Terry looked thoughtfully at his spy and said that he was just checking on Oscar. The man was a first-class warrior. In fact, Terry was afraid that something might go wrong, so Jerome volunteered to accompany Frederick all the way. Oscar said that the man was indeed a real role model, a very brave man. He didn't think he could be so wrong about people. After these words of his master, Oscar looked at Jerome with a completely different look. In his eyes, the man was a hero. Oscar told Jerome that Frederick is a serial killer, very cruel, a real demon on earth. Jerome looked back to the head of the security team and said that it was indeed terrible. But Oscar said that Jerome shouldn't be afraid of him, although the man himself had a different opinion. Without exaggeration, this process was like feeding a tiger with your body. From that moment on, the men were brothers who had gone through fire and water together. Oscar pulled his sword out of its sheath and said that if anything happened to Jerome, he would certainly avenge him. Jerome was frightened by this reaction and looked at his master, who pretended not to hear anything. Some time later, Jerome decided it was time to visit the prisoner and bring him some water. He shouted through the door that he had come to see if Mr. Frederick needed anything. The boy decided to move away from the camp a little bit and met Uncle George, who told him that as long as he was looking after the boy, he was not afraid. The only variable that made Terry worry was this representative of the Northern King. George said that this man was a great master of the Northern King, and he did not know what position he held there. George said that the master would not allow Frederick to enter the territory of the Northern King alive, and Terry asked him how he knew this. Uncle George thought about it for a while and replied that he didn't remember it at all, but he was sure of the fact. Hearing this conclusion, Terry grabbed his head. This case was turning into a one-way street for him. Uncle George replied that he would definitely fight him, and he would beat him until he lost the desire to bother Terry. The amazed boy looked at the back of his uncle as he walked away, for he was a great master, but George replied that he was not an easy man himself. My uncle said goodbye to the boy, and as he was flying away, he could still hear Terry shouting about how cool and real he was. Just when Terry thought his uncle had left him, he suddenly landed behind him, saying that he had something else to say. He seems to recall the name Frederick, and Terry's mother said that she came into this world because of him and another man. Terry was amazed that Mr. Frederick could possibly know his mother's secret. But before the boy could ask 1,000,000,000 questions, his uncle flew away, saying that he himself should question Frederick about it. Of course, the guy had to do it, because the news was very important to him, but Frederick was a very scary person. Meanwhile, the prisoner unsuspectingly sat in his prison, waiting for his warden. Finally, the doors of his prison opened, and Jerome announced that from today he would be Frederick's companion. He held out a stick with a white cloth on it, saying that he had boiled some hot water to wipe Frederick's face. Suddenly, the prisoner abruptly jumped up and grabbed Jerome by the chest. The man immediately began begging Frederick to let him go, saying that he was nothing more than an unimportant servant. If Frederick kills him now, the gentleman outside won't care, and the man will be left without decent care. Frederick looked at Jerome with a half-hearted look and asked him his name. After an additional kick, Jerome was finally able to say his name in full. Frederick let the man go and said he would remember his name, and he asked if he knew how to give a massage. Completely confused, Jerome didn't understand how it was all connected, but he replied that he had been practicing at home. Some time later, the man was already massaging the shoulders of the prisoner, Mr. Frederick, and events were to unfold in such a way that at that moment, Terry Fan entered Frederick's prison and was very impressed by what he saw. A few minutes later, Terry stood behind the prisoner and said that the needle he was holding contained poison, which would penetrate the body. In Frederick's case, such precautions were a necessity, his boyfriend assured him. The prisoner said that he had never seen such an interrogation technique before and asked the guy's name. Terry pressed a little harder on Frederick's neck and said his name was Terry Fan. The prisoner's next question was something that shocked the guy even more. He asked when he was going to be killed. Terry removed the needle from Frederick's neck and told him that he was worrying for nothing. The boy would bring him back to the Northern King in exchange for their man. Terry's words caused the prisoner to laugh uncontrollably, and he was surprised that Nicholas would allow him to stay alive and return to the North. Terry replied that he did not know what the chairman was up to. He was just doing his job. Frederick watched the boy's behavior closely, surprised that he was so calm around him. Terry realized that this conversation had led them to a dead end and decided that the interrogation was enough for today. On the doorstep, the boy heard the prisoner say that he reminded him of an old friend, gave him Terry's mother's name, and asked if she was related to him. Terry looked back at the prisoner. The man actually appeared to know his mother. After a short pause, the boy decided to tell Frederick the truth and said that the woman was his mother. He asked how, in fact, Frederick himself was related to his mother, but he asked him not to ask about it. Frederick, looking at Terry penetratingly, said that it was bad for the guy to know too much. Wasn't the guy still going to kill him? Terry decided to repeat that he was instructed to deliver Frederick to the Northern King in exchange for their man. Frederick turned sideways to the boy and leaned his head on the wall, saying tiredly that if the boy said so, it was fine. As soon as the door closed behind Terry, Frederick said that he would never have thought that the Celestial could have had a child. A great Northern King master was meditating under a waterfall, and he said that he had not seen George for many years. When Master George came closer on the raft, the man noticed that he hadn't changed a bit. George replied that, unfortunately, he had lost his memory and therefore remembered little about the Great Master. A student of the Great Master was eating an apple nearby and heard her teacher ask why George had come to see him. Master George took his weapon out of its sheath and said that he had come here to fight. The enemy asked if there was a reason for this. Master George said that Frederick was returning to the capital, and if the Great Master stayed here, he might not interfere. But the majestic master replied that Frederick must not be left alive in any case. When George replied that, in that case, the fight would begin, the girl threw a piece of apple on the ground. A moment later, it flew into the air, attacking the intruder. The Great Master ordered Meryl to stop and not attack because she was not a rival to George, who also told her to listen to her master. Meryl landed on the raft on which Master George was standing, making a little splash. She said that they looked the same age. How George could be a great master if this is true, why is his name unknown in the world? The mentor said that Meryl shouldn't look at George's appearance. He was the same 20 years ago, and not many people know he exists. Meryl was greatly impressed by the words of the Great Master, and she began to look at George from all sides and admire his appearance. The girl asked how George takes care of himself and what he uses for his face, but the mentor said that she was going to stop Frederick. Meryl said that the teacher was talking very loudly, but George heard everything, and she wondered if he thought that George would not let her leave after that. George replied that the girl was not a great master, so he didn't care what she did, she could leave in peace. Meryl pulled her axe out from behind her back and asked if George was looking down on her. Then she would have to show him what she was capable of. But her mentor, a majestic master, again ordered the girl to calm down. Meryl replied that she hadn't meant it seriously, knowing full well that George would never be able to overcome her. Meryl jumped from the raft to the shore, leaving the two masters to resolve their issues, but asked her mentor to avenge her. When the girl completely disappeared over the horizon, George turned to his opponent and said it was time to start the fight. The guards were discussing that Terry had re-entered Candy's cell. She was the person wanted by the Northern King Sage. Many of them believed that such actions of their master were improper. The boy acted unworthily. But Oscar stood up for Terry, saying that, of course, he would not do anything outrageous with the prisoner. This cunning guy definitely had a plan, and they could only trust their master. Meanwhile, Candy was in her mobile chamber giving Terry a back massage, asking him if he was feeling good, and he was feeling fine. As he expected, the girl was a professional, with a very good massage technique. Candy said that the gentleman protected her so that she could get away from trouble today. Maybe it was fate, and she was destined to endure abuse from him all her life. Terry noticed that the girl was saying all these things to him with an expression on her face that he really didn't like. Terry turned to Candy and put his hand on the back of her head and asked her if she was afraid he was going to do something. Candy tiredly replied that the boyfriend had been harassing her for a long time. What else could he do to her? No sooner had she said this than Terry picked her up, which frightened Candy beyond belief. Terry said that in that case, he wanted to ask who the girl was going to defend herself from with that pin hidden under her ass. Both the boy and the girl turned their gaze to the floor, where a sharp metal pin lay. The girl replied, with a smile and closed her eyes, that nothing could be hidden from Mr. Terry Fan. The prison door opened, and Jerome looked inside, saying that they had reached North King and whether Terry wanted to take a break and rest. Terry replied that, in that case, Jerome should tell everyone to stop, and he thought it would start soon. Jerome said that the next time Terry wanted to visit Candy, he should do so without gossip that could have a bad effect on him. Terry said that the man himself needed to stop gossiping, and Jerome closed his eyes and said that he was silent and hadn't seen anything. Terry said that after tomorrow's customs inspection, they would not dare to do anything, and tonight was their last chance. Night fell on the camp with the prisoners, and only the guards seemed to be awake on the lawn. But, as Terry had predicted earlier, they were no longer alone in the clearing dark shadows surrounding the camp. The guards jumped to their feet when they saw armed men running toward them and shouted that there were murderers in the camp. Jerome ran up to the roof of the palanquin on which Terry was resting and shouted that everything was happening exactly as he had said it would. The boy got to his feet and ordered not to let the killers get close to Frederick. They could not be allowed to take him away. Merrill, who led this raid, watched everything happen from a distance. One of the mercenaries chose Oscar as his target and ran as fast as he could toward him. Oscar, in one deft movement, knocked the sword out of the attacker's hands while pulling his own out of its sheath. With the next move, Oscar struck a fatal blow to the enemy, and the latter flew away from him a few meters. Oscar ordered his men to fight, surrounding Frederick's mobile prison and not giving the killers a chance. The entire detachment of guards lined up around the facility in a standoff, ready to die on Oscar's orders. The commander-in-chief of the convoy's guard unit eliminated the attackers one by one. But one of the murderers managed to escape his vigilance and aimed at him with a sword behind him. When Oscar noticed this, the attacker had a dagger handle sticking out of his head. A second later, the killer had already fallen to the ground unconscious, and he no longer posed a threat to Oscar. Oscar looked back and saw Jerome behind him and asked why he was fighting with a bag behind his back. Maybe he was protecting something important. The latter, greeting his comrade, replied that he was just preparing to escape in case the enemy was too strong. Oscar, who was already on a new target, shouted that he could not say such things because he would report it to Mr. Fang. Jerome, punching his enemy, shouted that Oscar could do what he wanted. Mr. Terry had long known his character. He would not object. Terry was watching from above what was happening in their camp, trying to understand the attacker's goal. The guy reasoned that if the killers were targeting the prisoner, today was their last chance to realize their plans. The guy had long been preparing for this attack. He had thought of a plan of action in advance. He shot a lot of arrows from a homemade crossbow at the enemies. Many murderers have been killed by a single shot from this invention. After the first successful strike, Terry immediately ordered the cages to be opened and the dogs released. Jerome ran as fast as he could to the cages and, opening the bars, ordered the dogs to take the target. The attackers had no chance against the hungry beasts and ran for their lives. A little later, the guards brought Jerome one surviving killer, who was badly mauled by the four-legged guards. Jerome was not a fan of talking. He immediately punched the attacker in the face with a force that knocked out several teeth at once and asked who sent him. Jerome said to force the prisoner to tell everything. These killers have poison in their mouths, and we can't let him commit suicide. Oscar noticed that Jerome had managed to knock out all of the prisoner's teeth and wondered if he thought the poison might have already entered his body. Jerome immediately attacked the prisoner again, demanding that he be given the anti-venom as soon as possible. For Terry, this looked very suspicious. No matter how weak the Northern Qing were, they could not have sent for prisoners. Just these suffocators. For the guy, everything that had just happened was very suspicious. He was expecting some kind of trap. Suddenly, looking back, Terry saw the silhouette of a woman who had already managed to eliminate several convoy guards. It was Merrill. She was an advanced 9th rank, considered a saint of the Northern Qing. Afterwards, Terry and everyone else on the lawn saw a woman. No one knew who she was. Oscar ordered the stranger to be captured immediately, and his subordinates ran as fast as they could to fulfill the order. The woman eliminated 2 defenders with a single blow and approached her target. Passing Terry, Oscar, and Jerome, Merrill deftly hopped on Frederick's mobile camera. Jerome finally recognized the stranger, saying that she was Merrill, a Northern Qing saint. Terry said that he had been ordered to bring Frederick to North King. Could he find out what Miss Merrill's purpose was? Terry noted that if the girl wanted to intercept Frederick, he was afraid that she would not be allowed to do so easily. Merrill pointed one of her axes at the boy and said that he could not do anything against her with his own strength. Besides, who told Terry that she was here to intercept Frederick? Merrill flew into the air and landed back on Frederick's mobile prison at high speed. A large hole appeared in the prisoner's dungeon from a strong weapon strike on the stretch, through which the woman saw her husband's attentive gaze. Merrill announced that Nanjing had violated the treaty and killed Frederick at the border, and that's what needs to happen here and now. Even Oscar regarded these words as a great insolence, but Terry stopped him, saying that the man was no match for this woman. Terry asked her if she realized that a violation of the agreement between the two countries would lead to war and many people would die. Merrill replied that her mentor had told her that if Frederick returned to Shanjing with secrets, more people would die. The guy wouldn't mind killing Frederick himself, and it would be great to use this girl's help. But it seemed that Frederick really knew something about his mother, so the boy had to find out what it was first. Terry wondered if he should use a shot from his mother's powerful secret weapon in this situation. But common sense told him that he could not do this in front of everyone. The murder of the Northern Qing maiden would certainly lead to war between the two countries, and she was a girl after all. Meanwhile, Merrill decided not to waste another second and swung one of her axes at Frederick. Terry realized that he had only one weapon left to use and threw poisoned needles at the girl. Merrill realized that the poetry genius Fan also possessed a hidden weapon, but she could not get to him with such tricks. Terry said that he was very curious about what would happen if the Northern Qing saint was distracted by a conversation with a handsome man and failed in her mission. The girl fought off all the needles, but the shells with poison tied to them began to crack, and Terry asked if her mentor would punish her. A few seconds later, an explosion sounded next to the girl, throwing her off the roof of Frederick's dungeon. Terry immediately ordered Frederick to be taken as soon as possible to the place indicated by the Black Riders. One of the guards immediately spurred the horses and they rushed down the road to the target. The saint from Northern Qing was very angry. Terry was a genius of Nanjing poetry, but he made such a mean, unexpected attack. The guy stood behind Merrill, already with his sleeve on, and apologized if he had offended her. He noted that he was not an equal opponent for Miss Merrill with a gun, but asked why they did not face each other in hand-to-hand combat. Terry rushed to meet Merrill, and she asked him how he dared to openly attack her. She found this behavior of the boy a heroic and courageous way to risk his life. But at the same time, she thought he was simply tired of living if he dared to do that. Terry struck first, but the girl skillfully deflected his attack with a block. Merrill, in response, hit the guy with several blows, the force of which he felt immediately. Jerome was watching this fight closely, and if his master was in trouble, he could always help at the right time. The guy made an effort and seized the moment to punch Merrill in the stomach with an iron hand. While the girl was surprised by the steady pain, the guy, without wasting a second, struck her in the face with his other hand, which threw her into the air. Falling to the ground, the girl shouted that Terry was being very mean to her. Terry noted that Merrill was strong, but compared to his Uncle George, who had trained him since childhood, she couldn't even stand. The girl jumped up and tried to kick the guy, but he shouted that she was too slow. The guy avoided Merrill's blows and, at the right moment, threw several sharp blades in her direction. Dodging a hit, Merrill was outraged that Terry had attacked again with a concealed weapon. But the guy stuck his tongue out at the girl and apologized, saying that it was all the fault of muscle memory. Of course, this explanation to the boyfriend was another lie, but Merrill didn't have to know that. Unbeknownst to the girl, the guy again fired several blades in her direction, this time from his back. Sensing danger, the girl hastily removed her black hood from her head. Turning in the direction of the flying objects, the girl shielded herself from them with her hood, which turned into a solid shield. After hitting the girl's shield, Terry's blades turned into bent metal fragments. This time, the guy's amazement knew no bounds. The girl's hood turned into a metal plate. Terry's concealed weapon seemed to have something smeared on it, and a strange odor emanated from the girl's cuts. Merrill said she had run out of patience to continue wasting her time on the guy. Exploding with rage, the girl shouted that Terry did not deserve to live at all. The guy thought that such a murderous intention even gave the girl strength, and that in 10 moves he would definitely be finished. Merrill had already jumped up, pulling out one of her axes with the intention of killing the enemy. He watched Merrill approach and realized that if he used his metal hand now, the girl would die. His thoughts were interrupted by a black arrow that suddenly flew between him and Merrill. Both participants in the fight looked back in the direction of the arrow and opened their mouths in surprise. On the hill, a group of black horsemen watched them, ready to fire again. Merrill did not wait until she was caught and began to run away, saying that Terry was lucky today. After the girl disappeared, the guy could finally catch his breath. This Northern King maiden was really something else. The next day, Terry opened the door of Frederick's mobile prison, saying that he had arrived in North China. The person who raided him last night wanted to kill him, so it seems that Frederick is not very well liked in Northern Qing either. Frederick replied that Merrill was a student of a great master, and he did not want him to return here with a secret. Terry asked what secret could be so disturbing to one of the 4 great masters. Frederick replied that Nicholas had imprisoned him for 20 years trying to find out the secret, but he never did. Terry asked if it was related to the temple, because the only thing Nicholas doesn't know about is the incident in the temple. Frederick did not even doubt that the boy would guess the direction in which to dig so quickly. He was, after all, her child. He said that the boy was very curious and wanted to know the secret that could make the strongest people in the world gather in one place. For the sake of this secret, Terry turned from someone who wants to kill to someone who protects, and this time, the guy lost. Terry noticed that Frederick's martial arts were talked about all over the world, but his calculating nature was also intimidating. Frederick looked at the boy and noticed that he didn't seem to be afraid of him anymore. Closing the mobile cell, Terry said that both he and Frederick were very valuable to each other. Why should he be afraid? But they were interrupted by Jerome. The guy said that they were in trouble. All the horses suddenly started to heat up for some reason. Looking at the frightened face of his spy, Terry said with a smile that the horses had inhaled the poison he had used to lubricate the hidden weapon yesterday. Meanwhile, Merrill tried to wash away the boy's poison in the river, which she entered almost up to her neck. The girl was very sick, but she still swore that she would definitely finish off Terry Fang. The convoy with prisoners was driving rapidly through the forest thickets to the capital of the Northern Qing. Suddenly, Jerome saw Merrill in the middle of the road, blocking their path. Jerome called Terry Fang, saying that they had another visit from the female killer who attacked last night. Terry ordered the convoy to stop and stepped aside with Merrill, the girl demanding that the man give her the antidote. The guy asked why he had to do it. Merrill replied that otherwise she would kill him, and Terry said that she would be like that for the rest of her life. Terry told the girl that it was a special poison that he had created himself, and that it could not be replaced by the truth of Qi. Only Terry could solve the girl's problem, and he told her this with a laugh, telling her to kill him. Oscar and Jerome watched this scene from a distance. Oscar thought they should get closer. We had to protect Terry from this murderous woman, but Jerome had a different opinion. He said that the gentleman was incredibly brilliant, although a bit lustful. He turned around and walked in the direction of the convoy, saying that they should leave. Nothing would happen on this lawn. Meanwhile, Terry shouted at Merrill that he could cure her of the poison, but she had to promise him something, and she said she wouldn't fall for the blackmail. Terry smiled slyly, and after a short pause, assured her that it was not blackmail at all. Terry is just a minor official, and the girl came to the border with the intention of killing the prisoner he was escorting, so he used all means. He was uncomfortable doing it himself, but he had to stop the girl, even if he had to use such low tricks. The girl decided to ask what kind of promise the guy expects from her. The guy asked Merrill not to kill Frederick today so that he could complete his errand from Nanjing. The girl said that Terry knew that once they got to Shanjing, there was nothing she could do. The guy said that this was certainly true, and it looked like he and Merrill would have to fight to the death today. The guy found 2 pills in his inside pocket and threw them at the girl. Merrill caught them, and while she was looking at them, the guy started reciting poetry. He told me about hearing someone's footsteps and how the flowers fell off the begonias overnight. Could it be that this flower, which was so beautiful, bloomed in one evening? There were fewer red flowers, so it was greener. The girl interrupted the boy's poetry, calling him ignorant, which incredibly angered Terry. Merrill came down to the ground and said that begonias cannot tolerate moisture, and if the pot is filled with water, their roots rot. Therefore, in this case, there will be no flowers and the plant will simply die. After finishing her angry tirade, the girl said she wanted to leave and walked into the forest. Terry, taking out the bottle, said that she should wait because the guy had accidentally given her the wrong antidote. If Merrill still needed the antidote, she could take it, or the guy would just throw it away. Merrill silently, but it was clear that she was angry, turned around and took the bottle from the boy, calling his poems very bad with a lot of inaccuracies. Finally, the convoy with prisoners arrived in the capital of northern Qing Shanjing. Arriving at the city's entrance gate, Terry saw that he was met by the northern Qing Emperor's guard. The security team bowed simultaneously as Terry stepped out of his trench coat, saying they were very happy to see the gentleman in the capital. While they were talking ceremoniously, Jerome opened the door of Frederick's mobile prison and he began to walk outside. Miss Candy was also taken out of her mobile prison by two maids who said respectfully that she could go with them. Jerome said that once Miss Candy left, she would stay in the palace forever, and the boy would never have the opportunity to meet her again. The head of the Imperial Guard asked Terry to follow him. According to the Board of Overseers, Caleb is a great general of the North and, in addition, Frederick's adopted son. Since the Northern Qing Emperor and Empress Mother competed with each other, everyone was afraid that he would switch sides. Therefore, the general was forbidden to leave Shanjin, leaving only 100 people from his army with him. If not for this, the boy was afraid that their escorting Frederick would not have been so easy. He said that accompanying Caleb was a great honor. The general asked Terry if he wanted to stand and talk, or if he would follow him into town, and Terry replied that he thanked the general in advance. When they arrived at the palace, they were met by the steward and told to follow him. Upon entering the palace, he announced that the Nanjing ambassador had arrived to see the emperor. A young man's voice was heard through the curtain, saying that the Nanjing ambassador could come in. Terry was amazed at the size of the Northern Qing Imperial Palace. It was huge. The halls were really unsurpassed. Just see how luxurious this palace was. To understand the weakness for wastefulness of the Northern Qing imperial family, the young man's voice ordered Terry to raise his head. The young man, who bowed in a ceremonial bow, responded to this order with a yes. When Terry stood up, he saw a very young emperor in front of him, who asked if he was the same Terry fan. The boy was embarrassed. He could not understand what kind of strange expression the Northern Qing emperor had on his face. He was really worried about why this young sage was looking at him so strangely. The emperor said that Terry must have traveled a very long way and worked hard, so he could go and rest. The young man responded with gratitude to the emperor's words, but he said that he would like Terry to stay for a while and talk to him. Terry Fang suddenly had an ominous premonition after the boy's words. The emperor said he was very happy to learn that this time Terry Fan himself would be visiting. He said that he often reads Terry's collection of poems and likes them very much. Terry realized that this was one more person who appreciated his literary skills. Terry said that it was a great honor for him. The emperor asked him to go with him because he wanted to show the genius the fabulous palace of the Northern King. Their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by a woman's voice, and the emperor turned, saying that his mother had come. The emperor bowed respectfully and said that he was too excited to meet Terry and therefore behaved tactlessly and that his mother should forgive him. The empress entered the room and said that such childish behavior did not inspire confidence. Terry bowed respectfully to the empress mother and said that a foreign subject welcomed her. The empress remarked that this man from Nanjing, Terry Fan, was quite handsome. She said that if the emperor wanted to show Terry the imperial palace, it was not such an impossible thing. But she said that this was only possible if the emperor allowed his aunt to accompany them, and Terry wondered which aunt. Suddenly, Meryl appeared behind the empress mother and pointed to her and said that this was the man. The empress mother ordered Meryl to look after His Majesty and not to do anything disrespectful to the guest. The girl humbly bowed her head and replied that she would do everything as Her Majesty ordered. Terry realized that Meryl was, in fact, the Empress Dowager's man. Some time later, Terry and the Emperor and Meryl were having tea in the chambers, and the Emperor asked him what he thought of the scenery around the palace. The guy replied that the unity of nature and man was really wonderful in this place. Before saying or asking anything, the Emperor always looked toward Aunt Meryl, who was watching them intently. Terry realized that because the Empress Mother had asked Meryl to keep an eye on them, it was not easy for the Emperor to say something he really wanted. According to their information, the Emperor and his mother are rivals. The Emperor does not have much power, and it is possible that he wanted to say something related to this. The Emperor said that this was to be expected from a genius of poetry. Even Terry's accidental flattery was unsurpassed. The Emperor noted that even his aunt had fallen under the master's influence and was also fond of poetry, and these words outraged Meryl. The Emperor said that he saw Meryl walking in the garden yesterday, reciting poetry about begonias. Without anything to say, the girl angrily said again that it was an extremely bad poem. The Emperor objected to how this poem could be called bad, since it was obviously very well written. There was an awkward silence in the room, and Terry realized that the tension had become even greater than before. The Emperor, pouring tea, said that he had heard a lot about Master Terry Fung and was extremely pleased to meet him in person. He said that he would like to ask the Master to give him some advice on poetry, and Terry replied that he was here on business. The Emperor said that if the guy was here to take their man, his departure would not be so easy. Terry said that the Emperor seemed to have something to say, but he said that he was a little tired and that he could go to his room for now. The boy humbly got up from his seat and bowed to the Emperor, saying goodbye. Before Terry left the room, the Emperor said that in fact, their interests coincided in many aspects. Terry and Meryl left the Emperor's chambers, the girl walking swiftly ahead without looking back. The guy was looking at her trail, wondering how fast she was walking, and the girl felt his gaze and asked what was wrong. Terry said that he just thought that the Emperor liked riddles, and the girl replied that he just wanted to ask Terry for something. The boy thought that if Meryl hadn't been watching them, the Emperor wouldn't have needed to ask for a direct request. But it was indeed a strange situation, something the Emperor wanted to ask him about, something he could not say openly in front of everyone. Perhaps he wants to ask for help in reviving the imperial court and taking power away from the Empress, which would be quite a quest. Because how could Terry help? Without strong support and power in the Northern Qing, is that not the case? Meryl said that the antidote her boyfriend gave her last time had too much tangerine peel in it. It was bitter. The guy replied that he was a secret supervisor of the council, and that sometimes he had to use different tricks. If it hurt the girl that much, she could have slipped him something herself. Meryl replied that if she had the opportunity, she would certainly do so. Meryl said that the guy was a secret advisor to the Board of Supervisors, a man who walks in the dark, so why was he shining so much now? It was strange. The boy replied that the Black Knight had given him black eyes, and with black eyes, he was now looking for clear light. But more often than not, he uses black eyes, as if the guy was writing another poem. Also, he used black eyes to roll them into a world of violent passions. Meryl found these words very vulgar. Terry was very surprised by the girl's statement and wondered if he was really speaking so vulgarly if we consider the walls of the palace as a bamboo fence. Why then should they be afraid of the vulgarity and lust of the world? The girl looked at him, crossing her arms over her chest. Terry was returning to his estate in North Qing and saw a pile of garbage piled up at the gate. Jerome said that it was done by the people of Shanjing, who found out that the Northern Qing would lend them these lands and decided to take revenge. People brought all this garbage here, but Terry said that there was nothing to be done about it. It was a policy flaw. What else can these people do if they can't defeat them? They needed to pick up their man as soon as possible and leave after completing the mission. After saying that, Terry went about his business, but Jerome ran after him, saying that there was more information about it. He handed the boy a piece of red paper and told him that it was an invitation to a banquet on the occasion of the Dowager Empress's birthday. Jerome added that it looked like they wouldn't be able to leave until after all the festivities were over, and Terry said they were stalling on purpose. If they wanted to take away the minister's son, the boy was afraid that it would not be as easy as the young emperor had said. Frederick and the minister's son were now in the hands of the Dowager Empress, Jerome noted, and Terry asked if Frederick hadn't been taken away by a general. While Terry was meeting with the emperor, the empress mother sent people to take Frederick away, and the general could do nothing. It seems that the Dowager Empress will not allow them to leave so easily, and, moreover, to take the minister's son with them, so they should not be in such a hurry. Whatever the case, we must first find a way to see the minister's son and then address all other issues. Meanwhile, one of the Northern Qing nobles was receiving a report in one of the palaces, asking whether foreigners wanted to see the minister's son. The servant replied that they had contacted the manager to ask him to organize everything for them. He asked if he should send someone to stop them, but the nobleman replied that it was not necessary. It was Kai, an emissary of the Imperial Secret Police, who said that all this was just part of his plan. Jerome ran with all his might in search of his master, shouting that they had finally found out where the minister's son was. Terry asked where the guy was, and he had to arrange a meeting with him as soon as possible. Jerome replied that the prisoner was in a mansion on the outskirts of Shanjing. This estate is guarded, both inside and outside, by the guards of the Secret State Service. Terry and Jerome approached the spot and decided to watch everything that was happening from a distance. Sometime later, Terry said it was time to proceed according to their plan. First, the source would do his part, and then Terry would do his. But before he could discuss all the details with his assistant, they were interrupted by one of the Northern King's servants who respectfully greeted Terry. He noted that the entire estate security had been waiting for them for a long time and knew they were coming. He led the boy inside, telling him about the birds and the scent of flowers in this place and how their imperial court was treating the minister's son well. The guy had nothing to say to that, of course. He agreed with everything he was told. But he wondered why the guards were waiting for them. The guard said that Mr. Kai had predicted their arrival and ordered the guards to wait here, and Terry asked who Mr. Kai was. Jerome replied that he was a man from the Imperial Police. The entire secret civil service was in his hands. He was the Dowager Empress's man. So it turned out that Kai was the same person who took Frederick away from General Caleb. While the guy was absorbed in his thoughts, the guard finally said that they had come to the right place. Terry was afraid that the minister's son had most likely been tortured very severely after being captured. The guy didn't even want to imagine how bad he must look now. The door opened, and Terry realized that he was wrong. It was unclear that the prisoner had been tortured, why this play with the girl was being played out at all. The girl who was standing next to the minister's captive son looked back at the door, asking who had come. The guard stopped at the door, asking why Miss Shen was here, and the guy looked in surprise at the stranger. He ordered his subordinates to take the lady out of this room. What were they doing here that they could allow Miss Shen to come to such a place? He bowed respectfully and asked her to return because Mr. Kai Sheng would be very angry if he found out she was here. If she did not agree to leave immediately, the guard said he would have to use force. The girl turned angrily in his direction and pointed her hand at him and shouted that he should try it if he was so brave. The minister's captive son told the girl to go back to her room, and she meekly said that in that case, they would see each other later. Jerome didn't know that Terry and the prisoner were on the same path. Both used their beauty to seduce women. Terry was tired of hearing his spy make such ugly assumptions about him and attacked him, screaming at him to shut up. If this girl is really Kai's daughter and has feelings for the prisoner, she still couldn't have entered here so secretly and put on this performance in front of them. A high-level Nanjing spy captured by the Northern Qing over the past 15 years has actually remained unharmed. The guy saw Terry looking at him with suspicion and said that Kai had arranged all this on purpose to sow seeds of doubt between them. To Terry's surprise, he went on to say that it didn't matter anyway. Terry looked at the minister's son with suspicion and asked what he meant. He replied that after all, he could not know whether they were not actors hired by the Northern King to deceive him. Terry was stumped by these words, and it looks like this guy is going to give him even more trouble than he initially thought. The minister's son, meanwhile, said that whatever they wanted to know from him, he would not tell them anything. Terry said with a smile that it didn't matter to him at all. They had no purpose to interrogate him. He was instructed to bring the boy home, and he could keep quiet until he returned and saw his father or Nicholas. The prisoner thought that if the guy was saying that, maybe he was really his colleague from Nanjing. Terry, meanwhile, came closer to the boy and put his hand on his shoulder, asking if he felt better after hearing those words. But when Terry touched his shoulder, the boy recoiled as if he had hit him. Terry realized that something was wrong, pulled off the boy's outerwear and saw deep cuts all over his body. Jerome could not contain his anger. These subhuman beings were torturing the minister's son after all. Terry was amazed that the son of an official who had traveled to another country and taken up espionage was being tortured. Despite the severe pain, he remained calm and dignified, and Terry assured him that he would definitely take him away from here. The boy replied that he would not return if Nanjing's lands had to be sacrificed for his sake, and Terry assured him that the emperor would not have done so. The minister's son asked what kind of bargaining chip Nanjing was using in exchange for his life. Terry replied that it was Frederick and that the dignity of a prisoner was gone, and he shouted whether the audience knew who Frederick was. He asked where he was now, and Terry replied that he had already been handed over to the North Vietnamese, and there was nothing to be done about it. These words had a very big impact on the prisoner. His strength suddenly left him. He said that this sacrifice was not worth it. Terry and Jerome walked down the stairs to their palanquin, discussing everything that had happened. Jerome asked if he and Terry would go back just like that, and the boy replied that he had nothing else to do. He would like to ask the prisoner for advice on how to resolve the situation, but he does not trust them, although, quite unexpectedly, he does not want to leave. Jerome said that it was not that he did not want to go, but that, in his opinion, this salvation was too expensive. Terry knew this, but he still didn't understand how anyone could take their life so lightly. Their conversation was interrupted by the minister's son, who said that the boat was already in the water and they had to go downstream and not think about how to turn the situation around. Terry screamed in shock as the Secret Service released his prisoner. He replied that they had kept him in custody for 6 months, and no matter what methods they used, they could not force him to say a word. If they are in Shanghai anyway, they should allow him to join them if they make a mistake and take advantage of it. Terry replied that there would be no problem with that, thinking that he had misjudged the man in the beginning. The minister's son was indeed a remarkable man whom the boy began to admire. Terry made a lot of drawings describing all the events he had experienced, and he wanted to keep it in his memories. He showed all these drawings to the minister's son, saying that this happened in the outside world during the 6 months he spent in captivity. He replied that a lot had happened since then, but that neither of those things mattered. He was a professional. Terry said that the Empress Dowager would not let them go easily. Because of the boy's arrest, the hidden bets of the Northern Qing went down the drain. They will have to think carefully if they want to rebuild the Northern Qing network and get out of here unscathed. The guy replied that since the Emperor and the Empress Mother were rivals, they could talk to the Emperor and have a place to cooperate. Terry immediately recalled those strange words of the Emperor that their interests coincided in many things and aspects. This Emperor really did foresee something. He foresaw it, although he didn't say so directly, and offered mutual assistance. Terry really wanted to reject this option, and the minister's son asked why he was saying that. He replied that he thought the Emperor was looking at him very strangely. The minister's son said that, as far as he knew, the guy was a very clean person. He believed that it was possible to cooperate with the Emperor, but of course, the guy might have his own opinion on this. Terry asked him if he had come to this conclusion while hiding in North China for many years, but would still trust him. Terry said that in that case, they should get ready to respond to the little Emperor's invitation. After the minister's son returned, he talked to Terry alone in his room every day, and no one was allowed to approach them. Mr. Terry hadn't discussed anything with Jerome for 3 days, and it was very upsetting for him. Oscar, who was standing next to the offended spy, asked if he was okay. When he didn't answer, Oscar asked if Jerome was just feeling jealous. Jerome's response was very loud and indignant. He shouted that jealousy on his part was completely impossible. Turning around and leaving Oscar alone, he finally said that he was not jealous at all. The servant reported that, as Kai had predicted, the Nanjing delegation had begun to take action. The minister's son has been in their hands for 6 months, and now that he has united with the people of the South, he will probably want to revive his spy network in their empire. No matter how they act now, they will still be unable to avoid leaving traces behind. Kai, after hearing the servant's report, ordered the servant to send someone to follow them both. Kai was sure that this would not cause much trouble, because this Terry fan was a gentle official. This guy wouldn't be able to avoid their spies. He wasn't that advanced in this matter. But despite Kai's reasoning, Terry immediately noticed the spy behind him as soon as he stepped outside and decided to get away from him. When the spy got to the street Terry had directed him to, there was no one there, and the man began to frantically search for the target. But the guy was already there, with his trademark poisoned needles. With a lightning-like movement, he stuck 4 needles into the neck of the servant Kai, and he fell to the ground. The man was foaming at the mouth, and the spy's last thought was that Terry was not a gentle official at all. His gaze focused on the boy, who was rapidly moving away from him without even turning around. Having avoided surveillance, Terry went to the right store and said that he wanted to buy oil. The shop owner, who was half dozing in his chair, called out to one of his workers, Thomas. A few minutes later, Thomas arrived at the counter and asked what kind of oil Terry wanted. In addition to palm oil, the store recently bought a shipment of rapeseed oil from the East, and Terry asked if they had sesame oil, but the owner said it was expensive. They only use it for rituals, so the goods have not yet arrived at their warehouse. Terry said that he would like a large but precise amount of palm oil, and the owner replied that he needed to make a special order. The guy took out a bag of money from his bag, saying that it was not a problem for him. At the same second, the store owner was on his feet and offered to go inside and discuss everything. Thomas, who remained behind the counter, thought to himself that this customer was very strange. Hiding from prying eyes, the store owner said that he had been waiting for a year and finally got the news. There were 3 things he had to do. The store owner, folding his arms respectfully, asked what his orders would be. Terry said that the most important thing was to find out where the prisoner named Frederick was being held and how many people were guarding him. Secondly, it was necessary to find out the real reason for the quarrel between the Emperor and the Dowager Empress of the Northern Qing. Finally, Terry asked if the man was aware that the palace treasury was secretly involved in smuggling from the Northern King. The store owner replied that the case was related to a man from Xinjiang. Touching his traditional hat, Terry said that a man has to figure everything out, from start to finish. Sometime later, Terry was already sitting in the room with the minister's son, discussing what they would do next. Terry said that the minister's son never let his guard down against him, never revealed his thoughts and secrets, and never asked what he was doing. The guy responded to this remark by saying that if Terry didn't want to, he didn't have to say anything. Terry wanted to lure General Caleb to his side under the pretext of saving Frederick. The guy was just trying to do something that others can't, and only by doing something unexpected can you get a chance to win. Terry knew that there were three sides to this empire: the Dowager Empress, the Emperor, and General Caleb. Frederick was the foster father of General Caleb, and the great master of the Northern King wanted Frederick dead. Caleb must necessarily choose the side of the Emperor. This time he did not show his preferences because Frederick fell into the hands of the Empress Mother. If Frederick is rescued, the balance between the young Emperor and the Dowager Empress will begin to shift. Terry said that this would be his gift to the young Emperor in honor of their cooperation. Jerome hurried to the estate they had been allocated in Northern King again, eager to help. The man came into the house and said he had been told. Terry wanted to see him. He wanted to say in advance that he had many years of experience on the board of supervisors and could give advice on any issue. Terry turned to Jerome and told him that he wanted to entrust him with a job, and this news made Jerome stutter. Will he be forced to run around and run errands again? The man was very upset. Terry said that the minister's son had nothing to worry about. He was sure he could get in touch with Caleb without any problems. The minister's son replied that he was not against Jerome's candidacy. Although he did not trust Terry, he admired the man. Saying that he didn't care what anyone else thought, Terry abruptly applied a cloth soaked in a healing solution to the other man's wound. Caleb's deputy reasoned that Frederick was supposed to go over to them, but Kai took him away without explanation. These people did not reckon with anyone. Unfortunately, Shanjing was under Kai's control, and General Caleb was like a cornered animal. He could not help him. It was good that they still had this mansion, and Caleb's deputy did his best to keep Kai's eyes off it. He didn't notice that Jerome had appeared next to him, saying that he was accompanying Terry Fang to help with diplomacy with the Northern King. Caleb's deputy shouted how the man got here and why he was here at all. Jerome calmly replied that he had flown over the wall. He leaned over to the deputy and said that his master asked me to tell him that he wanted to cooperate with General Caleb. He began to tell him everything Terry had told him, adding that doing it directly was a crime, but not if you hid behind masks. After telling us everything to the last word, Jerome said he had to go and flew away. Finally, he shouted to Caleb's deputy that the leaves and branches of the trees were in a complete mess and that the servants needed to trim them. The general was sitting in the hall polishing his spear, and he said that the people of the south had offered him a fairly favorable deal. The deputy warned that these people are quite cunning and the general should be more careful. The emperor looks feminine, but he exudes more majesty. He will not give up the south for the sake of unifying the Celestial Empire. This case is different from the battlefield operations in the past, but it was even more dangerous. After his remarks, General Caleb asked what his deputy thought about this. He replied that Frederick was the founder of the Border Riders, and without Mr. Frederick, they would not be here. Terry and Jerome were already at the previously discussed location, observing the mansion where Frederick was being held. Kai hid Frederick in a wilderness where even the indigenous people of Shanjin can easily get lost. The Board of Supervisors has worked very hard to find this place, and the general should take advantage of this opportunity. Jerome asked the gentlemen if they would not help General Caleb's men. Terry replied that if they did anything, the entire Nanjing delegation would be caught and not allowed to leave North King. And the minister's son is acting so distrustful he couldn't let his people work with Terry. In short, they don't have to take big risks and act alone. Suddenly, the guards at the gate of the estate saw a farmer pushing a cart in front of him. They shouted that if he took one more step, he would be killed. But the farmer, instead of stopping, threw his cloak off the cart. Only after the cloak was thrown off and arrows flew at the guards did it become clear that this farmer was not a farmer at all. But the guards still could not fully comprehend this because they were killed in a moment. After the first shot was successful, a whole squad of armed men ran out of the bushes to the gate of the estate. The surviving guards could not avoid this swift attack. After kicking in the door to the estate's courtyard, the attackers looked around to see where they could run. They saw a number of guards lined up outside one of the buildings, ready to defend him, and realized that Mr. Frederick must be there. A second later, the attackers were breaking through the guards to open the door. One of the largest men ran to the padlocked front door to kick it in with his weapon. With a single blow, the giant managed to smash the door to pieces, and they were finally able to see what was inside. There was nothing in the room, and Frederick was sitting on the bare floor in the same rags he had worn when he arrived in Northern King. The head of the attackers' squad ordered to immediately take Mr. Frederick and leave as soon as possible. Covering each other and picking up the exhausted Frederick under their arms, the attackers began to flee the estate. But in vain did they think they had dealt with everyone who could have hindered them, as one of Kai's men was watching them from the roof of Frederick's dungeon. A moment later, as soon as the strangers managed to hide Frederick in his tunic, dozens of arrows flew at them. The man who broke down the door of the dungeon covered his fellow prisoners with himself, shouting for them to run away. But the man was in danger not only in front of him, but also behind him. A sword stabbed him in the back. One of the generals of the imperial court stood on the other side of the road. His sword was his own, and he said that the attackers were finished. Behind him, behind a tree, one of the empress's men was waiting, saying that he had not expected his colleague to come. He approached the general and said that he had been waiting here for a long time. The man added that the empress mother had anticipated that rebels would appear, so she ordered him to additionally guard the place. Terry was about to ask who the man was who approached the squad leader when Jerome replied that it was Kai Shen himself. Meanwhile, the Empress's men completely surrounded the rebel group, killing them one by one, and Kai thanked General Tang for his help. Deputy General Caleb asked him what he meant, forgetting that his face was hidden. Kai said that if they hadn't come, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to kill Frederick, and now this scenario is very favorable for that. In addition, the Deputy General organized an uprising, and Kai had a good reason to deal with General Caleb. General Caleb's deputy, General Tang, could not believe that it was a conspiracy from the beginning. But Kai interrupted him and said that it was not a conspiracy, but just a small calculation. General Tang was shocked by this turn of events and shouted that Terry Fan had set them up. Terry said that these people were ready to sacrifice themselves when they went to free Frederick. There is no way they can save them. General Caleb's deputy and all the other survivors pulled out vials from their pockets and said they would not allow the general to be removed from office. Before the Empress Mother's side could react in any way, they poured the contents of the vials on their faces. Upon contact with the sun, the liquid caught fire and the rebels' faces caught fire. In the middle of the clearing, around the palanquin with Frederick, there were now several pillars of fire. A few more minutes passed and the inhuman screams subsided, leaving only the burnt bodies on the ground. Kai ordered us to collect all the remains of the attackers and check everything else thoroughly. We had to get at least some evidence. And finally, he added that his men should never forget to return for Frederick, who was still wearing his trench coat. But one of the generals noticed that he could see white smoke coming out from under his coat. He rushed away from the palanquin with the prisoner and shouted to Mr. Kai Sheng to be careful. A moment later, there was a big explosion that covered the horizon, flames bursting out in all directions. Kai ordered to verify that the body inside was Frederick's when the fire was out. Jerome was amazed that the amount of explosives in all the locations was very carefully chosen, and Terry said it was time to start preparing a backup plan. Meanwhile, at General Caleb's house, a woman asked what she should give the Dowager Empress for her birthday. Suddenly, one of his men burst into the general's chambers, and he was very concerned. He ran up to the man and whispered in his ear that his deputy and his people had failed to free Frederick. Caleb felt grief and told her to forget about the gifts. They needed to prepare their luggage. He hated Kai Shen with all his heart, who had just left him without a father. Kyle's subordinates, meanwhile, were dismantling the remains of the fire, looking for the remains of the body of the captive Frederick, and found confirmation that it was him. Dusk descended on the mountains, and the stars began to appear in the sky. Frederick ran with his last strength to escape capture. Frederick has already come a long way, which at his age was not so easy, but he almost managed to escape. But one of the Empress Mother's men crossed Frederick's path, saying that everything was going exactly according to Mr. Shen's plan. He greeted the elder with respect and said that in Northern King, everyone but the Great Master should show Frederick respect. He replied that he could not believe that the once genius swordsman would become a dog of the secret state service. The swordsman replied that he was not a member of the secret civil service, but a follower of the Dowager Empress. And no matter how much he respected Frederick, today he has to ask him to rest in peace. With his first stroke, he wounded Frederick in the shoulder, drawing the former prisoner's first blood. Frederick had no weapon, but he saw some dry wood nearby which he hastily broke. The man stabbed a piece of wood into his attacker's leg, and now they were both wounded. In pain, the swordsman tore his knife from Frederick's shoulder and ran to a safe distance. He said that he thought with his 9th-ranked strength it would be easy to kill the old man covered in wounds, but he was still in the ranks. Frederick replied that even if the man wanted to kill him, he would have to die with him. But his opponent was not at all convinced of his opponent's loud words. Frederick felt that he and the swordsman were no longer alone on this mountain plateau. After the elder's words, another warrior came down to the plateau, a disciple of a great master who had the 9th rank. The new participant in the fight said that his orders were strict. Today, Frederick escaped, so his younger brother has to do it. Frederick noted that the successor to the teachings of the great Northern King Master also took on his hypocrisy. The student of the great master, shouting that he hoped for Frederick's forgiveness, rushed into the fight. His first blow missed the target. Frederick managed to dodge it, and only his beard was damaged. But the second blow hit the target and cut Frederick's shoulder to the point of blood. The swordsman also decided not to wait for the right moment and joined the fight, swinging his sword at Frederick. The elder's chances of survival were melting away before his eyes, and against the armed masters, he had only a broken tree branch. Jumping away to avoid the blow, Frederick fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Both masters did not even allow him to finally get to his feet. They were already flying to attack again. Frederick was getting tired of this situation, so he decided to end it beautifully and launched a counterattack on the two attackers. The man was suddenly stopped by arrows that flew near his ear. These two arrows knocked the weapons out of the hands of Frederick's opponents, stopping their attack. A moment later, the elder was picked up by Terry's hand, carrying him to a safe distance from his opponents. Both warriors were amazed at this unexpected turn of events and wondered why the stranger hadn't wounded them. Frederick was grateful for his rescue, but nevertheless noted that only Terry was missing for complete happiness. The elder said that his opponent was a 9th-ranked master, and the guy was so stupid that he came to die with Frederick. This remark made Terry smile, and he said that Uncle George was always beating him, and he was not a weakling, so the boy would not die so easily. The swordsman asked Terry if he was going to defend Frederick from them alone. The guy is just a brave but reckless little shit. Terry was interested in this characterization of him, but when he took out the shurikens, he noted that it was too early to draw conclusions. The enemies rushed to attack, no longer wasting energy on talk. Everything had to be proved by force. The guy launched several shurikens at the attackers, which immediately spun in the air. For some time, the guy's weapon flew unchanged, but at some point, the shuriken split into several fragments. Each of the fragments began to fly on its own trajectory, disrupting the enemy's entire attack and forcing them to defend themselves. Terry did not wait for his opponents to repel the previous attack and launched a new type of weapon at them. Curved arrows flew at the warriors, which also had the ability to change their trajectory. The student of the great master could still fight back with great concentration, but the swordsman was in no position to do so. The man was completely confused and could not understand what kind of equipment it was. He had never seen anything like it. The disciple of the great master said that this was, of course, a very good move, but completely useless. It would only be good for tickling. Hearing these words from the enemy, Terry decided to use his main weapon, an energy cannon. He asked these two impudent people not to jump to conclusions because the reality might seem painful. This time, both opponents stopped, amazed at what they saw. This stranger was holding such a powerful weapon. The guy aimed the gun at one of the rocks, and part of it shattered into stones because of such a powerful impact. Terry's shot from the energy cannon left a huge crater on the ground, but the attackers managed to jump away. The swordsmen could not believe that they had fallen into the trap of such a scoundrel. They had to get rid of Frederick at least. It was impossible in any case to allow the secret he was hiding to be revealed. Terry was running away with Frederick on his back. He couldn't believe that the enemies were able to retreat. Yet he underestimated the strength of the 9-ranked men. But the attackers had no intention of leaving the guy alone. They ran after him. The disciple of the great Northern Qing master came closer and threw his daggers in the boy's direction. Terry, seeing a weapon flying at him, managed to fall to one knee at full throttle to avoid being wounded. But the daggers, bouncing off the rocks, changed their trajectory and flew in the direction of the boy and Frederick, wounding them. The boy dropped the elder from such a blow, and they tumbled over and flew toward the abyss. The guy did not have time to stop the fall, and both men flew to the bottom of a huge abyss, which was not even visible. The attackers stood on the edge, watching. and the disciple of the great master said that the blades of the knives were covered with strong poison. There was no chance of survival. As the saying goes, if you're alive, you need to see the person. If you're dead, you need to see the corpse. So we had to report everything to Kai and search the mountain. Meanwhile, Terry managed to catch hold of one of the ledgers and managed to catch Frederick with his other hand. Frederick said that 20 years ago, the attackers were completely green. He did not think that they would ever become his rivals. Terry shouted that, of course, Frederick was very cool, but he had to think about other things now, how they would get out and what to do. Sometime later, in one of the caves of the abyss, there was already light from a fire. The boy and the elder were sitting next to him, catching their breath. For now they were alive, but it was temporary. Terry applied needle therapy to Frederick, which was supposed to delay the spread of the poison and could have saved his life for several hours. But unfortunately, the man could not escape death. There were more than 100 poisons in his body, not just one. Frederick noticed that the boy was also hit by one of the knives, and he was afraid that he would not be able to return either. In response to this question, the guy seemed to reach into one of his pockets. After a while, the guy pulled out a metal plate behind his sinuses, saying that he had prepared well before coming. This iron plate really served him well. Terry dropped it on the ground next to him. Frederick said that Terry really deserves to be a child of a celestial. It's a pity that such a smart guy is here and dying of hunger. Perhaps it would have been better to die of his wounds and leave the world in an easier way, Terry said. And it would have been better if Frederick had talked less. In fact, this secret that Frederick mentioned earlier is the location of the divine temple. The boy asked the elder if he had ever been there, and Frederick replied that even if he was a child of the celestial, he would not know where the temple was. Because as soon as the world finds out about this, a bloody massacre will begin and a large number of people will die. Terry said they were both going to die here anyway. Couldn't a man let a guy die happy? Frederick replied that, to be honest, he was not interested in whether there would be bloodshed or the destruction of the world. In fact, the elder kept this secret from the whole world for a completely different reason. He once made a promise to Terry's mother and has kept his word for many years. Terry stood up from his seat at this news, he asked again, and Frederick confirmed that two people, he and the Great Master, knew this secret. It was because the Great Master was afraid that Frederick would not be able to withstand the torture and tell everything that he wanted to kill him. Terry realized that Frederick and the Great Master of the Northern King were his mother's biggest fans. Frederick noted that, since Terry is the child of a celestial deity, the divine temple is his homeland. But still, the man cannot tell him where this world is. He can only say that it is a world covered with ice and snow. The nights are endless, but when you are in complete despair, you can see the light of the divine world in the darkness. This is a place close to God. His mother came from such a place, the man said. Frederick looked at the boy's face, which expressed distrust, and asked if he trusted him. Even if he told the boy, he still wouldn't understand where it was, and anyone would say that this place couldn't exist. But Terry thought it was about the North Pole. Frederick used to think of himself as a tough guy who wasn't afraid of death. But now that death was so close, he realized that everyone is afraid of death, even he. He looked at Terry, who was standing next to him, but he didn't see him. He was looking at the woman he had promised. The man said that the gods were favorable to him. He had met the boy before he died. They touched their little fingers, and Frederick said that the boy must not tell anyone about the location of the church. This is a promise. As soon as the boy and Frederick exchanged promises, the elder closed his eyes for the last time. The boy looked at Frederick's body and realized that it turned out that for 20 years he had not been keeping a secret, but fulfilling a promise to Terry's mother. Several hours passed, and Terry was finally able to bury Master Frederick with dignity, even sticking incense sticks in his grave. Now it was time to get out of this God-forsaken place, and the guy started to climb the rock. This path was very difficult for Terry, but in the end, he almost reached the top, where he saw Jerome with the rope. Jerome, with a smile of relief, said that finally the gentleman had returned. He was very worried about him. A few minutes passed, and Terry got to solid ground, and Jerome immediately began to bombard him with questions. He asked if I had chosen a good cave for the gentleman. It was quite spacious and the air was fresh. Terry didn't want to answer Jerome's questions and left clenching his fists, but he heard a question about Frederick's absence behind him. Upon returning to the estate, he told the minister's son that everything had indeed not turned out as planned, but there was a silver lining. The boy thought that he had fulfilled his task and killed Frederick, that he had learned the secret, and that he had passed his exam. The minister's son said that if they could get out of Shanjing, such trifles would not affect anything. But now, Kai will not allow Terry to leave this country alive, and if the Empress finds out that they used Caleb, it will be even harder to leave. Terry took a bite of food and, calmly, replied that it was nothing to worry about, because the decision had been made. General Caleb was sitting in his chambers with a spear at the ready, asking his wife how his children were, and she replied that they had already left the city. One of the soldiers ran up to his doorstep and reported that a man had brought a pile of coffins and stacked them at the gate, saying it was a gift. General Caleb asked if the stranger had identified himself, and the soldier replied that he had called himself Terry Fan. Some time later, Caleb was standing there, brandishing a spear at Terry, shouting that he didn't need coffins. The boy's head would allow the dead to go in peace. Terry began to tell him that they had acted according to the plan, but had not expected Kai to prepare an ambush. The general refused to listen to the boy. He shouted that if he had something to say, he would appear to him in a dream and tell him. At first, Caleb wanted to kill the boy, and then Kai, and if this is the Dowager Empress's business, then the palace will be stormed. Terry tried to avoid the general's blows. He did not want to fight. He only wanted to reassure his ally. The guy shouted that he had prepared a double and clothes for Frederick in advance to fake his death. He helped Frederick get out, as he had promised General Caleb. These words had already affected the angry man, and he stopped, asking where his father was now. Terry replied that, unfortunately, Kai had foreseen even this, and had sent a swordsman and a disciple of the great Northern King Master to intercept him. They risked their lives for each other. They are not enemies as Caleb thinks now. General Caleb snarled at the boy, asking why he should believe what he was hearing, and Terry replied that Frederick had left his son a message. Frederick used to think he was cool and not afraid of death, but now he realized that everyone is afraid of it. He asked Terry to tell his son not to take revenge and not to contact Kai. Let Caleb bury this whole situation deep in his heart and live his life. The general leaned on his spear and said how he could not avenge his father's death, but he could not do anything now. Terry said that Caleb is locked up in Shanghai, his guards are dead, he can't be a rival to Kai, who is guarded by a secret government service. The death of one person is not a big deal, but Frederick asked Caleb to live his life. He has to think about his wife and children. The boy put his hand on the general's shoulder and said that if he wanted revenge, he could only endure. Caleb will have to give up his dignity and submit to the Empress who is now in power. Sometime later, the two men came to a reception at the palace and stood by the Empress's throne, bowing respectfully to the woman. The Empress was very curious about the purpose of these two men's visit to her today. The Dowager Empress Mother asked what General Caleb and Terry were in such a hurry to get here. She had heard that Terry was in a hurry to return to Nanjing, and she wondered if the unexpected invitation to her birthday party had upset him. As for Caleb, after Frederick returned, she did not allow them to meet and agreed that he would recuperate in a secluded place. The woman smiled and said that this was probably why she didn't like it either, and both visitors came to air their grievances. Terry, after the Dowager Empress's words, immediately folded his arms across his chest and said that he would never have dared to do so. He had just found a worthy gift for the Empress Mother's birthday, couldn't bear it, and decided to give it to her as soon as possible. Terry went back to General Caleb and asked him not to delay the gift. The general immediately got down on one knee and said that he was paying tribute to his mother, the Empress. The woman asked if the gift Terry Fan was talking about was actually General Caleb Shawn. The young man said that he had made a lot of effort to convince the great general to take the side of the Empress Mother. Caleb said that his desire to support the Empress Mother was sincere, and that from now on he would obey only her. Terry added that he would not pull any tricks or devious plans. General Caleb has fallen for Kai's trick. His entire guard is dead and he is left alone. If he finds support, will he have to wait for death? The Empress reasoned that although they knew that Kai was acting on her orders, they still blamed the latter. But this time, Kai's actions were really quite cruel. Was Caleb afraid that he would be dealt with? It couldn't be. These two were trying to deceive her. The Empress said that a person can bend the knee, but the heart is unpredictable. General Caleb pulled a letter out of his pocket and said that it listed all the people close to him in the army. The general noted that these commanders and guardsmen could be said to be one with him. They were the basis that guided his troops. The Empress was amazed by this gift and even asked if her husband was really giving her the basis of his army so easily. He replied that he could not show his sincerity in any other way. If the Empress had doubts, why not see how he would behave in the future? The Empress noted that her husband was indeed very brave, and now she could see the great general's sincere thoughts. The Empress Mother's servant approached the general, and he handed him his letter. The woman said that the past would remain in the past, and that if Caleb served her well, his life would be safe. Upon hearing these words, both the general and Terry bowed their heads in gratitude, once again congratulating the Empress on her birthday. The woman replied that, despite the fact that Terry was Nanjing's messenger, he cared too much about her. The boy replied that the Empress Mother was a wise woman, and in fact, he had a request to ask her if she knew about the palace's vault. The woman replied that this Nanjing storage facility brings them a lot of economic benefits. Of course, she can't be unaware of it. Terry replied that when he returned home, the financial rights to the palace's vault would be transferred to him. The Empress, of course, knew about this, saying that after all, the boy had married a princess and that it was obvious that he would receive these rights. From his investigation, he learned that when the senior princess operated the warehouse, she profited from smuggling from the Northern King. So when Terry takes over the financial rights, he hopes that these arrangements will continue. The Empress, furrowing her brows, angrily asked what kind of smuggling the boy was talking about. Terry, with a frightened look, asked if the Empress Mother knew nothing about it. He said that to make a profit, their palace storage facility cooperated with Mr. Kai, and there was a lot of money in it. He asked if it was possible that Mr. Kai Sheng had not informed the Empress Dowager about it. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a servant who reported the arrival of Kai Sheng. Kai said that some of the vault shops had falsified their accounts, but the Secret Service had never profited from this, and the Empress could check. Since this case involved high-ranking officials in Nanjing, Kai believed that condoning it would sow the seeds of chaos there in the future. That's why Kai did not interfere with this trade in any way. They were able to catch the minister's son precisely because of such fraud. Terry looked at Kai Shen and couldn't understand how anyone could be such a lying bastard. The Empress replied that if it was good for the Northern King, she did not mind continuing this cooperation, and Terry thanked her for it. The guy said that as soon as the business was taken over, he would give a third of the profits to the Empress, but he had to return home. The woman said that in general, the guy had done her so many favors, but she was still in a hurry to return to Nanjing as soon as possible. Terry replied that he had recently gotten married and missed his wife very much, and he hoped that the Empress would allow him to return home as soon as possible. The woman replied that she could not force him to stay in Northern Qing for the rest of his life. The boy could return as soon as the feast was over. Terry bowed low, respectfully, and thanked him for the decision in his favor. The Empress told General Caleb to get up as well, and he thanked Her Majesty as well. Terry turned to face the exit and put his hand on Kai's shoulder, informing him that from now on, he and Caleb would be colleagues. He noted with a smile that both men needed to get along very well. With this one act, Terry turned Kai Shen against him like never before. Terry Fan's sly smile as he left the Imperial Hall with General Caleb was particularly suspicious. When all the extra people had left, the Empress asked what Kai thought about today's incident. He replied that in his opinion, Terry Fan was a very insidious person, and they had to be on their guard. By getting rid of Frederick and those close to General Caleb, they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Despite the murder of Caleb's foster father, Terry still persuaded him to join the Empress, and he was definitely up to something. Terry tried to undermine the Empress's trust in Caius, quickly climbed the social ladder, and could someday become an external threat to the country. The Empress Dowager listened attentively to Kai, and, when he finished, asked him what he thought they should have done. Kai Shen frowned angrily and said that he needed to wait for the right moment and kill the guy. Jerome and Oscar tried to stop Meryl, who was trying to break into Terry's chambers. But it was all in vain. The girl ran to the door at high speed and opened it, shouting the boy's name. Terry, at this time, was really resting in bed after the last few stressful days, and Meryl's appearance scared him a lot. The girl hung over him like a black cloud, and the guy began to call his faithful bodyguards for help, Jerome and Oscar. He shouted that he had given a strict order to the boys not to let the girl into his chambers under any circumstances, but they could not hear him. Meryl said that General Caleb had sided with the Empress and that it was the guy who made him do it, which Terry did. The guy admitted that this was true, but noted that Caleb did it to save his life and consolidate his power, maybe even to pay back Kai. In any case, the Dowager Empress was pleased, and she promised to let them go to Nanjing. The girl did not accept the information she was being told at all. She pulled him out of bed and dragged him outside, telling him to explain everything normally. Some time later, a half-naked Terry was sitting in the chicken coop, sneezing from a cold that seemed to be starting. Meryl said that the Empress now controls the border army. Is this the gift to the Emperor that the boy was talking about? Terry pulled a sheet out of his pocket and handed it to the girl, saying it was a list of people close to General Caleb in his army. This is the basis of the command of his army, and the general gave this list to the Empress when he went over to her side. The Emperor can do with it as he wishes. Terry said that her teacher would be pleased because Frederick was dead and Caleb had lost his support. He hadn't done anything to hurt Meryl. The girl silently threw her shirt in the guy's direction and said that he was still a weirdo. Terry decided not to be silent this time and replied that the girl was also quite strange. At least now he couldn't understand her for sure. Meryl replied that everyone always has a goal, and she still doesn't understand what Terry's goal is. The guy asked if the girl always stays in this place, and Meryl replied that the house was shabby, and if the guy was uncomfortable, she apologized. Terry replied that this was not why he noticed. He was happy to be away from the hustle and bustle, and it's only good for him to talk to his friend after all his business is done. The girl, without answering, poured water into a bowl and, throwing it at the boy, asked if he thought she was interested. Terry caught the water on the fly and said that it was not a big deal if it did not share his preferences. Meryl remarked that the guy seemed to have forgotten that there were resentments between them. But Terry, drinking water, said that it was also normal. He laid down on a deck chair with a bowl on his chest and said he was hungry. Meryl replied that there was rice in the house and water at the bottom of the well, and there were vegetables in the garden, so he could cook his own food. Terry suddenly felt a surge of sleep. His eyes began to close, and he said that he would do without food if he had to cook himself. Through the dream, the boy could feel how hot he was, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that he was lying on the bed, with Miss Candy leaning over him. Terry couldn't understand how it had happened. 1 minute he was talking to Meryl, and then suddenly he was in bed with Candy. He couldn't understand his feelings. Not that Terry didn't understand anything at all, but he couldn't say that he felt good right now. The world around him was changing too fast, and at the same time, he didn't have the strength to watch it. Unable to strain his brain any longer, Terry simply closed his eyes and lost consciousness. A few hours later, the guy woke up in his bed screaming in terror from the dream he had just had. He opened his eyes and, after thinking for a while, calmed down, realizing that it was just a dream. But as soon as Terry calmed down, he heard Candy's voice next to him, mumbling something in her sleep. In an instant, the boy's whole world turned into a Picasso painting. He could not believe what he was seeing. It wasn't a dream at all. The guy wrapped himself in a sheet and ran out of the room screaming. Meryl, who was sitting nearby, wondered why Terry left so quickly. She had forgotten that he was Richard's student. She should have given him more. The guy asked indignantly what the girl had drugged him with, and Meryl replied by spitting out grape bones that she had mixed in with the aphrodisiac. Terry shouted that she was as crazy as her mentor. Candy was supposed to be the Emperor's wife, and they were sisters. Meryl thoughtfully replied that the guy's arguments were correct, but she still liked him. And in her opinion, Terry is not a nasty girl either, so they thought it was a good idea. Sometime later, when the Emperor was hosting the boy, he noted that Terry was growing more and more distant from him. Not to mention that the guy doesn't come to the palace to talk. He also hides a lot of things. Terry apologized and said that he was busy and did not dare disturb the young emperor in the palace. His Majesty jumped to his feet and shouted that, in that case, how much longer was Terry going to keep it from him? Cold sweat broke out on his face, and he said that he did not understand what the emperor was talking about. Terry was very frightened by this emotional explosion. He begged himself that the reason was not what he was thinking. Meryl would not have framed him, and told the Northern King Emperor about everything that had happened. The boy was more and more in awe of the Emperor. Did Meryl really want him dead so badly? Suddenly, Terry's thoughts were interrupted by the Emperor's hand falling on his shoulder, His Majesty calling the boy by name. When the guy looked up, he shouted that it turned out that Terry Fan had written the history of the stone. The Emperor shouted that the boy was hiding so much from him and keeping the whole world in the dark. He demanded that Terry tell him whether Sister Lin would still be with the protagonist at the end. The guy wiped the drops of sweat running down his face. He had just had a nervous breakdown from fear. As he left the Emperor's chambers, he encountered Miss Candy, who bowed respectfully to meet him without saying a word. The boy wanted to talk to the girl, but remembered in time that he couldn't, because she was now the wife of the Northern King Emperor. Neither of them wanted to leave before the other, and for a while they just stood there. Terry did say that if one day she didn't want to stay here, she should tell him and he would arrange everything. The girl didn't say a word in response and walked away, probably the last time they met. Just a minute ago, the boy was terrified of His Majesty, and now he is flirting with the future Empress. Meryl, who was sitting next to me on the fence, said that this was to be expected from the genius of Nanjing's poetry. Terry was only further enraged by this remark, and he shouted at Meryl that it was her fault. The girl jumped off the fence and walked toward the boy, asking him if he remembered what he had said to her that day. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he had allowed Meryl to slip him something. The girl, who had come so close that she was already violating the guy's personal boundaries, asked him if he remembered what she had said. And then Terry realized that Meryl had chosen this moment to exact her revenge. That was the point. If a girl wanted to take revenge by drugging him with an aphrodisiac, he could sacrifice his lust for her. But Meryl was not impressed by the guy's words, and she replied that she had already taken revenge and would not do it again. Terry was completely confused. He could not understand what this girl was trying to achieve. Meryl still continued to stand silently beside him, and the guy asked why she could not answer him. Without waiting for an answer, he said that from now on they were even. Terry would not do anything to her, and Meryl whispered that she owed him a debt. If Terry ever needs her help in the future, she can do it for him once. The guy replied that in that case he would take her at her word, and their agreement would come into force from then on. He needs to meet someone and wants the girl to organize this secret meeting. Meryl started to say that he had already dated Candy and shouldn't go too far, but the guy said that the conversation wasn't about her. He told her about the Master Kendrick, and she agreed to help him. The Master was staying at his estate. Meryl took Terry to the designated place. He went inside and saw Kendrick writing something at a desk. The guy came closer and greeted the elder. Kendrick froze in his tracks, not believing his eyes. He asked what the guy was doing here. Suddenly coming to his senses, Kendrick got up from his seat and fussed, saying that he was not supposed to sit when he had such guests. Terry tried to stop him, but he asked what the boy meant in the second part of his poem and recited it. Terry stopped in mid-sentence, realizing that all this fuss was not about politeness. This man, it turns out, was writing an annotation to his book of poems. The guy kindly decided to explain the meaning of the lines of his poem, chewing on his allegory in detail. Kendrick finally realized that it was about a sacred mountain in the far south. No wonder he knew nothing about it. While he still remembered the author's words and needed to write them down, Kendrick took up his brush. After a while, he asked what the words from the other lines of the boy's story about the king who threw banquets were hiding. Terry replied that this king always held feasts in the temple. Kendrick's next question was about the personalities of some of the characters, and Terry kindly explained what the master was interested in. The boy hoped that these endless questions would come to an end someday, but that's what they were for. Many hours passed, and finally Kendrick said that he hadn't thought about meeting the guy today and resolving all his issues. Terry said it was really good, he was happy to help. Suddenly, the master said he wanted to do something else, got up and walked over to Terry, who didn't understand what was happening. He said that last year he had set the guy up and had been struggling since then, but today he could finally apologize in person. The man bowed respectfully to the boy, ceremoniously folding his arms and apologizing for his actions. Terry touched Kendrick, interrupting his respectful bow, and told him that Frederick had died. Kendrick stood up and closed his eyes and said with the wisdom of old men that everyone dies someday. He said that his brother had lived a joyless life, and Terry should live life to the fullest, and he replied that in this world you can't make your way without killing. Kendrick looked at the boy carefully, and after a short pause, told him not to become such a person. He pointed to the papyrus he was working on and said that such a collection of poems could not have been written by a dirty person. Kendrick said that he could not watch such talented poetry crumble to dust. Terry was very impressed with the elder's concern for him and said that he promised to follow Kendrick's precepts and would never become such a person. The emperor stood on the balcony of his chambers and asked a servant if the delegation from Nanjing had left yet, and the servant replied that it would leave soon. Candy was also already missing Terry, and she was afraid that after this goodbye, they would never see each other again. Jerome cried crocodile tears and begged Terry Fan to take care of himself. He emphasized that he should take good care of his wife and future children, and Terry, not knowing how to shut the man's mouth, began to do it manually. Terry said that the spy network in North King will not survive without a leader, and in 6 months the court will send a replacement, but for now, it's on Jerome. Both the servant and the gentleman looked toward the palanquin, which was already waiting to leave. The time to say goodbye had come. Local residents watched the delegation leave the capital and did not understand why they were being let go so easily. But that was not the last surprise for the day, and Meryl was already waiting for Terry on the way out of town. Oscar assured Terry not to worry and to go ahead and meet him halfway. He would take care of the rest. Today, Meryl came to see Mr. Terry off, and the guards must not tell anyone about it, because if the princess finds out, there will be no mercy for anyone. After giving this order to his men, Oscar heard the voice of the minister's son next to him, addressing him from the palanquin. He said that today's incident could not remain a secret. He would report everything to the emperor and the court in full detail. Terry approached Meryl, asking her why she had come here, to see him off with a full cart of things. The girl did not answer anything, but simply turned around, pulled back the curtain, and showed what was inside the cart. Terry stared at the mountains of books inside, and Meryl said that Mr. Kendrick had left. The girl pointed to the books and said that he had asked Terry to give them to her. Meryl handed him a magazine and told him that it was a catalogue and notes on how to store these books. This great sage gave the boy a collection of books of his life. He opened the catalogue and began to look at its contents, and Meryl, folding her arms across her chest, asked him if he understood what it meant. This meant no more, no less, that Kendrick was passing his literary heritage into the hands of a young man. Without waiting for a response from the shocked Terry, the girl, stretching her stiff limbs, said that she had to go. Terry couldn't let Meryl leave his life so easily. He said he was very grateful for her help in his last days. The girl turned in the boy's direction and replied with a smile that it was nothing. But she could not have expected what happened next. The guy approached her and hugged her sincerely. Terry whispered in her ear that if they could really become friends, it would make him the happiest man alive. The girl decided not to pretend to be unapproachable anymore. She wrapped her arms around Terry and said that his feelings were mutual. Finally, Terry could completely relax and let himself go. He was on his way home to Nanjing. He was in a great hurry, and finally he saw the familiar mountains and buildings, which made the convoy go even faster. Terry could never have imagined that these mountains and landscapes could ever become his own. But even the birdsong touched his heart. As soon as he arrived at his estate and changed his clothes, he went to meet his loved ones, whom he missed dearly. In one of the galleries, he met his sister and Simon, who rushed to meet him, their eyes filled with happiness. The girls hugged him from both sides at the same time and welcomed him back, and Terry couldn't help but smile. Terry's brother Kevin joined the lively conversation, and he didn't know what to say. The guy was sure with his sixth sense that he could be in trouble if he somehow attracted attention. But Terry saw him anyway and said that they needed to talk later. They were men, and everything would happen without reunion games. Kevin huffed in response. He was in a good mood today. If Terry didn't care about him, he'd do without being nice to him. Sarah asked what was wrong. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Should she behave calmly too, for the sake of her brother's happiness? Terry suddenly realized that someone was missing from the room and asked where his wife was. Simone, ignoring Sarah's laughter, said that Flower had already gone to bed, and Terry didn't know how to react at first. He had traveled 1,000 miles to return, and the Flowers did not want to see him, and Simone began to assure him that this was not true, but there was a but. When the guy asked her, she whispered that she was wearing less red, and that made her greener. The guy finally realized that his wife knew about everything, and Simone replied that the whole capital knew about it. The poetry genius Terry Fan has not written poetry for a long time, but during his mission to the Northern King, he made an exception. Everyone said that Meryl and Terry used to hang out and drink together, and it became a favorite story of the storytellers. Terry realized that he urgently needed to make excuses to his wife and peeked behind the curtain of their room, asking how she was resting. Flower was sitting on the bed, but she didn't even turn her head to him. She said she was very angry. This was the first time Terry had ever encountered something like this, and even if women in this world were jealous, they were not as openly so as Flavor did. Without turning her head, Flavor carefully asked who the girl named Meryl was and what she was like. Terry knew that he shouldn't praise Meryl right now, as it would make his wife even angrier, but he couldn't lie either. He replied that Meryl was the last student of the great Northern King Master and had a high status. He had to befriend her for the sake of the country. As soon as the guy finished his speech, he faced the indignant face of his wife Flavera, who simply glared at him. Terry shouted that it was just a short poem. He could write flavors every day. Everything else was gossip from the ruler of the Northern King. But Flower said she only wanted to ask if, with Meryl's status, she could become Terry's concubine. Terry was almost speechless. He couldn't understand how his wife could have such thoughts. Flower said that she was not the one who would monopolize Terry. Sooner or later she would have to give him up, so she shouldn't resist so much. These words wounded him in the heart more than anything else he had ever experienced in his entire life. Flavor said that a woman like Meryl has an unusual status. She worries about Terry because he never thinks about what will happen next. Terry shouted that he was not going to marry Meryl, but it was not easy to calm Flower down, and the argument continued all night. In the morning, Terry could not open his eyes, and Simone noticed that it seemed that the young gentleman had worked very hard with his wife yesterday. The boy turned to the maid and asked her when she became so brave as to tease him, and she said that she would not have dared to do so. At that moment, the guy felt real happiness and relief. He was so happy to be back home. Today, he has to go to the Imperial Palace and report to the Northern Qing Emperor, and his work as ambassador will be completed. And then, after all these manipulations, they will be able to return to the Tang Mountains for a short time, where they will be most comfortable. The girl thought about it for a while, and noticed that Jessica would be most happy about this news. Simon and the Lord's dialogue was interrupted by other servants who called him immediately because the princes had sent people to bring gifts in honor of his return. The second prince sent a cherished collection of poems from the previous dynasty, while the first sent a box of mahjong pieces made of emerald jade. The young gentleman has become so popular that even two princes want to drag him to their respective sides. The servant's dialogue with Terry was interrupted by the boy's father, Eric, who told him not to get too carried away. Eric waited for the boy all night, but instead of coming to his father, he spent time with his wife, and his father was not happy. When his father said all these words, the boy finally realized his mistake and bowed respectfully to Eric, apologizing. His father said that today, the court was going to award the boy the title, and that the management of the palace's vault would also be transferred to Terry. The boy was very happy to hear this news. The vault of his mother's palace would finally be at his disposal. But my father said that this was just lip service, and it was up to the boy to use it for his own purposes. Terry tried to calm Eric down, telling him not to be angry, that the next time he came home, he would come to him first. The boy set off for the emperor's palace, his palanquin cutting through the air like lightning. He reasoned that now even the first and second princes were trying to earn his favor. If he played his cards right now, he could have gained many advantages. Court officials were already gathering near the imperial palace, looking back at the boy passing by with surprise. A smile of happiness gradually left Terry's face as he heard the rereading around him. The boy felt that there was not a single person around him who was sincerely happy for him. Everyone was only discussing him. They were not satisfied with absolutely everything. The fact that he was an illegitimate son, his rank, even his lateness in their opinion. When the boy thought that he would not meet any friends in this cloaca of enemies, his father's hand fell on his shoulder. All the conversations around the guy immediately died down. None of the officials present had the courage to say anything, and Eric ordered him to leave. Eric Fan said that whoever is not behind them should gradually move forward. There was nowhere to stand in the crowded hall of the Emperor's palace, and the boy found himself at the very end. Terry thought he was too far away to hear anything. The Emperor's servant announced that Terry Fang had been granted the title of first-class Nan by order of His Majesty. Eric heard everyone around him whispering to each other that the Emperor seemed to have a sense of proportion. No one would give this bastard a high title. But, in a second, everyone present fell to their knees and bowed to the floor, thanking the Emperor. All except Terry. After a moment, Terry joined the others, wondering what to do next if it was over and he should leave. The Emperor sat on his throne and watched the officials who were present leave the hall. He said that his sons should stay. The three young men immediately turned toward their father and said they would do as he ordered. But the Emperor's eyes were already searching for someone else in the crowd, and he suddenly called Terry Fang over and told him to stay a while longer too. The guy, who was already standing on the threshold ready to run to his palanquin, turned around, not understanding what was being asked of him. The little prince threw himself into his father's arms, overjoyed to finally see him, and the Emperor could not refuse to embrace him. He appealed to all those present to behave naturally, to be at ease, to be okay. The man sat down at the table and began to pour himself tea, saying that he just wanted to discuss something with them. Unexpectedly, he turned to Terry and one of his sons, saying that it seemed like the two of them were seeing each other for the first time. He said that the eldest prince has been commanding troops away from home for a year, and he returned to the palace only 2 days ago. Turning to his son, he said that Terry Fan was standing opposite him, and the boy bowed respectfully, but the prince seemed to ignore him. Cold sweat broke out on Terry's face, and he began to feverishly recall how he could have offended the prince. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the emperor, who ordered his servants to bring Terry Fang a chair. The boy turned toward the princes standing nearby. He could not understand who would dare to sit in such circumstances. The first prince turned to the emperor and said that Terry was young and healthy, and judging by his frightened appearance, it was probably more comfortable for him to stand. The elder prince said that only an older and more respected person should be given the opportunity to sit, and that Terry should be given it for his merits. The emperor replied that if the prince could bring Kendrick's books, which he had inherited, he would also be able to sit in the emperor's presence. Having stopped all the arguments with this remark, the emperor turned to Terry and told him to just sit down, and the boy did not dare to disobey. When the boy sat down on a chair, the emperor said that he wanted to say 3 things to everyone present today. The empress's younger sister has returned to Xinjiang. The repository needs to be reorganized. Do they have anyone in mind to run it? All the princes present realized that this question from the emperor was just a formality. The candidate was obvious. It was Terry Fan. The first and second princes, without conspiring, almost in unison, began to say that they had one candidate in mind. The emperor was very interested in the opinion of his sons and asked whom they had in mind. The second principal conceded his right, saying that the first one should say everything, and he recommended that Terry Fan be put in charge. When the emperor asked the second prince for his opinion, he also said that he recommended the boy's candidacy. The emperor said that if both sons thought Terry could handle it, let him do it, and the decree would be issued after the fall. The palace vault plays an important role. The brothers should talk more and work together. They bowed in agreement. Terry watched what was happening in front of him, and all he could say was that it was all very strange. The emperor looked at all those present and announced that it was time to move on to the second issue to be resolved. In a few days, he is going to the Temple of the Void to worship, and Terry Fan will go with him. The boy was amazed at His Majesty's decision, and apparently the older prince was too. The emperor said that the ancestors had blessed them. They had given him such good sons and a subject, and that he should pray and make an offering. The first prince thought that this ceremony was only available to members and relatives of the imperial family, which was very strange. Even the second prince noted that no matter how much the emperor admired Terry Fan, this announcement was too much. The emperor seems to take the boy in his arms and exalt him to the heavens. The emperor looked closely at his son's reaction and asked them what they thought about it, but he heard only the standard answer that he was wise. Along with all of the above, there were also household chores to be done, as his father noted. Nanjing was negotiating peace with the northern Qing, and the previous topic of conversation was instantly forgotten. This time, the main task of the imperial court was a political marriage with the northern Qing. The emperor also thought that success came in pairs, and the marriage between Sarah Fan and Prince Leo was also negotiable. Terry had already forgotten about the gossip he had heard about Sarah and Prince Leo, but it turns out that it was not easy gossip. When the emperor's meeting with Terry came to an end, the boy went outside the imperial palace, saying goodbye to the princes. The first and second principals stood silently on the threshold and looked at the boy, waving their hands, and everyone present had a reason to think. The guy didn't even realize how he got home. He was immersed in his thoughts, and only Sarah brought him out of them. Terry asked her if she knew about the news, and she answered in the affirmative, saying that the emperor had organized everything long ago. Terry said that it was not enough to just run away from home with a small amount of money. The world is dangerous, and there is no one to protect the girl. Sarah said that she was not afraid of anything because she had brought a knife with her and took it out of the bundle she was carrying. If the girl trusted her brother, he could help her solve this problem. He would not allow Sarah to go against her heart. Sarah replied that she trusted Terry, of course, but that his situation was no better than hers, so she didn't want to worry him anymore. My brother was now a famous person, and all the forces were flocking to him. It would be impossible to stay away. It will be incredibly difficult for him to keep the palace's vault and take care of himself in such circumstances. Terry smiled. Of all the people around him, his sister knew him best. But his sister's affairs are the most important thing right now, and the boyfriend will definitely fix everything for her. The girl asked how the meeting at the palace went, and Terry replied that he was standing too far away to hear anything. But after the meeting, the emperor left him and all the princes to discuss some issues. Sarah was amazed by this news. The boy had spoken personally with princes and the emperor. Although the crown prince seems naive and straightforward, he is from the same faction as the eldest princess. She controlled the vault for years, and a lot of money disappeared because of it. so the Crown Prince wants to bring Terry to his side. The boy was afraid that as soon as the older princess became active, he would certainly stab him in the back. The second principle is freedom-loving and does not look like a ruthless competitor. But if he is a truly pure person, why doesn't he want to be a leisurely prince? As for the eldest prince, the boy knew him too little to draw any conclusions. But he definitely didn't like him, or maybe he had some deep conflict of interest. Sarah understood that her brother's situation was really difficult. It seemed that he was in the center of attention, but in fact, Terry was on a knife's edge. The most surprising thing was that the emperor actually decided to go to the Temple of Emptiness to make an offering. He recalled His Majesty's words that brothers need to talk and work together more, and the boy had a bold suggestion about this. Terry went to the Board of Forensic Sciences to see General Nicholas. Everyone around them in the building knew who Terry Fan was and bowed to him with respect. He was the manager of the Board of Supervisors. The guy accepted the congratulations of his subordinates with a smile and asked them to please support him in the future. When Nicholas and Terry were alone, the general said that the boy had done an excellent job with his mission. So, it's only natural that the guy would be in charge of the palace's storage and the Board of Supervisors, and everything is going according to plan. The palace's vault and board of overseers are now his, and whatever Terry is going to do, Nicholas and his assistants will do their best to help him. The boy did not respond to the general's speech, absorbed in his thoughts. Nicholas looked at the boy and said that he probably still had some doubts. Terry was silent for a while longer, and then said that he had a question he wanted to ask Nicholas. When the general replied that he was listening attentively, the boy asked if he was really Eric Fan's biological son. Nicholas replied that the boy should ask Eric or the emperor himself, and Terry said that they would not answer. Nicholas replied that they wanted to keep the boys out of trouble, that he was very smart and could find out the truth with a few clues. As they talked, the guy didn't even realize that they had reached the storage facility at first. Nicholas said that everything here belonged to him from now on. But Terry didn't care at all. He was still thinking about cause and effect and asked if anyone else knew about it. Nicholas asked if Terry was worried that the princes were pulling him over to their side because they knew the truth, and that's why the princess was so mean. The general replied that the boy had done such a good job that the emperor was satisfied that if he wanted to hide something, he would not find it. Terry was worried that he would not be able to avoid many storms because of this, and Nicholas replied that it was good if the boy knew about it earlier. He shouldn't worry. The enemies are paper tigers, not a threat. There is only one truly powerful person in Nanjing. The boy turned to the general with interest and turned into a solid hearing. Nicholas said that this man was the emperor himself. Nicholas said that Terry's duty was to be loyal and a good subject, and then he would always be safe, and he would organize everything else for the boy. The Temple of Emptiness is the earliest temple in Nanjing, which was built over 100 years, and its purpose is to call the world to a unified heart and mind. The temple does not interfere in world affairs, but always secretly influences the ups and downs of this continent, occupying a high position in the hearts of people. That is why the imperial family holds a ceremony of admiring chrysanthemums in the temple every 3 years. This ceremony is intended to harmonize the conflict of interests of the children of the imperial family, so they all take part in it. Even if there are outsiders among them, they are allowed to participate if they are relatives or family members closest to the imperial family. Sarah told Flavor that the emperor seemed to be very favorable to his brother, since he had even invited them here. Flavor also thought about it, but wondered why her husband walked around with such a sour face. Terry reasoned that admiring chrysanthemums was good, of course, but where were all these chrysanthemums? There were no chrysanthemums anywhere. There was a steep and high mountain everywhere. Finally, when he reached the gates of the temple, the boy looked into the distance, trying to see something, but he saw nothing but trees. He really didn't want to take part in such an event, to go up so high just for the sake of a social meeting with princes and the court. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by Sarah, who shouted at him to go upstairs and look at what she saw. On the upper tier, it turned out, there was a completely different landscape, and the guy realized that he had jumped to conclusions. He was looking at a sea of chrysanthemums. Flavor said that golden chrysanthemums really fit the style of the imperial family. Terry asked whether His Majesty the Emperor and the others had already climbed the mountain, and the girls replied that everyone had already gathered. The boy thought that the imperial family was going to gather today. Shouldn't the Tiger Guard be responsible for security? There is only one way down from the Hanging Temple, and if an intruder comes and starts a fire, it will be very dangerous. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a man who had quietly appeared next to him, and he told him not to say anything stupid. It was the second son of the Qin family, and he said that the two families were responsible for the security of this ceremony. Not even a mosquito could fly here. Terry was confused by the angry speech of his uninvited interlocutor and wanted to know more about the families responsible for the event. Sarah whispered that Qin and Ye are two of the four great families, the pillars of their army. The Qin family heads the secret council and has the most power in the army. The Ye family is the family to which Fiona belongs, and the head of one of the four main sects. The second son of the Qin family said that he couldn't believe that the guy didn't even know their family and how he managed to get the job. The guy really wondered how he had managed to get to his current position in such a short time. The man was completely furious and said that the security could be safely entrusted to them. Mr. Terry Fan could be completely calm. The dialogue between the two nobles was interrupted by a shout from the lower tier. A fire had broken out at the foot of the mountain. Everyone turned to see the treetops being consumed by flames like a voracious beast. The second son of the Qin family shouted that he did not understand where the fire came from if there were intruders here. Terry shouted for the man to protect the girls, and he would go see what was going on, tell his subordinates to put out the fire with sand. The head of the Emperor's guard was outraged by such instructions to him, and he shouted that he knew what to do and that he did not need to be taught. The guy quickly reached the foot of the mountain and saw the fire spreading with his own eyes, and there was no longer any doubt that it was arson. The fire at the foot of the hill, if not dealt with, will spread here, and then the Emperor will be trapped with no way to get out. And even if the fire was extinguished, there was no guarantee that the criminals would not start a new fire. People in the church had to be evacuated immediately. A few minutes later, everyone who had been climbing the mountain for so long began to hurry down, the guards insisting that they do so without panic. Terry stood on the first tier and helped people find their way to the first floor. Suddenly, in the midst of the crowd, the boy noticed his father with two bodyguards approaching him. Terry asked if Eric was okay, and he said he was fine, but he could see that the Emperor was still on the top floor. Eric ordered his guards to immediately go with Terry to the Emperor, and they readily agreed. Terry immediately rushed to the upper tier, hurrying to His Majesty's aid. He was moving so fast that the guards begged him to run a little slower. They could not keep up with the gentleman. A few minutes later, the boy was already on the balcony of the upper tier of the Hanging Church. Nanjing is a powerful force, and if a killer has made his way into the temple today, he must be an outstanding expert who can bring chaos to the world with a single swing of his sword. As soon as Terry opened the balcony door and entered the room, one of the guards rushed to his side, stopping him. The boy stopped at the threshold and said his name, bowing humbly toward His Majesty. He said that the fire at the foot of the mountain had been set on purpose, and he was worried about the Emperor's safety, so he came to his defense. The Emperor did not even look back at the boy, but simply said that he agreed with his decision. Terry looked around the room and asked the audience where the Empress and her ladies-in-waiting were. The boy was told that the Empress was the first to descend the mountain with help, followed by her ladies-in-waiting. But Terry knew for sure that he hadn't seen any of these people downstairs. Something was wrong with this story. From all of the above, the guy realized that at the moment, he was the only martial artist upstairs. Terry had no idea what kind of power the killer had, so he didn't know if he could protect the Emperor. The first prince, who looked at Terry's face, seemed to read all the thoughts that were in the boy's head. He turned to the Emperor and said that the cause of the fire was unknown and asked him to temporarily return to the foot of the temple. At the voice of his son, the Emperor turned and asked if the fire had been extinguished yet. Terry replied that the fire was noticed immediately, so it is likely to have been extinguished. The Emperor turned to the boy and asked him why he was going somewhere, since he rarely retreated in his life. Terry thought there was no point in pretending to be cool and playing around at a time like this. But he said out loud that although there were no strange movements yet, it was the most difficult place to defend himself, and he asked the Emperor to return to the palace. The Emperor replied that Terry was the head of the board of supervisors, and he believed in him, moreover. If someone attempted an assassination attempt, it would be a failure of the guy. The Emperor asked if the boy wanted him to be unable to admire the flowers and enjoy the dancing because of Terry's failure to fulfill his duties. Unexpectedly, the eldest prince spoke up in Terry's defense, saying that he was right. For safety's sake, it would be better to go downstairs first. Terry noticed that the crown prince and the second prince said nothing, and the eldest suddenly agreed with his advice. The Emperor replied that he had faced many attempts on his life, but the children, of course, knew nothing about it. The bodyguard confirmed that during His Majesty's entire life, there had been 43 attempts on his life and he had never retreated. They were different clans and barbarians. Their countries were destroyed by him and they wanted him dead. But no one could do it. When assassination attempts become commonplace for everyone present, only then will they understand why the emperor did not care. Terry still insisted that he thought it best to return to the palace immediately. The emperor became irritated by Terry's persistence. He did not understand how the boy could please all his allies, and even him. The crown prince caught his father's sad reaction and asked if he accepted Terry's advice and would he come down. But His Majesty replied that because of this conversation his throat was dry and he wanted someone to bring him a drink. The second and hereditary prince and Terry finally realized that all their persuasion had no effect. He was not going anywhere anyway. When the servant approached the emperor, pouring water into his cup, he said that he had cowardly children. He looked at the youngest of his sons and called him over to him. The boy was to keep him company. The boy approached with his own cup to get some water, and the servant turned to him, pouring the liquid into the dish. But unexpectedly, the boy's cup was broken in half by a blade that flew past the child. All those present turned to the other side of the room and saw that the person who had attacked the imperial family member was a bodyguard. The attempt to assassinate the emperor and his family began, and one of the guards wasted no time in rushing straight for the royal family. No one had time to recover, except for Terry, who shielded the emperor and his son by summoning a piece of his energy. No one expected the boy to be so strong, and even the emperor's sons could not stand it and closed their eyes from this light. The attacker's sword was split in half by Terry's energy, and he watched in amazement as part of the weapon fell to the floor. The attacker, as if in a fever, quickly tried to get his bearings. It turned out that Terry had a 9th-ranked power. The guard realized that he had no choice but to attack, since if he surrendered, he would die. But this attacker was not enough to cope with Terry, who was able to strike the guard with his secret weapon. A second later, the guard fell to the floor, dripping with foam and blood, Terry's poisoned needle working as well as ever. But it was too early to relax, as another killer was watching everything that was happening. Everyone in the church hall watched as the life left the body of the attacker. And at first, no one noticed when a masked assassin entered the room and approached the emperor. Terry was one of the first to notice the stranger stealthily approaching His Majesty and shouted that nothing was finished yet. The crown prince rushed to his father's aid, forgetting all his caution. But halfway through, he tripped over one of the cups lying on the floor and fell, and the eldest prince took over the baton. He ran to the emperor and covered him with his body, shouting that he should beware. But none of the guards could allow the members of the imperial family to get hurt, so one of them managed to push the eldest prince away. The second guard rushed toward the attacker, preparing for a fight. But an opponent like him was no threat to the masked stranger, who easily repelled his attack. With a lightning-like movement, he struck a slashing blow along the entire body of the emperor's bodyguard, and the latter flew over the floor from the force of the blow. Terry realized that things were going badly because he was alone and there were too many targets, so he rushed at the masked killer. But another surprise awaited the boy in the audience. One of the emperor's servants pulled out a dagger. This man was on the other side of the room and was rapidly approaching the emperor. There were 3 assassins in the temple today. Even Uncle George would not have been able to resist the 2 assassins and protect the emperor and the 3rd prince at the same time. Terry realized that he had to make a difficult choice and had very little time to make a decision. The boy decided that when saving people, of course, the first thing to do is to save the smallest ones and repelled the attack of a masked stranger. Terry's battle with the stranger continued fiercely, with the masked man attacking the boy over and over again. Terry was amazed at his opponent's fury, and he grabbed him by the arm and pulled him to him, putting his throat to his sword. In one lightning-fast movement, the attacker swung his sword behind his head, hoping to hit his opponent. At the last second, Terry managed to turn his head away, exposing only his mane to the attack. Another millisecond, and the guy would have said goodbye to his life. But the attacker didn't let the guy even concentrate a bit. He kicked Terry in the chest, and he flew into the corner of the hall. This made Terry very angry. He got to his feet and generated his energy in his left hand. In one lightning-fast movement, Terry grabbed the blade of the enemy's sword, delaying his blow. But the attacker seemed to become even stronger in his rage, and his sword nevertheless entered the boy's shoulder, and he screamed in pain. The guy's rage was bursting out along with his energy. He was still holding the blade in one hand, and he swung at the attacker with the other. The opponent also decided to add an entrance to his fists and tried to counterattack the guy. On the upper tier of the hanging temple, there was a powerful explosion of energy that illuminated everything around with yellow flames. When the smoke of the attack cleared, Terry saw his attacker still standing, his arm bloody and unable to move. The guy gritted his teeth and said that if his opponent had been a little slower, he would have pierced his chest. A few seconds later, the masked stranger left the upper tier of the church, leaving the fight unfinished. Terry looked at the window that the attacker had broken and said that even though he hadn't managed to seriously hurt him, the attacker still ran away. Suddenly, Terry realized that he hadn't been watching His Majesty and turned around, interested in the results of the attack. The boy was greatly shocked by what he saw. The servant who had attacked the Emperor with a knife was lying on the ground bloody and not breathing. The Emperor stood next to me, holding a bloody tray, and said that he had fought many battles on horseback in the past. The Emperor assured Terry that he could not be killed in this way, which caused a reaction of happiness on the boy's face, and he said that this was very good. But a second later, the guy lost his balance, mumbling something else as he fell to the ground. The Emperor was very frightened when he saw that Terry Fan had lost consciousness, and he must have been badly injured. His Majesty began to shout loudly, calling his guards, demanding that the Imperial doctor be called immediately. Several days passed since those events, and gossip spread through the city. Everyone knew that an assassination attempt had been made on the Emperor. Fortunately, the Emperor was unharmed, but Fan, the chairman of the Board of Overseers, was seriously wounded while defending the imperial family. No one knew whether he would be cured, and no one had ever seen His Majesty so angry before. The Emperor's servants regularly inquired about the condition of the sick chairman of the Board of Supervisors. The doctors always replied that by order of the Emperor, they were doing their best to treat him. The Emperor listened to his subordinates' reports on the case several times each day, but there was still no good news. He ordered to tell the doctors that if Terry Fan did not regain consciousness, all the doctors would be executed. Everyone in the hall held their breath in fear. Even the eunuch standing on the Emperor's left hand thought it was very cruel. The Emperor reasoned that Terry had come to him at once in the hall of the Hanging Temple, even before the Tiger Guards had appeared there. His Majesty thought that the boy wanted to prove his loyalty to him, but he did not expect such a turn of events. Terry Fan decided at a crucial moment to protect the third prince, not the Emperor himself. Of all His Majesty's sons, the eldest was too straightforward in the Emperor's opinion. The second prince pretended too much, as the Emperor himself witnessed on many occasions. The third prince was still a child and needed his mother's love. Finally, the Emperor's reasoning reached the Crown Prince, and the man saw him everywhere. The Emperor could not understand whether this little bastard thought that no one would notice that he had deliberately stepped on a cup of tea. Could it be that Terry Fan, who seems so deep, is actually as gentle and kind as his mother was? The Emperor reasoned that Eric was very lucky to have such an outstanding young man as his son. The eunuch, who was watching his master's internal dialogue, realized that now was not the time to speak. His Majesty was really very angry. Meanwhile, Jessica decided to go to her husband's room, saying that she had heard about Terry's injury. She stopped on the threshold, looking at her husband sitting in a chair, unmoving, and asked if he wanted to visit his son. Eric Fan was in no hurry to answer, but eventually said that even if he wanted to, he would not be able to do so now. The servant reported to the Emperor that Sarah Fan had insisted on an audience with His Majesty. The Emperor looked at the girl and said that she was clearly aggressive and asked her what Sarah's purpose was. The girl approached the Emperor's throne and said that she had a great desire to complain to His Majesty. She said that her brother was seriously injured by a poisoned knife, and doctors could not cure him, but also did not allow her to use her medicine. She said that Terry had an antidote pill, and if he took it, he might come to his senses and cure himself with the help of medical techniques. The Emperor listened to Sarah, and sometime later, the boy finally came to his senses. The girl was very happy. The Emperor, without saying anything, gave the doctors in the room a look like a person looks at garbage, and they immediately fell silent. The four men did not know what to do with themselves from anxiety. The Emperor's mood had clearly not improved, especially with regard to them. Terry realized that this was the first time he had ever faced a 9th-ranked warrior face-to-face, and he whispered that he needed a pillow. The guy was so angry. It was a very bad time. His truth key had dissipated, and he felt that he would not be able to heal himself. If the internal bleeding continues, Terry will die tonight. The location is the lower part of the sternum, somewhere in the upper end of the stomach. He whispered, barely audible, that he wanted a specific person from the third department of the Board of Supervisors. The eunuch standing on the doorstep said that the man was already waiting outside the palace. When the emperor heard this news, he ordered the eunuch to call the visitor to the room immediately, and the eunuch hurried to fulfill the order. Shortly after, the acting chairman of the third division of the Board of Supervisors, Terry Fang's mentor brother and Richard's student, entered the room. He went to the sick man's bedside and opened the bag of tools he had brought with him. The man said that he had brought the things he had prepared to his brother mentor in the department and asked him how to use them. Terry whispered that he would need someone with a lot of courage and a steady hand. Everyone in the room fell silent, each looking at the other, thinking about what they had heard. Sarah was the bravest of all the men, putting her hand to her chest and firmly saying that she was willing to do it for her brother. Terry insisted that the girl be escorted out of the room, despite the fact that she kept assuring him that she would do so. Sarah interrupted all the guys' objections, saying that she had very steady hands. In the end, Terry said that he had to entrust this man with the operation, and it would be a rather unpleasant sight. The girl said that she realized this in the first seconds, and that is why she volunteered to help. One of the doctors came to the bedside and asked why everyone was waiting. It was just a small operation. It had to start immediately. First, you need to sterilize the equipment and wash your hands to avoid secondary infections. The boy had to entrust anesthesia and cleaning to his brother, a mentor from the third department of the Board of Supervisors. The guy asked if the girl remembered what to look for and how to perform the operation. Sarah, who was already waiting for Terry with a scalpel in hand, replied that she remembered everything very well. Chloroform should be used as an anesthetic. If Terry is afraid of pain, he can smell it again, which will be more effective. Terry said that it was time to start, and if Sarah was unable to continue, the mentor brother should replace her immediately. The entire imperial family waited for the operation to end outside the imperial chambers. The second prince saw that the doctor who came out of the operating room was vomiting and, waiting for him to finish, asked how Terry was doing and if he was okay. The doctor said that what was happening there was the height of skill. He had never seen wounds treated with such an amazing knife and needle technique. The second prince, angry, asked how Terry Fan was feeling, and he only cared about his health, not what had struck the doctor there. The doctor replied that everyone present did not have to worry. Terry's internal organs had been healed and he would recover. But the boy had lost a lot of blood. The entire imperial family breathed a sigh of relief, especially His Majesty. A few days passed and Terry finally woke up after the surgery. He asked when he could go home. Flower replied that the emperor had left Terry to recover in the palace, something many courtiers would not have dreamed of. He didn't like the same porridge he was eating. It would soon make his tongue fall off. He wanted Aunt Lou's jam. Terry's capriciousness was interrupted by the voice of the empress, who came into his room and said that there was no jam in the palace. She picked up a bowl of food and said that perhaps her soup would be suitable for diversifying the patient's menu. She added that she did not come alone. The third prince also wanted to be present and visit his savior. The empress gave the vessel to her son, and he hurriedly ran to Terry's bedside. As the third prince approached the boy, he said "thank you" to his face and handed him a vessel, calling him Sup. Terry accepted the edible gift from the boy and said that he himself should thank him for it. Sarah and Flower approached the prince and asked him to walk with them in the garden. When the trio left the room, Terry said that the empress should just say what she wanted directly and not play games. The woman looked slyly at Terry and asked if she could not even visit him for free. This time, the boy did her a favor by saving the life of the third prince, even at such a time. She added that she had no one to rely on but Terry Fan. Terry replied that the guards at the palace knew perfectly well that the killer who ambushed them was not targeting the third prince. The empress closed her eyes and sighed. If it was true, she was relieved now. After a moment of silence, the woman added that the boy should know that the second son of the Qin family had been arrested. As soon as the threat to Terry's life disappeared, the emperor began to deal with the assassination attempt, and the commander of the Imperial Guard was nowhere to be found at the time. This man justified himself and said that he had gone to the city of Luo on orders, but the emperor insisted that he had not given such an order. Terry reasoned that, no matter how stupid the man was, he was unlikely to tell a lie. So there were only two options. Or His Majesty did not want anyone to know about the mission they were entrusted with. Or His Majesty deliberately distracted the head of his guard from his work. The empress knew that the boy would be interested, So she asked him in advance whether one of the murderers was a man from Sihu who had been sent to Nanjing 14 years ago. At that time, their countries were in a state of war, and it is worth noting that it was quite bloody. The Chihu wanted to sign an armistice and sent a detachment to Nanjing, and this detachment returned. But one of its members remained a spy in the country. Terry asked, even if everything was true, how this man had managed to get into the palace who had forged his documents. The Empress replied that this person had long since died, so the case would remain unsolved. This eunuch of the palace was a descendant of the Qin family. Many people died in those days, but he survived by chance. 3 years ago, he entered the palace, was responsible for cleaning the top floor of the temple, and for 3 years he hid the dagger, waiting for the right moment. Terry asked what Ye's family had to say about this, and the Empress replied that they had nothing to say. They had not fulfilled their duty. The head of the Ye family wrote 8 confessions and handed over all his troops to the state. The Empress suddenly asked the boy why he was asking about Ye's family. The guy thought about it, and after a bit of hesitation, replied that he had some bold assumptions about this.